Good evening. If you're just joining us, welcome to Newshub Decision 2023 election night. One Chris, two Chris, red Chris, blue Chris, whether it's Hipkins or Luxon as Prime Minister for the next 3 years, we will start to get a picture of that very shortly right here on the program. And let's go to our panel now. Jenna Lynch is with us tonight, former Deputy Prime Minister Paula Bennett, Stuart Nash and the Hui host Julian Wilcox. Tēnā thank you for being here, guys. I want to start with you, Jenna. Big night tonight. Tell us what's going to happen. No matter what we see tonight, we are going to see a dramatic changing of the face of our parliament. Remember last time Labor got an unprecedented majority. That place has been awash with red for 3 years, but whatever happens tonight, they are going down, way down from where they have been. So we could see a bunch of seats flip. We could see the return of Winston Raymond Peters to the Parliament. We could see a new Prime Minister of New Zealand. Anything can happen tonight. It's going to be mega. And one of the big things that we've seen is that flip at the last election for some of those rural seats in particular that went red. Are we going to see that big blue bulldozer come back and start demolishing that red wall tonight, do you think, Stuart?
Oh, look, there will be some that change hands, there's no doubt about that, but then there are also some very, very good Labor MPs and good candidates who I think are going to hold their seats. Guys like Kieran McAnulty, for example, has worked incredibly hard in Wairarapa. Who knows what will happen with the party vote, but I'm expecting some of these guys will hold their seats. Just quickly, Julian, your thoughts? What do you think we'll see tonight?
Look, I don't think you'll see a major difference in the Māori seats, which is interesting given the tide away from Labor and opinion polls. I think that Labor will hold most of those seats. There'll be some tight contests in those Māori electorates, Ikarorawhiti to Tai Hauauru. If those don't turn, that's a massive blight on the campaign that the Māori Party has run, but let's see what happens. OK, and Paula, what do you think?
We're going to see some big seat changes, but let's be fair, it is the party vote, the party vote, and where that goes across those parties, whether Winston's and New Zealand First are over 5, how big that national vote is compared to ACT, whether or not we are seeing, you know, Labor almost half its vote from last time. It is game on, anything can happen, and let's hope we at least know what a new government might look like tonight. Yeah.
Well, that is the big question, isn't it? Will we know by the end of play this evening? Well, we're going to be here with you right the way through, bringing you the latest information, the latest data, the latest numbers as it comes to hand. All right, we're going to go now to National HQ. Our political reporter Lloyd Burr is in downtown Auckland at Shed 10. Lloyd, you're at National HQ. What's the vibe like down there?
Yeah, well, the vibe's slowly starting to come alive. We've been down here for a few hours and there hasn't really been anyone, but we're finally starting to see people come in. We haven't had any candidates yet, but I've just seen a whole lot of the young Nats who I spent the last 3 days with on the National Party bus. They've just turned up, looking very dapper actually in their suits. And the tables and stuff have been set. I've seen the fridges have been stocked with some champers and some beer, but there's not that many people here apart from the spin doctors, some of the staffers, the young Nats and the catering team, and the tables are all getting ready, but I'm guessing that's going to ramp up. As soon as we start seeing those results come in and they move in from the Auckland traffic, they'll start packing the hall out.
So you think they're preparing for a good night tonight? You said they've got some champagne on ice already?
Yeah, I don't know if it's actually champagne, it might be Prosecco, but I'm sure there's some champagne in there. I'm not too familiar with champagne, I'm always the sort of the bottom shelf kind of guy. But yeah, I think they probably have a bit of an expectation to celebrate, but they really don't want to come in complacent because anything can happen. We've got all of those early votes that will come in, we'll see that straight away, but whether or not as they're counted throughout the day, that might make a difference, it might swing. I'm not too sure. That's why no one's quite celebrating just yet, because it's anyone's, right? Anything can happen. This is MMP, this is an election. Have the polls got it right?
It is indeed. Now, that is Lloyd Burr at National HQ. Downtown Auckland, as he was saying, the votes started to be counted this morning. All the early ones from 9 a.m, so we'll get some information through soon. If
they can't afford champagne at the Nats, I don't know what's wrong. I mean, they should go ask the ACT Party next door.
Maybe ACT might have some.
Right, let's go to Wellington, because we're in the Hutt Valley tonight with Chris Hipkins, and Alexa Cook is outside his house. Alexa.
Hey guys, I'm outside Chris Hipkins' house. He's been having a really chilled out family day. He's gone for a walk with his family. He's been hanging out with his kids because he's had a busy 6 weeks on the campaign trail, so spending some quality time with them. He's also been quite busy making us sausage rolls. So we've got his Chief Press Secretary, Andrew Campbell. I mean, what would it be without a classic sausage roll?
It has been a tradition on the campaign, and this is the classic Alison Hulse version. So going for the the favourite tonight.
So these aren't handmade?
Well, they very rarely are, actually. I think for most people they tend to be bought, but yeah, they are warm though, and they're good.
Wonderful. And how did Chris Hipkins physically make these for us himself, or were you on the tools?
No, I saw him in the kitchen cutting them up. So no, he is well, he is an expert. So you know, he knows what he's doing.
He does. So I'm going to have to try out one of these sausage rolls, I think. See whether we think it's up to the test.
Oh my gosh, I'm worried about Chris Hipkins' cholesterol, to be honest, the amount of sausage rolls he's had. What do you reckon, Alexa? It's good? It is, look, it is a tradition,
I reckon
we should
maybe
say.
like one more minute.
Do you know what's funny about that? We all know
delicious.
exactly what she's tasting right now. You know, we've all had those. We've all had them, Alexa.
Oh, bless. Hey, we're going to leave it there with Alexa. Thank you so much. And we're going to go to Labour HQ, to our political reporter, Amelia Wade. What is going on? Any action there this early on in the evening, Amelia?
Literally, almost just as soon as it hit 7, the action happened, the music got turned up and people started to roll in. They are expecting to be between 400 and 500, but let's see if Labour can actually deliver that tonight. But there's a mixture of some candidates who are coming up. There are some staffers, and I've just spied the CTU's Craig Rennie, who has been Labour's white knight this campaign. And there has been a general buoyant mood around here at the moment, and a general expectation that they seem to be able to think that they can ride that last minute momentum that they got towards the second half of the campaign back into the 30s. But we will see what actually happens. There does seem to be a few nerves, but generally people are here to have a good time.
So a little bit of positivity, some hope there at Labour HQ. That's the Lower Hutt Event Centre. Thank you so much, Amelia.
And they will be desperate to hold up that red wall that they erected during the 2020 election. And of course, the blue team is wanting to come in and just take it apart brick by brick. And tonight, in order to win that big battle, you've got to do it on the battleground. You've got to do it on the battlefield. And Paddy Gower has some analysis for us tonight of those battleground seats.
Yes, let's talk through some of the battlegrounds. And Ryan, I just want to start by saying, when you say battleground, just say it like you mean it. Battleground seats, okay? Because they are battlegrounds, and we'll be keeping a close eye on them tonight. Let's start where I always like to start, at the very tippy top of the country, in the Northland electorate. Now, remember, last time around, Willow Jean Prime only got there by 163 votes as the red wave started to come down the country. Now, this time around, National's got a candidate there, Grant McCullum. He is more farming than a farmer themselves. Is that such a thing? But anyway, he's a farmer, okay? And he's really into the farming zone. There's another guy called Shane Jones. Now, he is in an electorate race. Don't want to diss him too early, but Shane Jones has never won an electorate in his whole political life, so we can pretty much rule him out of that. The only way he gets into Parliament is on the coattails of people like Winston Peters. Now, heading down further to the Big Smoke, where we're standing right now, and the Tāmaki seat, this is where Axe Brooke Van Velden is going to try and do what I'm calling Mission Bay Impossible. She is going to try and take the seat of Tāmaki, which belonged to a certain gentleman by the name of Rob Muldoon, I may tell you, basically National Party royalty, but she is aiming to take out Simon O'Connor, and it looks like she's got a chance. We'll be keeping a very, very close eye on this seat. Now, in terms of other ones, Wellington Central. Grant Robertson left the seat. His mate Ibrahim Omar has come in, but there's something going on here. It's called Tamitha Paul. She wants to take over Wellington Central. Dua Chloe Swarbrick in Wellington, and we'll be keeping a very close eye on this one. An exciting young candidate. There is a three-way race going on where the vote is split. We've seen this happen before, right here where I'm standing in Auckland Central with Chloe Swarbrick. And could it happen in Wellington? Down into Christchurch, and look at this. Ilam, Hamish Campbell is there. This is Jerry Brownlee's seat that in the red wave went to Sarah Pallett last time around. Wasn't meant to. The people of Maryvale are still in shock that they have a Labour MP, I am told. And also interesting, the top party's Raf Manji is down there. If he causes a boil over, things could get really interesting. Ikaroa Rafferty, another big race on here with Meka Whaitiri up against Labour's Kushla Tangieri Manuel. Now, this is interesting because Meka Whaitiri actually held it for Labour. She switched sides. The question tonight, is it a Meka seat or is it a Labor seat? What is going to happen here? Now, Rangitata is another key battleground in the South Island. Blew me away last time around when this went red. It is a very safe blue seat. As I said last time around, Mickey Mouse and Gumboots should be able to win this. I'm hoping that Jimmy Meagher, or James Meagher as he likes to go on his signs, has got a pair of blue gumboots somewhere, because he will be becoming an MP if that's the case, because that is all he needs. That's a wrap for now. We've got plenty of other battlegrounds to come. Back to you, Sam and Ryan.
Paddy, thanks so much. Good to drill into those areas a little bit more. We've got something really exciting for you, though. The first data has come through from the Electoral Commission. Now, we have a system here that pings what they're sending us every 10 seconds. So this is as up to the second as you can get. If you look along the bottom of your television, the black bar is the national vote. So we have 3% counted. And you look there, the party votes, National sitting on 40.7, Ryan.
Look at these
Labour,
numbers.
25.6.
This is breaking news. This is actual data that is coming in from the Electoral Commission right now. So Paddy talks about...
what we've been waiting for.
Exactly. Paddy talks about the battlegrounds. The battle is on. And so far, National is way out ahead, 41.1%. Sure, only 3% of the vote counted. Labour, 25.4%. The Greens doing well. And Winston over the 5% threshold, as everyone's been
already
predicting.
6.4 for New Zealand First. What
Stuart?
do you guys make of this?
Look, very early days. We all know that the blue booths are the ones that are counted first. Wait till you get the South Auckland and the West Auckland polls coming in, and then you'll see those numbers change.
OK, what do you think, Julian?
Yeah, no, look, agree. I'm interested to see the party vote and also the Māori electorates as well, because, as I say, it'll be early days and those take a little while to come in. But noticeably, Greens at 10.6, again, very early. That'll probably come up later on. But as you said, New Zealand First over 5. I think they're home and host.
Yeah.
They're home and host.
I think everybody's kind of picking that. Paula, what are you making of these early numbers? So I was just looking at Napier, actually. The party, this is the electorate party vote in Napier, your old stomping ground, Stuart. Right. And the Nats, 45%, only 7% of booths returned so far.
Yeah, early days. Again, my history in Napier shows that the big booths, the Labor booths, tend to be counted last. But again, there's a trend there, isn't there, that we're seeing at the moment?
Yeah, that's 7% counted. Katie Nimmin on 4,336. And Mark Hutchison, the bloke that's replaced you, 2,481 at this point.
Crikey, I mean, you just look at somewhere like Northland, and sure, we're only 3%, but they're, Nationals, plus 1,300 at the moment. So, you can see those changes, and there is a wash of blue coming through at the moment.
OK, right, you can keep an eye on that all throughout the evening when you're from the couch at home and see how that unfolds. We're going to go now to the Green Party headquarters. They're at the Lula Inn in the Auckland Viaduct, and my friend and yours, Mr. Mike McRoberts, is there. Kia ora, Mike, what's going on?
Kia ora koutou e te whānau. No mai haere mai from the Green Party headquarters here in Tamaki Makaurau, and I'll tell you what, the doors opened about half an hour ago and there's been a steady stream of the party faithful coming in. It's raucous, it's excitable, it's loud. I'm struggling to hear you, but it's great. I think they're very excited because obviously the most recent Newshub research poll that we had on Wednesday showed them polling at around 14.9%. If that comes true, if that comes to fruition, then they will get 19 MPs in the new Parliament, and that would be their biggest number of MPs by some margin. I think 2011, 2014 they had 14 MPs. But I'll tell you what, there's quite a few people here already, and I can't see what they're drinking. I don't know if it's Fiji or wine, but the corks aren't popping just yet, but they are quietly confident.
Look, I was at Green Party HQ last time around, and I tell you what, they were having a fantastic night, but that was because Chloe Swarbrick won the Auckland Central electorate, and, that was the first time something like that had happened for them. Now, this time around, they're hoping to get as many as 3 electorates, but currently sitting on 11.4% with just 4% of the vote counted. So it's a little bit lower than they were polling, Ryan.
Yeah, and another party that is performing lower than they were polling a couple of weeks ago is the ACT Party, and our very own Isabel Ewing is at the ACT HQ tonight. Isabel, how's the vibe check?
Yeah, Ryan, look, this is a bit of a plot twist for you. We're actually in the same building as Mike you just saw there. He's downstairs with the Greens, and it might surprise you that actually upstairs in the Maritime Room here on the Viaduct, we are here with ACT. Now, the vibe is pretty buoyant, I have to tell you, for a party who's seen a little bit of that energy, that polling numbers come down in recent weeks. It has been a flood of hot pink. I have seen a hot pink beret, I have seen a hot pink polo, a hot pink, what are those puffer vests called? Is that a gilet? on, and I saw some sushi being handed around. So I don't think the ACT Party is letting, you know, a little bit of disappointment in the recent polling results get to them. And you will recall that last election, David Seymour arrived on a boat. Now they're keeping pretty tight-lipped on what his arrival tonight is going to be on, whether by land or sea, but I guess we'll find that out later, you guys.
Isabel, thank you very much for that. Isabel Ewing with us live from the ACT Party HQ tonight. What's really interesting about that is, I mean, if you look at the numbers on the bottom of your screen right now for the party vote, ACT is sitting at 9.2% with 5% of the vote counted. I mean, that is still a huge jump on last election, right? 7.6.
But they were up in the double digits.
Yeah, but looking at the seats that National and ACT can get together on those numbers, they do not need New Zealand First. Winston Peters is back in the Parliament, but they don't need him to get over 61.
Surplus to requirements.
That's huge. That's huge.
5% of the vote counted. Let's do some T's and C's here, okay? It's early on in the night. It's early on in the night. We're still getting the lay of the land, but it's very exciting to see.
I was going to the celebration party, not yet. Should we call it now?
We're going to go to Pāti Māori headquarters there at the Sedema Hotel in Rotorua. Orini Kaipara is there for us. There she goes. Orini, kia ora. How are things shaping up this early on in the evening?
Yeah, well, it's actually warmed up quite a bit in a matter of minutes. Actually, I was a bit anxious. There's not much anxiety in this room right now, but I sure was anxious a couple of minutes before 7 o'clock because it was empty and I had to recheck, am I at the Pāti Māori headquarters? There's a Māori here, but we don't seem to have a party, but the party's definitely showing up. The man of the hour, he's not here, of course. We've got two people, two candidates that are coming down here. I think it's the only electorate actually where Te Pāti Māori is standing. Two people, one for the Māori seat and one for the general election. And we're talking about co-leader Rawiri Waititi and Mira Pekaro Kawatate. We're expecting them down here just a little after 8 o'clock to come and mingle with their party their loyalists, their party supporters, staunch party. To my right, you have the whārua from Ruatoki. You've got Tamiti and his whanaunga from all the way in Tūhoi country. Of course, Te Waiariki has more than 38,000 eligible voters. Whether or not they all turned up today or the last 2 weeks is another question. 69% of course showed up at the last election. We're hoping for the same turnout. To my left, of course, are the people from Rotorua, Tauranga and Whakatane. I mean, it isn't such a full house. Kai has just got underway. The formalities have ended. Everyone's about to fill their puku and hopefully we can do the same.
Oh, hopefully you got some good kai on offer tonight, Orini. Thank you so much. Right, we're heading north.
Yeah, we are. All roads lead north, and we're going to Nick Trubridge, who is in Northland tonight. He's at the Duke of Marlborough with Winston Peters. He's actually going to be joined by Shane Jones. Nick, I don't know if you can hear this, but we're having some early results come in, and based on 6% of the vote counted, they don't actually need Winnie right now. So how is the vibe there? What's going on?
They obviously don't know that, Ryan, because the vibe here is unbelievable. They're acting like they've got over that threshold that they need already. But as you say, whether they'll be needed or not in the end, we'll see. I was speaking to Shane Jones earlier. He was out fishing for snapper today, and I said, "What are the plans if you do get over that threshold?" And word for word, it was drink the place dry. The music is pumping. The canapes are going out. I actually had some. What did we have earlier? Some ceviche. That was absolutely delightful. Ceviche and a glass of champers. No, I didn't. Unprofessional. And I haven't had a glass of champers yet, but the ceviche is flowing. And a little surprise to you, as you said, Ryan, we do have the man himself, Shane Jones. Kia ora, Shane. Kia ora. Kia ora. Greetings, folks. Now, what is the plan tonight? I've just told them, but you tell us in your own words. If you get to that required 5% tonight, what's the plan?
Well, obviously, such an outcome would be a vindication. The memories of the last time we were here in 2020 are imprinted in my mind. But look, Winston and the team, we've run a really good campaign. It hasn't just happened in the last 6 weeks. It's a 2-year exercise, rebuilt the party, but more importantly, there's a strong spirit that we've tapped into in the electorate, and I believe it's going to wash us back into Parliament.
All Blacks win tomorrow, or NZ First getting back into government tonight? What's your preference?
Well, obviously I'm a politician, bro. So I'm going to say black and white victory tonight, and we're all there to barrack for the All Blacks tomorrow.
But if you've got to pick one, you've got to pick one.
Oh, no, I'm a politician. I want New Zealand First to get back into Parliament.
Right on, right on. You went out fishing today. Tell us, tell us how was that? Can you tell us where your spot is, or is it spot X?
Yeah, okay. So it was a bit choppy, but there's a beautiful island just on the coast of Russell called Robertson's, Motuaro here. And if you can dodge the Mako sharks, you can get a good feed. Now, there were certain journos who were catching the number of snapper that we caught, and they were dividing it amongst the people that were on the boat. I'm here to tell you it's all compliant.
On a more, so it did look quite full there. I've got to say, the tape did look quite full, but you've assured us there were 7 people on the boat. That's enough to feed 7 people.
No, the reason it looked full is the size of the fish.
Oh, of course, of course. They were big snapper. Hey, on a more serious note, you may be in government with David Seymour. It's been chippy, to say the least, between him and your leader, Winston Peters, who we'll talk to later on. How are you going to work that out? Are you confident you can work with him?
Look, our leader and all of our caucus, we're professionals. I've been a politician since the days of Helen Clark, and we're professional politicians. And Winston has said on all occasions, as I've repeated in my various speeches, put the interests of the nation first. And God knows that there's a big appetite out there for not only certainty, but for improving the quality of our lives as Kiwis.
He's also said or made a number of comments this election that have rubbed certain parts of the community up the long way, particularly segments of the Māori community, comments around whether they're Indigenous or not. Yeah. What do you make of those comments?
Look, 50% of the people that are at our do tonight are like Winston and I. We whakapapa to Tai Tokedo. We're proud of our Dalmatian ancestry, in my case, a Scottish ancestry, but most of all, we're patriotic Kiwis. And I would say to the hapus who may be getting all concerned, remember who funded your marae in 2020. Remember who brought you into the modern world and hooked you up to the internet and electronic connectivity during COVID. That was New Zealand First. So don't allow words in a political debate to cloud your better sentiments.
All right, Shane Jones, thank you very much. The second man in line in the New Zealand First Party, guys. As I say, things are well underway here. I think Shane looks like he's on to another glass of rosé. I'm pretty sure it's glass number 2. But,
it sounds like it too.
There'll be plenty more during the night.
Thank you very much. Nick Trubridge with us from Duke of Marlborough with Winston's camp tonight. Now, a very fascinating thing is happening tonight, and it's playing out on the screen below us, and that is that the National Party, a real possibility is that they don't even need New Zealand First, that the potential that National and ACT could actually govern alone.
So 9% now of the vote counted. If you look at the bottom of your screen, that black bar is the national vote, so that's the whole country, and we're looking at 40.6 for National, and ACT is on 9.3. On these numbers, they don't need New Zealand First.
Almost. They're just shy at the moment.
Okay.
But it's a bit of a mic drop.
They're starting to slip, though. As more of the vote comes in, you can notice that National's vote's starting to go down. Greens and Labour are starting to go up a little bit. So still too early to call. Yeah. But it looks like National will be in the high 30s.
Yeah. Julian, what do you make of Shane Jones's comments there?
Well, the starting one that he was going to drink the Duke dry doesn't surprise me. His TikTok song suggested he'd already started a while ago. Look, Shane Jones is number 2 on the list. Obviously, he's supportive of Winston. They have done a very good campaign because, remember, no one was talking about them being back in Parliament at the beginning of this year. They're on 6.4% now, so it sounds like they're going to be there. Whether or not they're going to be part of the government or not, it's still too early to say, I think.
It's going to be a fascinating night. Julian, thank you for your thoughts. We're going to go back to Paddy G. Paddy, you've got some tech here to show us the flip wall.
Yes, this is the flip wall. These are what was the big red wall, and will definitely not be a big red wall anymore, because on numbers like that, with the National Party over 40%, they are going to knock this thing right out of the park. We've got a big blue wave coming. It could be a blue tsunami if they stay over 40%, in my view. These are big numbers. So let's have a look at these boxes. What these are red seats from the last election. All of these were held by the New Zealand Labour Party, and the question is, what colour are they going to go now? Are we going to be tearing out red bricks? I say yes, we are. Are we going to be tearing out a lot of red bricks? I say, oh, hell yeah, baby, on these numbers. So these will be red. If they go blue, we will show you that those seats have been flipped. And in case you don't get it, having a seat flipped is great if you're the one doing the flipping, but if it's been flipped off you, it is damn well bad. Over here, we've got national seats that they held last election. We'll see if anyone can flip any of these. I'm saying on numbers like 40, over 40 for National, we won't be seeing many of these go anywhere. Yeah, OK, now we're going to flip it and see what the exact results are doing right now to these now. Look at this. Boom. Look at all this blue that is coming here. Nearly the whole red wall is collapsing. It is more than a bulldozer. It's more than a freight train. The blue Nami is on. You can see it right in front of your eyes. Look at them going. East Coast is going. Hutt South is going. Ilam is going back. Maungakiekia. I can go on all night. They're all happening. Ohariu is happening there. It is all go. And as you can see, some of the blue here is a little bit lighter, or some of the red is a little bit lighter. We haven't made the final call on these seats yet, but that's the way that we see it going. And interestingly, we might not see this happen, but Hamilton East is looking like it's going to the ACT Party at the moment. Now, that is a hell of a showing by the ACT Party. I don't know what's going on in the east of Hamilton, but that is something we weren't expecting. And look at this, Wellington Central is right there, starting to go green. Tamata Paul may look to take that seat there as well, and that would be a real punch in the face for the... Yes, well, here we can have a look at it right now. Holy hecka, boy, oh boy, look at these numbers. 5,068 votes, nearly double what Ibrahim Omar has got, and ahead of the National Party, which is obviously splitting that vote. The boil over is on in Wellington Central. The winds of change are coming to the Windy City big time by the looks of things, as the Greens look to take a seat there. That is huge. All right, we'll go now. We'd like to stay in Wellington, I think, and we'll have a look at another great sort of part of the city there, Ohariu, where it is also windy. And yes, the winds of change are blowing, but it's a blue wind this time around. Nicola Willis, the Deputy Leader of the National Party, looking to take this seat. She's out by a small amount, 238 votes. Greg O'Connor, the former Police Association person, looks like his shift could be in danger of ending in that seat, and he would be out of Parliament too on those numbers as well. So Greg O'Connor's political career could be over tonight on those numbers. Now, let's have a look at Ireland. More interesting stuff happening down in Christchurch. Boy, oh boy, this is... Oh, no, Nelson, I like it too. It's on the way to Christchurch, and it's a really sunny place to stop. If you're driving, it's a great place to spend the night. It's getting close there. Now, Rachel Boyack was meant to win this seat. So at the moment, the blue wave means that Blair Cameron is out in front there with quite a lot of votes counted. This is going to be a real one to watch. 57 votes in it at the moment, with 40% of the vote counted. This could get really interesting. Remember, Nick Smith held this for years. Technically, underneath it, it's mainly Labor voters there. But when the blue Nami is on, anything can happen in these seats. And at the moment, Blair Cameron could be having a good time in Nelson. All right, let's keep going in the car trip, Paddy's car trip through and we've finally made it to Christchurch, which is where I was trying to go. Fantastic. Nothing against Nelson. It was great stopping there for a second. Hamish Campbell from National is out in quite a decent lead there. Looks like they'll be taking this home. Raf Manji, 4,832 votes. It could be that top remains at the bottom of New Zealand politics for yet another election on that. But interestingly, he has come in ahead of Labor, which also shows us how much that red wall of last time around is retreating in front of this big push by National that is happening right now. And I'll tell you what, there'll be a lot of happy National voters out there right now, because not only are they going to be pulling in these seats, but it looks like they might be able to do it. They might be able to just do it with the ACT Party and have a much more workable coalition than they were thinking of. Back to the most workable coalition I've ever looked at in my whole life, Ryan and Sam.
Beautiful.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much, Paddy.
And you're right. This is fascinating. What is happening right now means that, and despite what the polls have been telling us for the last couple of weeks about the fact that they might need Winston, and it is early days, but they may not need him. Also, those rural seats, those provincial seats, we're talking Waited Upper on Paddy's flip wall there, which Kieran McAnulty, who's a cabinet minister, a senior member of Chris Hipkins' government, who is talked about as being a next leader, is potentially out, and potentially out of Parliament as well. You look at Nelson, another one. Gina, what are you making of this?
Yeah, there's a couple of other surprising ones that Paula and I were just looking at there in in Auckland. Mount Albert is currently going to Melissa Lee. That's Jacinda Ardern's seat. That's Helen Clark's seat.
That's huge.
What percent vote are we at counted there?
We're at 9...
No,
Under
find out.
21% voted,
Wow.
and Melissa Lee ahead by 160. I think really interesting alongside that as well as Mount Roskill. So you've got Michael Wood. At the moment, we've got more than 14% counted there. The national candidate is ahead by nearly 800 votes. He would be out.
Yeah.
So at the moment, you are looking at Ohariu, you are looking at Wairarapa, you are looking at Mount Roskill, you are potentially Mount Albert, potentially Nelson. But these are actually senior people that he needs in his party that could not be in Parliament.
Only 238 seats in it in Ohariu at the moment. It is very close there, but that is crucial, I think, for National to win that one with Nicola Willis. Don't you think, as...
Oh, look, it would be largely symbolic. I think more of the harm would be somewhere like the Wairarapa, to be quite fair. So, and that one is very close, right? Very close.
And this was always, and we've spoken about this a lot, Stuart, Wairarapa, because you've got the farmer from the National Party coming in, and you've also got those votes from Ron Mark last time, 4,000 odd votes that went to Ron Mark. Are they potentially going to the Nats?
Well, look, potentially on the numbers we're seeing so far, but the thing that surprises me is, you underestimate the intelligence of the average voter at your own peril. Kieran has worked incredibly hard in that seat over 3 years and built a good reputation as a fantastic local MP. Look, the one result that we talked about that's really surprising for me is Greg O'Connor. He's got a majority of nearly 12,000. For him to lose that seat would almost be unprecedented. But early days, so let's put a caveat around what we're talking about at the moment, because often you do get the big booths that may well be centre left coming a little later. But at the moment there is very much a trend.
I love this granular detail that you know as a former MP. It must just be, so nerve-wracking throughout the night watching the votes.
It really is.
And you'll know all of that.
All right.
Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a break now.
Yeah, enjoy these results as they come up and they come through. We're going to stay with you right throughout the night tonight. You are watching Newshub's Election 2023 special coverage. We'll be back in just a moment.
No mai hoki mai. Welcome back to this News Hub special Decision 2023 election night, and the numbers are coming in. It is looking good for National, Ryan, is it not?
Look at that. I have to say, Chris Luxon's looking pretty happy up there with 40.9%. This is with just 16% of the vote counted. But who would have seen this coming in the last couple of weeks when we thought they would need the ACT Party? These numbers are coming in fast and they're changing quickly, but we'll keep you up to date.
It appears that their messaging in the last final moments of the campaign have got through. So we'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. We're going to welcome in our new panellists now. We have Trish Sherson. Your name always makes me trip up. The wonderful Trish coming in. Welcome. Lovely to have you here this evening. Also, Marnie Dunlop, kia ora, and Josie Pagani. So thanks for coming in. Gosh, what are you guys making of this so far?
Wow. Well, the seat I'm watching at the moment is Tamaki. I mean, this is extraordinary. And look, I mean, I'm happy to make a call on that. I think Brooke Van Velden and ACT are going to win that seat. And I'll eat a bug if I'm wrong.
So we've got 11% of the vote in now with Tamaki. Okay, yeah. This has been held by the National Party for a long time.
Yeah.
But the leader of the deputy leader of ACT, do you think that she's done enough?
Yeah, and I just think there's some other seats there, like Mount Roskill for Labor, Mount Albert. I mean, these are, OK, it's only, I don't know how much is voted on, but how much is counted yet, but these seats are strong Labor seats and they're looking vulnerable.
Yeah, well, look at this one.
Yeah, look at Wellington Central with 19% of the vote counted. The Greens and Tamitha Paul, 5,135 votes. Her lead is 2,500 votes at this point.
They were confident about this, weren't they?
They were, but that's ballsy.
Oh, yeah, but nobody else was.
No, but I mean, and Chloe did it. I mean, Chloe rode through Ponsonby Grey Lynn on her big green e-bike and knocked off Helen White. And now the Greens are doing this, at least on these numbers, they're doing it in Wellington too, Trish.
Yeah, well, talking of ballsy, I mean, ACT's move into Tamaki was ballsy. But I think strategically, that's a clever call that they've made.
What do you make of this? I mean,
yeah, well, there was a concern with Wellington Central that the vote could have been potentially split there, but Tamitha's team...
Between Labor and the Greens.
Yes, but Tamitha's team ran a very, very good campaign. Remember, her campaign manager was Chloe's from last election, and so that's obviously shown in these results.
Chloe had a platform, though, didn't she, in 2020, because we were talking about the cannabis referendum, and she was very much driving that, so she was front and centre of so much media through the campaign, and Tamitha hasn't had that.
I think she's had it more on a local level and also been smashing out those local debates. I mean, I think there was a crazy amount of numbers, and so I think on a grassroots level, she was very, very, very visible.
There's a lot of debates out there in Wellington, like loads and loads and loads.
Yeah, Wellies love a debate.
Like a silly amount.
Do you know what else they love? Particularly in Rongotai, they love a public bus. In fact, there are more users of public transport and buses in Rongotai than anywhere else. And look at these numbers. Who is benefiting from this? Julianne Genter, another seat. That is a typically Labor seat, used to be held by Annette King. Sure, only 6% of the vote returned at this point, but Jenna.
Well, they were deserted by their electorate MP, Paul Eagle, tried to run for mayor while he was a sitting MP and then bailed out on them. I'm not surprised that the voters of Rongotai want to look somewhere else. But the Green Party looks to be getting at this stage, let's caveat this with only 6% counted in Rongotai, but 3 electorate seats. What?
It's wild.
Yeah, although I think Auckland Central will be an interesting one to watch. And again, low vote, but National have run a very strong campaign in there this time round. So let's keep an eye on that.
Mahesh Muralidharan is the candidate there.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments, everybody. All right, we're going to go now to Remuera, where we have got our News Hub correspondent, Amanda Gillies, on the case. Amanda, you're outside Christopher Luxon's house. What's he been doing with himself this election day?
Good evening, kia ora, Sam. Yes, I am in the heart of Remuera, the most sort of sought-after, most established suburb in New Zealand. That is Christopher Luxon's family home there. It is just beautiful. GV, about $7 million. It is, of course, one of 7 properties that he owned. We're about 20 k's from his Botany seat, which, of course, he won that electorate back in 2020. It took him just 409 days to go from backbencher to the leader of the National Party, and he may emerge from there as Prime Minister tonight. If it's a bloom, Nami, anything that Paddy is to go by. But he's had a very laid-back day. This morning, he and Amanda, his wife, went for a walk around the Domain. They said it was a very chilled morning. They went and checked out the venue where they're going to be later tonight. Sir John Key popped popped around to his house. He was here for about an hour. They then had lunch with his family, including his parents. Apparently it was very easy when they had bread rolls and salad and stuff. This afternoon then he talked to MPs right across the country. He's now holed up here with his wife Amanda and the two kids Olivia and William. I said to them, you know, how is he feeling? Apparently he's very laid back, he's very chilled. He is just feeling good about tonight. Apparently he is going to come out a little bit later and bring us some food. I was a little bit cheeky. I said to the press sec earlier in the week, I did cover John Key's house for a couple of election nights. He did bring out sausage rolls one night. He did bring out pizza the next time round. So I said to him, laid down the challenge. Apparently they've taken it up and he will bring out something a little bit later on. Don't know whether he's made it himself or whether he's got a chef in, but we're looking forward to it.
Look, it's Christopher Luxon. That's one of, 7 of his houses. So I think it's going to be fancy. It'll be Toto's. It's not going to be Domino's.
I just feel bad Amanda's basically begging for food outside of the house of who will probably be the next Prime Minister.
So needy.
Amanda, thank
we
you.
should send the pizza.
Thank you. We'll be back with you later. We just want to bring up Tamaki again. This is an electorate that was Rob Muldoon's electorate, former National Party Prime Minister. This is a true blue seat. And what's happening right now is fascinating.
There are a lot of excited murmurs, aren't there, on the desk? I can just hear you guys going, oh my gosh.
We've now got 26% of the vote counted and Brooke is up by almost 2,000 votes already. And I think what's going to come back to haunt the Nats, remember Simon O'Connor, the sitting MP, the terrible tweet around Roe versus Wade earlier this year, that has not only dogged him, and at the time it felt like Luxon probably wanted to sack him, but he said, well, we'll let the electorate decide. I think tonight they'll regret that decision.
Interestingly, though, Tamaki, the National Party is ahead on the party vote, but then candidate vote, they're going for Brooke.
That's right, and Brooke has been welcomed into that electorate by a lot of sort of core Tamaki families who have helped her have house meetings and really pushed her along.
And I think also that she has, she hasn't done what David Seymour's done. She hasn't come out and kind of thrown a tantrum or said, you know, we're not going to talk to this person. She hasn't said anything about Winston. I haven't heard her talk about Winston. She's been kind of kept clean from all of that. So I think she's actually personally run a really good campaign.
Well, she makes the Axe Party more palatable, doesn't she, for those that maybe aren't so enamoured by David Seymour?
Yeah, maybe people are looking at her and going, she's tough. She's tough cooking. Thinking if the world's going to war, you want Brooke Van Velden in your side.
The first ACT seat, apart from Wellington Central way back in Richard Prebble days, that there hasn't been a deal done for. So Epsom's always sort of had that sweetheart deal. Yeah. So she has done this totally off her own.
She has made her own deals in Tamaki.
She did have a wee sit down for a coffee with Paula Bennett.
She had a couple.
We'll have to ask Paula about that.
We'll ask Paula about that.
Do you know what's fascinating about tonight is that we didn't see it coming. We didn't see this potential for Just National and ACT to work alone coming in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And in order to see what the percentage votes that you're seeing on your screen actually mean in a parliament, what better place to go than Paddy's Parliament? He's having a coalition premonition this evening. Paddy.
Yes, welcome to my house, and with nearly 20% of the vote counted, this really starts to count now. Things really do start to lock in. This is just the right time to see how your parliament is looking. And as I've said, it's not a blue wave that has hit, it is a blue tsunami. The blue moon is on the rise with the New Zealand National Party, get this, getting 52 seats in the parliament. They are making some serious moves. Now, the ACT Party, which we've just spent a lot of time talking about what Brooke Van Velden is doing there, they get 11 seats, OK? That is 63 seats. That is a majority in the New Zealand Parliament. You can form a centre-right government on that without this person. You've heard all this talk about Winston Raymond Peters. Start to lock him in as well. He is back with 8 seats in the New Zealand Parliament. They don't need him. They may use him in a sort of situation like this to kind of have some insurance, but it would be a national ACT government on this parliament by anyone's money. Now, coming over to the other side, well, roses are red, Labor is too, but the message from the New Zealand public, look at this, 33 seats. The message from the New Zealand public is, Chris Hipkins, people don't really like you, not enough of them anyway. 33 seats, that's about half of what Labor got last time around. Whole lot of MPs getting the DCM from the New Zealand public. don't come Monday. Let's take a look at the Greens right now. They're going to get 13 seats on this. Not as big as some of the polls had shown. Decent little bump for them, but not as big as some of the polls are showing. So the Greens will probably be a little bit disappointed out there as well. But something big is happening out in the Māori seats at the moment. The Party Māori would come in with 5 seats right now. This is not based off the party vote. What I'm hearing is that in the seats, they are currently ahead in 5 of the seats right now to Party Māori, and that includes just down the road from here in Tainui, where Hana Rafiri Maipi Clark, who would be the youngest MP in 170 years in the New Zealand Parliament, is currently ahead of Nanaia Mahuta. So this is how your Parliament is looking, and it's looking like a National Act government right now with 20% of the vote counted. Look at it right there. Look at all that blue and then that shaft of yellow light coming through and shutting out Winston Raymond Peters from any real sort of kingmaker status on these numbers.
Okay, Paddy, thank you so much. Gosh, it's striking, isn't it, when you see it like that?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
That's just the results laid out for you. We're going to go back now to ACT HQ, downtown Auckland.
They'll be happy.
Right next door to the Greens, yeah. ACT is at the Maritime Room. We've got Isabel Ewing there live. And Izzy, you're speaking to Andrew Hogarth, who's standing in Rangatiki.
Some very good numbers there very good news for Andrew here, who's number 5 on the list and Rangatiki candidate. We've also got his nephew, Lachlan, here in the back. How are you feeling? Brand new, that you're all new to all of this. How's it going?
It's been a pretty nervous day, and I guess, yeah, it'd be good to wake up tomorrow and it's all over and done with, and I guess start looking at, you know, where we got our support. I'm really keen to understand how much of an inroads we made with the rural vote. That's sort of what I'm most excited. If we're able to get a good number of farmers across, it'll be mission accomplished, I feel.
You must be pretty fizzed though. Those numbers coming in are sounding like National and ACT will be able to govern without Winston Peters.
Yeah, so that'll be a much simpler governing arrangement and should make for nice, stable government going forward. We'll just have to wrap that coalition talks up and get on with it.
So you're pretty high up the list. How did you manage that?
Don't know. Guess David likes me.
And those rural seats, what are you hearing about the rural seats and what do you think? I mean, I guess, you know, what you're hearing is probably, as you mentioned earlier, a bit of an echo chamber, but there's going to be a bit of a switch back, you reckon?
Yeah, look, I mean, last time we saw a whole bunch of blue seats turn red. I think they'll flip back, and we're seeing that tonight. And I'm sort of hoping in the party vote that ACT is able to get quite a lot of the party votes in those rural seats.
And what about your electorate?
I'm hoping we'll get a really good party vote in our electorate. That's what I've campaigned on. So really hopeful that we set a record in the Rangatiki is my game.
I reckon Andrew is a little bit more excited than he might have come across there. Just got that very chilled rural energy going on there, guys.
Yes, you've got bang on the money there, Isabel, I think. Thank you so much for that.
Interesting the language he's using already, right? He's talking about this is good. This means that it's more of a strong and stable government. If they're able to pull off tonight what they are currently at 21% of the vote counted, this will be a victory for the ACT Party because they don't have to deal with Winston Raymond Peters. And it doesn't matter that they haven't got to where we thought they might get to in the polls. Who cares about that?
You're over 61.
You're over 61.
Andrew Hogarth was a good win for ACT to get him as a candidate. You know, former Federated Farmers. As you can see, he's a farmer. So is his nephew, probably. You know, that's a good look for ACT. And I stood in Rangatiki, and it's a tough electorate. I mean, obviously, I was studying for Labour. I was going to lose, but I campaigned on a horse before Winston ever got on a horse. Rodeo, Winston, not rodeo. But yeah, that's a good look for ACT.
I've been thinking the same thing. It is definitely rodeo, not rodeo. We're going to go now to Brooke Van Velden, who is the Deputy Leader of the ACT Party. Brooke is standing in Tamaki. 26% of the vote almost counted. Brooke, you're ahead by more than 1,200 seats. What's going through your mind at the moment?
Oh, look, I'm just really excited that the work of all of our volunteers here in Tamaki looks like it could pay off, but I don't want to suggest that we have won Tamaki yet because there are still many, many votes to count. But it's wonderful being down here at the Churchill Club in Glendowie, celebrating with all of the volunteers who have given up all of their own effort and hard work and time to make sure that change is possible in Tamaki and we can have change for the better.
You're sounding very happy, Brooke. Patty's just whispered to me that is it your birthday as well today? Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Look, it's my birthday tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay,
look,
Patty's a day out, right.
Yeah, but
well,
it's looking like it will end up being a good weekend. But look, I just want to personally thank everybody in Tamaki who has voted for me for the electorate vote. And let's see where the evening goes.
Oh, it is sounding a little bit like a victory speech already there, Brooke. Now tell me, it is looking like National and your party ACT are going to be able to form a coalition on these early numbers without New Zealand First. How happy does that make you?
Oh, look, what we've been saying for weeks is that the top preference would be for National and ACT to form a strong two-party coalition. But once again, the votes haven't come in yet, so we'll have to wait to see what ACT leader David Seymour has to say later tonight.
Okay, it's a big turnaround, isn't it? The National Party candidate was ahead by 8,000 votes at the last election.
She has turned that ship around big time.
She really has. We'll have to ask Paula about that. Was it a cup of tea or maybe it was a bowl latte that they had?
3 cheese panini.
In Tamaki, panini as well.
Lemon sausage roll.
Oh my gosh, I'm with you, Josie. Enough of the sausage rolls.
Seriously, what was with that? Like the joke went on and on and on.
I know.
Anyway, we are moving on because this is not a joke what's happening tonight, and we're going to go to the National Party finance spokesperson, Nicola Willis, who is with us live from Wellington this evening, and she is ahead in Oharu at the moment, but also the National Party on 41.8%. Nicola, how are you feeling about this? 22% of the vote counted. How are you feeling?
Oh, look, it's far too early to count any chickens, but I think we can see some positive things coming through in the numbers. And I'm surrounded tonight by National Party supporters and volunteers who've been working so hard to deliver a change of government and get a better direction for the country. So it's a wonderful feeling. There's a lot of gratitude to all those people who've helped get us here. And look, we wait with anticipation for the final result.
Nicola, let's talk about the Winston factor here on these numbers. And as you said, it's too early to count your chickens, all that kind of stuff. But you must be a little bit excited by the prospect of just a National ACT coalition.
Look, I think the clear thing coming through at this point is there is strong party vote support that's come out for National, and Labour do appear at this point in the evening to be struggling in their party vote, and I hope that reflects what we see as the night goes on, that New Zealanders want change. They want to see the country better managed, they want a stronger economy, they want to see new government, and look, I'm not one to count things too early, so we'll just be watching hour by hour over the course of the night, and then we'll see where we get to.
You've got your family there with you tonight. Nicola, how are they doing, and how much of a support have they been for you through this campaign?
Oh, look, they've been incredible. I'm so fortunate. Today I got to go and see the Northland Amateur Theatre Society production of Peter Pan, in which 3 of our children starred. And of course that was the major event of the day, and that was really special and reminded me, you know, elections are of course critically important, but ultimately it comes down to families, communities, and what we can do for each other. So I've had a very relaxed day with my family, and I've also had my brother and sister fly in to be here with me, with their kids and their partners, and I've got my mum and dad here, so
the whole whānau.
I wouldn't be here without them.
Nicola, it's been great to talk to you. I'm sure we'll catch up later on in the night. That's Nicola Willis, currently ahead in Oharu.
That's a very big smile on Nicola Willis's face. From the minute we cut to her, she is a very, very happy person tonight, isn't she? Right, we're going to go now to Paddy Gower. He's got some updates for us in our flip wall.
Yeah, sorry, I had to wake up for a second because I was looking at the flip wall. It was taking me so long, and I was in shock at some of the stuff that I've been seeing on here. Look at everything that has flipped. Nearly the whole wall has flipped for the New Zealand Labour Party. There's some really interesting stuff happening out there. I'd kind of tracked it before, but we're looking at seats by the likes of New Lynn, Te Ātatu, Mount Albert, Mount Roskill, safe Labour seats, the heartland. You're not meant to rip these things off them, definitely not all of them. So Labour are absolutely getting destroyed out there. They are getting beaten up, and it's not just by the National Party. Look at this, Wellington Central and Rongotai. Rongotai also just next door to Wellington Central there. The Greens are taking stuff off Labor as well. You know you are getting destroyed in an election when your friends start taking your seats, and that is what Labor is facing at the moment. There is also some really intriguing stuff happening with the Māori Party, who are ahead at the moment, believe it or not, in 5 of the 7 Māori seats as well. So like I said, Labor again getting destroyed. Doesn't matter whether it's their friends or their enemies.
Sorry, Paddy, but we are going live to Christopher Luxon's house in Remuera. It is Christopher Luxon's wife, Amanda, and kids bringing some food.
Kia ora, Amanda.
Catering for all your needs, hopefully.
You're very kind. You haven't done this before. What's it been like?
I haven't. Yeah, no, it's been an exhausting journey, but yeah, we're
How's
here.
Chris doing tonight? Is he feeling relaxed? And obviously results look like they're going your way. A bluenami, as Paddy Gower is calling it.
Look, we're just enjoying the night and watching it come through, and yeah, so that's.
How proud of your husband are you at the moment?
Oh, I'm incredibly proud. He's yeah, done a really good race and worked really hard, and yeah.
I hear that he's feeling very relaxed.
Yeah, well, it's kind of hard to feel relaxed when there's a big decision coming ahead. So, but he is relaxed.
What about this food? I want to talk about the food. What have you brought out?
It's
Did you roll the pastry yourself?
Well, if only. I'm not that talented, I'm afraid. A bit of party pies for those who needed party pies, and a bit of pizza for.
What are the pizzas?
Yeah, actually, I didn't order them, so I can't tell you, but they'll be good, whatever they are.
And I know that your husband doesn't drink, so you've brought out some non-alcoholic drinks.
They're all non-alcoholic. I'm sorry, everyone, but hopefully there's a bit of Coke and a bit of water.
Are we able to ask you guys, how are you feeling about the night? I mean, it's a big night, and you haven't done this before.
I think, just enjoying the night with the family, watching it all happen.
How proud are you of Dad?
Like your dad could be the Prime Minister.
So proud of Dad. Incredibly, incredibly proud.
What about you, William?
Look, that's a great day for me. No, look, it's been awesome. Dad's been around at home. We've been having a great time together. It's a nice little break from all the rush and bustle of everything. So weather's been great. Can't really complain.
What's he doing at the moment?
What's he doing right now?
Look, at the moment, I think we're all just enjoying the time together and just, yeah, enjoying that moment and that kind of energy for it all. And yeah.
Because everything could change tomorrow.
I mean, it could, but we're still us and we're still the same people, and it'll be what it'll be.
Yeah. So how does it feel? As PM.
I mean, look, what Dad does is definitely exciting. It's awesome, but look, I think he's worked really. If it goes that way, then he's worked really hard for it, and I think he's the right person for the job personally. So.
And he's sitting in there at the moment. What's he doing?
I'm proud. I'm really proud. Of course, he's worked so hard. It's a great example to set for myself of how to work hard for something.
And Amanda, what are you going to do for the rest of the night?
I think that's just a nice atmosphere inside, so we'll just sit around and watch them come in.
Who else have you got with you?
Oh, just some staff. Yeah.
And what about his
team,
parents? How are the parents doing?
They're here and it's great. So
they must be very proud of their boy.
They are. So, but he's an amazing person. So
have you got some country music going on in there for him to rock to?
I think we've got the television going at the moment. So yeah.
Thank you very much for coming out.
And the fairy lights. I love my fairy lights.
What about any decorations or anything like that inside?
No, just the fairy lights. They are
good Watties tomato sauce in there as well.
Pardon?
Loving the good Watties tomato sauce in there.
Of course, good New Zealand tomato sauce. So excellent.
We'll let you get back to your husband.
All good. So enjoy anyway. Hopefully.
Well, it is tradition, isn't it, with New Zealand elections. If you posted outside one of the potential future Prime Minister's houses, they send out some food.
It must be weird for them, though, right?
So strange.
Amanda Luxon is not used to the cameras.
It's really nice to see her and the 2 children as well. That was very cool. And of course, big smiles on their faces. They are in for a pretty amazing night tonight. We're going to go to you, Paddy, now to get a bit of a lay of the land.
Yeah, and I'll give you a lay of the land, all right, because what happens to land when a tsunami hits is that there is trouble. And when a political tsunami hits, people who have been on outposts for a long time see the water coming and start to get nervous, they start to get worried, and they start to get distinctly uncomfortable. One of those people will be Megan Woods. She will be uncomfortable because Labor is on track for an absolutely disastrous result, and she's been the campaign manager, so that will be uncomfortable for her right now. But she could also be in line to lose a Labor stronghold, the seat of Wigram, that currently Tracy Summerfield is in front there. This is one of these safe seats. This is what happens when there is a blue NAMI on the cards, that you start seeing red seats that you just think, oh, Paddy Gower's never going to be standing in front of Wigram saying it's going to go to the National Party, and then all of a sudden Paddy Gower's standing in front of Wigram saying it's going to go to the National Party, potentially, because it is still very close. 362 votes are in it, but this is the sort of thing that we see. Now, let's go back to Oharu, because this is getting more and more interesting as well. We were just talking to Nicola Willis before. She is in the fight of her life to take this seat off Greg O'Connor, who, as an excellent panellist pointed out, had a massive, massive majority that has just been chewed up, eaten up, taken off him, ripped off him. Ouch, 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 painful. And Nicola Willis is saying, I want to be Deputy Prime Minister. I want to be Minister of Finance. I want to run the budget. I want to do it without Winston Peters. And by the way, I want a big blue cherry on the top by taking a seat as well. That is what we're looking at here as well. This is going to be one to watch if she can pull out further than that 214. These are the kind of seats that will flick around tonight. Wigram, Oharu, we will see changes in them, but the picture out there at the moment is very, very blue. Okay, very, very blue at the moment out there. In fact, it's almost like the Labor Party's computer has crashed.
Yeah, right now computer is saying no for the Labor Party. Yeah. And you're right, this blue NAMI, this blue bulldozer...
I reckon we've got to put a stop to blue NAMI, because it sounds too much like...
for a new born.
if you've had babies around, you
exactly know what we're talking about.
Know what I mean? Sonny knows what I mean.
It's a poo NAMI if you're from the Labor Party.
Oh my God.
Well, actually, if you live in Auckland right now, you'll know all about the poo NAMI that's going into the harbour.
Well, that is a fact. Yeah.
Hey, we're going to go, because just on these numbers, the second, you would have seen two names there, Nicola Willis and then Greg O'Connor, who's the former Police Association president. He's a Labor Party MP. He's the MP for Oharu, and he's with Amelia Wade in Wellington right now.
That's right, I am with Greg, who came in pretty early tonight. But after hearing, sort of looking at your results, it looks like it's going the other way. Nicola's a few hundred ahead. That massive majority of yours looks like it is gone. How does it feel?
Oh, no surprises there. That's exactly how it's felt. Always knew it was going to be neck and neck right from the start. In fact, when you come into these games, if you don't think it's neck and neck, don't forget this is 2 elections ago. I only won by about 400 on the night. So this is an election. This is an electorate that does swing around.
Are you still expecting to come back from this, or do you sort of accept your fate at this point in the night?
Hey, look, I haven't got to this stage in my life without accepting my fate, whichever way it goes. No, I'm not, because I know that at 200 things do swing around. But I'll be honest and say I would prefer to be 200 ahead than 200 behind.
I think it's the gap is now, at last check, more than 400. Can you come back from that, do you think?
As I say, I'd much sooner be 400 ahead than 400 behind. So, look, it is how it's felt the whole way through, neck and neck, and 400 is
Okay, we're going to leave it there with Amelia Wade and Greg O'Connor. Debbie Ngārewa-Paka is just being welcomed into Hawera. She is currently ahead in Te Tai Hauauru. Let's have a listen into what's happening. Okay, that is co-leader of Te Pāti Māori, Debbie Ngārewa-Paka there, being welcomed. She is looking like she's going to be having a good night tonight, Marnie.
She definitely does, Sam. You know, 9 to almost 20% of the vote counted, and margin already up to almost 3,000, and it keeps on growing. Obviously, she was up against Soraya Piki-Mason, who took over from Adrian Rudawhi, the Speaker. And Soraya, you know, she didn't have the powerhouse campaign team that Adrian has had, which really showed, especially in her Labour debates. But what I think is, I have called Hauauru for Debbie, but looking at these other seats is really, really interesting.
You're talking about the other Māori
seats? The other Māori seats. Hauraki Waikato, almost 14 or over 14% of the vote counted. The margin currently at about 443. So obviously this is Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark, will be, as Paddy said before, one of the youngest politicians we've had in 170 years or so. She's 21 years old, and I'm eating my words a little bit, if I'm honest.
It's a seismic shift, isn't it?
I had said that that would be Nanaia Mahuta seat until she retired. That is a massive dynasty to overthrow. We're still early days, but if that margin is still growing and Hana has really brought in that rangatahi vote, that young vote, that will really show. Also, Te Taitonga, talking about political dynasties, the Arino Tirikatine, Te Taitonga is up on the Māori Party, Taku Tafiris, who also ran a really good campaign, and he had a bit more of a profile in more recent weeks on debates and really showing his worth. So that will be a huge, huge upset for the Labour Party. Currently, looking at these numbers as they stand, if the Māori Party are going to take some of these seats, that's punishment to the Labour Māori caucus for some of their mistakes and their mishaps. This is a very clear and harsh punishment if these numbers are going to hold through for the rest of the night.
So just reminding our viewers, Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark, she's been in the headlines quite a bit lately because she was targeted and people went to her home and targeted her in a very ugly way. And she is currently visiting Nanaia Mahuta, current Foreign Affairs Minister. This I just can't actually get my head around this. I mean, Hana's impressive, but
she's been in that seat longer than Hana's been alive.
That's right.
Exactly, and I think even just in some of the debates, some of the quickfire questions, some of the questions from way before when that seat, I don't think even Hana could answer them. But I think also this, like I said, this shows that rangatahi vote, that campaign that Hana has been running. Like you say, those headlines, we did see that wahine Māori were subject and victims of horrendous vitriol, but like you say, in the headlines, which I think has done
well, potentially
her
that has worked for her because there's a name recognition and people have got in behind her.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mani.
Thank you. There is a lot to digest here tonight. And what we are looking at, if you're looking at the numbers on your screen, is potentially the worst result for Labour since 2014, since David Cunliffe's days, with 26% of the vote counted. And New Zealand is, on these numbers, on track for a brand new Prime Minister by the name of Christopher Luxon. You're watching Newshub's Election 2023 special coverage. We'll be back in just a moment.
those live pictures coming in from Hawera. You can see their co-leader of Te Pāti Māori, Debbie Ngārewa-Paka, performing with the Pātia Māori Club. Now, you've performed with them, Julian.
Yeah.
How's she doing?
She's okay, actually. The hand actions weren't that bad. No, I'm a very harsh critic. Interestingly, they're also singing a song from Ngāti Porou, Ikaroa Rāwhiti. It looks like, actually, I think we can say that Debbie Ngārewa-Paka is going to win Te Tai Hawauru. That's a game for the Māori Party. But it looks like Kusha Tangaire Manuel is very much ahead of Meka Whaitiri and Ikaroa Rāwhiti. So that looks like that seat's going to flip, which means that people have potentially punished Meka Whaitiri for leaving the Labour Party, joining the Māori Party and staying in that electorate, which is interesting.
That's interesting. You say it's going to flip. It's going to stay with Labour.
Yeah, stay with Labour,
Meka, who was with Labour but then left to go to Te Pāti Māori, has not been able to take it with her. Gosh, that's fascinating.
And very limited time to get a campaign going in Ikaroa Rāwhiti, so they've done a fantastic job. It looks that way. There are seats in the Māori electorates. The Māori Party shouldn't even be close. Tāmaki Makaurau and Te Tai Tokerau, they are very much in play. I mean, you talked about Hauraki Waikato before the break. There's no way those seats should be close. Labour is getting punished for a lack of motivation, invigoration and aspiration in their policies, and that's why they're turning.
And this is Penny Henare and this is Kelvin Davis, two
close to
of members of the Labour Māori caucus. I'm going to come to you in a second, Stuart Nash, and I'm also going to come to you in a second, Paula Bennett, but I want to show you my biscuit first. Have a look at this big biscuit. And what this does, it's going to pop up out of the ground. Here it is. This is what a seats in Parliament look like. Remember, you need 62 to win at the moment, apparently, because of the overhang due to the Te Pāti Māori.
We'll break that down in a minute.
Yeah, we'll explain that in a minute, but basically it means that there are more seats in the House. You need 62 seats to win. So how are we looking? National has 53 here on my biscuit, and you add to that 12 seats from the ACT Party, and you're across it. They don't need Winston Peters to get into government on these numbers. So this is a fantastic result tonight for National and ACT, with 27% of the vote counted. Paula, how are you feeling about this?
I was just thinking that, you know, I bet National HQ were just doing whoops then, you know what I mean? Like, they will be very excited if that is the kind of result. That's what they're looking for. We've still got a long way to go, though, and so no one will be, they won't be popping champagne. But that's the kind of result they're looking for. That's what they want, and it's looking that way.
Yeah. Stuart, how are you feeling about these results tonight?
Well, as Paula said, early days, but you know, if there's any indication where we may end up, then you're looking at very senior cabinet ministers like Andrew Little and David Parker, potentially Willie Jackson, Aisha Verrill, maybe looking for a job, but early days, and as I've said before, and I keep repeating, that often it's this, if Labour's been able to turn out South Auckland and West Auckland, these are the big boos that come in a little later, that may change the nature. But at the moment, whew.
Are you nervous?
I feel for some of my colleagues who I know have worked incredibly hard.
It's hard, isn't it? Can you explain a little bit for us what it is like being a politician, and every 3 years you need to ask for your job back again?
It's a very, very public job interview. And if you're someone like Damien O'Connor, who's been the Minister of Trade, he spends an inordinate amount of time out of the country. Cabinet ministers, as Paul is well aware, work between 80 and 120 hours a week, so you haven't got that much time to get in there. But if you're just a stock standard MP, you are open to criticism and critiquing every single time you go out for 3 years, so it's very public.
And look, let me tell you, as someone who won her seat on the night, lost it in the specials by 12 votes and then won it in the recount by 9, every vote counts, and some of these close ones could flip anyway, and even after the specials. So
we're going to take a bit of a closer look now at your seat, Stuart, at Napier. We've got Alice Wilkins, our reporter, on hand, and she's speaking to Katie Niman. Come in, Alice. Have we got you there?
G'day Sam, I do indeed. I'm here in Napier with National candidate Katie Niman. Katie, you must be feeling pretty good at this point, leading by a margin of about 4,000 votes with about 20% counted.
Yeah, look, it's feeling good. Obviously it's early in the evening, but we've got heaps of supporters here and we've got cheering for both things, I think. We've got the rugby going in the background, so we're doing well for Hawke's Bay and against Wellington.
That's the thing, you can't quite tell if the cheers are for you or for the rugby team. You've got both screens.
It's all good, yeah. No, we've got the rugby live and loud. It's an important semi-final for us.
This must feel like a very different night to last time round, though, losing out to Stuart Nash last time round. Tonight you must be feeling pretty positive with how things are going so far.
Yeah, good. And hey, there's been a lot of hard work, and we're building on a campaign from last election as well. So we just kept going, and it's been a really long one, obviously, with some hard stuff in the middle of it with Cyclone Gabrielle. But, you know, we've just worked so hard.
Are you keeping an eye on the numbers down with your mate Catherine Wedd in Tuki, because she is polling she's very similar on similar numbers at this stage with a similar margin?
Yeah, look, I am, and I'm very excited for Catherine. I just so desperately want to work with her in Parliament, so hopefully we both get in and we can be good representatives for Hawke's Bay as a region.
I think it's safe to say some of those cheers were for you on the tally now. You've got some pretty good snacks here tonight. I've just seen your mum and dad make quite a special delivery. What was that?
Oh, so that was a cake. One of our amazing supporters, Di Greer, has done that for us. So I think it might have a picture of me on the top that's edible. So it's pretty special. My parents have brought that in. They're always late to the party, but I love it.
Brilliant. Have a great night.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alice. That's Alice in Napier with Katie Nimmin, who on these numbers will become the next MP for Napier. This was your old stomping ground, Stuart, and that lead more than 4,500 votes with 28% or so counted. It's pretty solid.
It's pretty solid. Katie ran a very good campaign, as did Mark Hutchinson for Labor as well. It seems that Katie is, you know, she has had 3.5 years to campaign. Blue tide, add those together, and I think you see the result we're getting at the moment.
Can I ask you one question about that? I was on the ground after Cyclone Gabrielle, and everybody in Napier wanted to see troops helping deal with the mud and the silt. And I remember thinking, if Labor can, you know, if you can bring in the army to help with this, you're going to win the election. Why didn't you?
Yeah, well, there's a whole lot of reasons for the decisions we made in Gabrielle. If this has an impact on what's happening across Hawke's Bay, then that's something we need to take a good hard look at.
Yeah.
But again,
it's got to be part of it.
Yeah, look, I think so. But you're having a look across regional New Zealand at the moment, and there seems to be a very clear message to Labor that all those seats they won in 2020 seem to be, well, most of them seem to be going back to national. Early days, but there's a trend there at the moment which isn't that good for Labor.
OK, we've got 28% of the vote counted. Thanks so much, Stuart. We're going to go to Paddy Gower and take a look at what is happening across the nation. Paddy, what have you got for us?
Yeah, well, we'll start to bore into what's happening out there as this blue Nami starts to sweep across New Zealand, and Labor may well need the army to come in and help repair the party, because boy, oh boy, they need some help. Because look at this. This is what happened last time around with the party vote back in 2020. Everything was red. That was when we had the red wave. But let's start to look at what's happening out there now in terms of the list vote out and around New Zealand. Bang! New Zealand has gone blue. It has completely changed. It's almost literally flipped completely the whole entire country, bar for a few small little outposts out there that are just hanging on. So that is why we're calling it a blue Nami. It is hitting a lot harder than anybody expected. Now, Stuart Nash was hoping Auckland might help the Labor Party out, and that's how Auckland looked last time around. Look at all the red that was there right across the isthmus. The whole isthmus is painted red. Boom. Auckland's gone blue right now with 20% of the vote, and that's where most of the voters of New Zealand are in right now. Almost all of Auckland is blue, bar a few seats in there that look like Manurewa, Kelston, Panmure, Otahuhu and Mangere to my eyes right now, just doing it quickly off my knowledge of Auckland. They are probably the safest Labor seats in the country, and they are the only ones that they've got. Auckland has gone blue on the list vote. So if Labor people are hoping that Auckland's going to somehow bail them out of this, they better start thinking again with this amount of vote in there. This is a big trend here. The big blue bus is out of control right now, and it is going to just keep on rolling, in my view.
It's leaving people bruised and bloodied in its wake by the looks of it, at 28% of the vote counted right now. And it's not just Auckland, it's happening everywhere right now. And Jenna, I want to ask you what your reaction is to that, particularly the fact that the Nats have just jumped up in their party vote to more than 42%.
Yeah, Labor is getting an absolute thumping, and looking at all of those Auckland things, we have to look back to where the tide turned against Labor, and it was that massive Auckland lockdown. We have to remember the depth of feeling of Aucklanders toward a 3-month long lockdown of our biggest city. I don't know if any party could have come back from the way that Aucklanders felt about that.
That was tough. I had a baby in the middle of that, and it was I was born in that level 4 lockdown.
But also,
and it was
the feeling around the country, because you know, as a Jaffa now, you go down country to see people for Christmas, and no one understood. They thought you were just whinging. You know, it was tough for people. It was hard.
It's really, there are just some major surprises here, and you're going to see some, you know, very senior Labor people, you know, potentially not in Parliament, and then that's about the rebuild now when you start looking at it, if these numbers keep holding up like this, as to how they rebuild and how that kind of looks. Mount Roskill, Mount Albert, shout out to my Te Atatu, because that's my home, and at the moment, you know, Angie Nicholas, stunning young Cook Island lawyer, is, you know, well ahead. It's looking surprising.
The turnout.
It's certainly the kind of time that you'd want to be, you know, looking for a job if you were in Labor and sort of looking for someone who'd moved into human resources. You're going to be busy tomorrow, mate. Yeah, the CVs will be coming in thick and fast.
Keep your phone on.
Do you want me to give my new email address?
That Te Atatu that you mentioned, though, Paula, Phil Twyford had a 10,000 majority there, and he's being beaten by someone I haven't heard of, if I'm completely honest, because they didn't look because Phil Twyford was going to win.
That's the thing, Stuart. We were talking about this earlier. You were saying, you know, if you're 10,000 ahead, you're safe. I mean, is this the worst case scenario?
Paula and I had a big disagreement about this in the green room. I said we will not lose any seat with a majority of 10,000. It just doesn't happen in one election. It's too much. Paula, I might have to admit I was wrong, but I still, you know, Paddy, don't be too realistic about that big blue.
About what's happening out there.
About that big blue bus, because you know there are some really big booths still to come in. So it's early days, but the trend at the moment.
Say that, mate. But Manurewa's 41% have voted there. That's one of your big red booths. You know?
There's still 59% to come.
Actually, 10,000 might actually be middle of the road by the end of the night. You're seeing some seats that needed an 18.5% swing that have started to change over. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is fascinating. And one of the swing seats that we have been watching very carefully in the lead up to tonight is Wairarapa, and Kieran McAnulty is the incumbent there. He is a Cabinet Minister, and he's with us now live from Masterton. Kieran, welcome to the program. How are you feeling about these results?
I mean, it's pretty disappointing to see the Labor Party polling as it is so far across the country. In Wairarapa, the party's actually polling higher than that, which has never happened in the history of MMP elections. So I'm pretty stoked about that. And the majority for Mike has gone from 1,600 to 1,100, so with about 30% counted. So we're going to be watching this pretty closely.
Yeah, as you say, too early to make any calls on this yet. Mike Butterick, your National Party opponent, is 1,100 votes ahead of you right now. But let's come back to the party vote. You're a senior Cabinet Minister here. If you don't get this seat, would you be in on this party vote?
Well, that depends on who wins what seat, and at the moment it's all over the show, so I'm not sure, and I don't think we'll know until the end of the night. We'll have to find out who's won what seat and then figure out who's in, and then work your way down the list to see if they're in or not. But I always worked on the basis that my priority was to win the seat, because that's why I got into politics. So that's been my focus, is a two-tick campaign here in Wairarapa. And like I say, I'm pretty stoked to see that the Labor Party is polling higher than it is across the country, because that's never happened before.
Yeah, that is a great result, although if you look at where they are polling across the rest of the country, that's not great. So what are you putting this down to? The fact that the party vote for Labor right now is sitting at 25.7%, what are you putting that down to?
I don't actually know. I mean, I first stood for the first time in 2014, and that wasn't flash. And this time felt better than that. You know, this is my fourth campaign, so I've got a few to compare it to. And I was speaking to a few of the volunteers today, and I said, well, it's definitely not 2020. On the ground here in Wairarapa, it felt like on a par with 2017. Definitely better than 2014. So I'm surprised to see the figures like that, to be honest. You know, we've talked to a lot of people on the doorsteps, on the street corners and on the phones, and the feedback we were getting isn't reflected in the numbers tonight. So it comes as a surprise to me.
Kieran, I'm just going to ask you one cheeky question, if I may. If you don't win the electorate, but you do manage to stay in Parliament, will you stick around for the next 3 years?
Of course, absolutely. I mean, you can still serve your electorate as a list MP,
and
that's why I got into politics, is to do stuff for Wairarapa.
And here's the cheeky part. If Chris Hipkins is not there, will you have a tilt at the leadership?
I've been asked this question a number of times and I've given the same answer each time. I couldn't be less interested.
Okay, all right. Well, there's 1,100 votes in it. We'll keep a close eye on it. Thanks so much for your time. That's Kieran McAnulty there. Gosh, it's edge. I know they do.
Couldn't
be less interested, it's not a no.
These will be the rural boos that have Mike ahead, so I suspect Kieran will hold that, but its majority will have been slashed.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, as you say, it is early days. There are still lots of boos to be counted. And the percentage that we're talking about, by the way, is the percentage of boos, not percentage of votes, just as a point of clarification. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're talking about Labor fighting a war, fighting a battle on two fronts. In the urban areas from the Green Party tonight, and some of these rural and provincial seats from the National Party as that blue wave, whatever it is, rolls through. We'll be back on Newshub's live election special next.
Well, it is all on for young and old here tonight. Welcome back to this News Hub election special. We're going to get out our friend.
Here
what
it
did you
is.
call her? Lydia.
It's time for Linda.
Linda, the laser Kiwi.
Linda is back.
Now, if you're just joining us and you weren't here at the beginning of the night, we had a little run through of our special guest feature for the evening. Look, ACT are having a bit of a blinder. They're doing well. They're happy.
Yeah.
And laser Kiwi does something other than say ka kite to MPs who will not be returning to Parliament. She's also able to...
Linda is not a one-trick pony.
Back.
Take a look at
So
this.
let's take a look at this. Oh, here she comes. Okay, laser Kiwi.
Do you want to press it? Because you haven't pressed it yet.
I haven't actually. You've been hogging laser Kiwi.
Wait till you see this trick. This is going to blow your mind, New Zealand.
Okay, are we ready for this? There's a... Oh, God.
This is weird, guys.
This is a little weird. But she's actually birthing an MP. So this is a brand new MP coming to Parliament.
The laser eyes, there we have him. That is the birth of Andrew Hoggard, former Fed Farmers president. He's going to be in the Parliament for the ACT Party. Look at that. How do you feel about that, guys?
I have to go back and live in Parliament after we do this. I have to go back down here and try and remain a shred of dignity after we've just hatched MPs all over the floor.
Wait till we get to Winston.
I know.
But Trish, Andrew Hoggard, so he's come in on the list, right? This is an ACT Party MP. He's not going to win that Rangatiki seat, but he's coming in on the list.
Yeah, that's right. And I think it was mentioned before, but it was quite a power play for ACT to get Andrew Hoggard in. And there's also been a lot of discussion about, you know, ACT really trying to take on that farmer vote, particularly from around the likes of Groundswell coming in behind in support. So, yeah, they will be very pleased to have Hoggard in there.
They began that kind of grab for the farmer vote around the firearms laws when National sided with the government post March 15, and they managed to successfully kind of get their needles in there and then wanted to go further and further this campaign. I don't think they have quite, looking at the votes coming in around the country, perhaps done what they wanted to there. The rural heartland New Zealand has kind of turned back blue.
Yeah. But they will potentially get the Treasury benches. Andrew Hoggard could be a minister.
Yeah.
Brooke Van Velden will likely be a minister.
Oh, they definitely will be if they're in government, right? I mean, I think that the big story here is what the hell has happened with Labor and all that rumour we heard of, like, you know, the polling that was internal. There's a bit of a run in there, you know, and I look at it and I think there are three things that have gone wrong here. One is, you know, great parties need great causes, and they're bleeding to the Greens because the Greens had a big cause, welfare tax. But the other side of it, and this is my family, right? Labor family split to Greens and New Zealand First because they're pissed off with Labor. So the other side have gone with New Zealand First because they want to change. So Chippy had to be the change candidate, and unfortunately he became the continuity candidate.
He had that mandate, he lost that opportunity of making that transformational change, and for those Labor diehards there was nothing they could pin, you know, on supporting their party, and this is showing.
Well, Chris Hipkins was right about one thing pre the election, and that was that sometimes the poll numbers aren't to be believed and some extra points are added. They just did not get added to the Labor Party. We're going to go now to our reporter Lloyd Burr, who is at the National Party headquarters. He's downtown in Auckland at Shed 10. Lloyd, last time we spoke to you, it was a bit subdued, not a lot was going on. How are things shaping up there? What is the vibe?
Yeah, well, holy hecker, how things have changed down here. It is filled out, hundreds more people, and the vibe, holy heck, the vibe down here. As soon as those results started rolling in and they saw them on the big screen and this Blue Nami came through, there are cheers popping up all over the show, particularly when you start seeing the Auckland electorates, when you start seeing those Auckland electorates that are flipping. I'm talking your Mount Alberts and your Mount Roscals and all of those ones that are flipping. So the mood here is very buoyant, very, very buoyant here at National Party HQ. We've had a few senior MPs that have come through. We've got Mark Mitchell, who's come through. Paul Goldsmith is in here. Melissa Lee, who's on track to become the Mount Albert MP. She's kind of walking around a little bit surprised, to be honest, a bit flabbergasted herself, but she's managed to steer one of these hot seats from Labor. So that is what the vibe is like here. And just on that champagne, there is champagne here. It's GH Mum, and they've also got some Dutz Brut. I think I'm saying those completely wrong, but I'm starting to see those top shelves starting to empty out because they're celebrating. They're cautiously celebrating, should I say, because it's only, you know, 20, 28, 25, 26, 30% of the vote that's been counted. But that is the vibe that's going on here at Nats HQ.
Thank you so much, Lloyd. It's a big room down there at Shed 10 and they are filling it up. Last election, Mike was with National and he described it as being funereal. It is the complete opposite this time around, isn't it?
Yeah, move the casket away and get the champagne on tap because it looks like they're having a good time there. We're going to change tack and go to the Labour Party headquarters. This is at the Lower Hutt Events Centre where Chippy is tonight, and along with Newshub's Amelia Wade. Amelia, what's the vibe like there?
It is surprisingly upbeat. The mood in the room seems to be that you can't trust the vote until it is 40% counted. There are people here in sequence, people are milling about, the mood is actually quite good, but there are quite a lot of bottles of wines on a lot of tables, so I'm not sure if that tells you more than the optimism about getting that vote counted.
Yeah, Amelia, where is Chris Hipkins right now? Do we know? And have we heard anything from his camp?
Well, Grant Robertson is in the building, I understand, but he is having a quiet beer with Ibrahim Omar and Ginny Anderson. There are a few other people milling about, some of the other MPs. The camp, as I say, still quite optimistic that these are the advance votes coming in when they were not doing well in the polls. So it seems like they are trying to hold on to any scrap of optimism that they can get.
All right, Amelia, thank you very much for that. Amelia at the Hutt Event Centre with Labour Party headquarters tonight. And Jenna, very quickly, Jenna, just the advance votes was mentioned there. They're counted today, aren't they? From the votes that were cast before today are counted from today.
That's correct. The vote, most of the advance votes would have come in by now, so I think we're starting to see the count of the votes that were cast today. Isn't it incredible that at both parties they're drinking the bar dry for different reasons? The National Party's hitting the top shelf. The Labour Party is drowning its sorrows, waiting to see how badly they are going to be caned.
Oh my gosh. Jenna, thank you so much for that. We're going to go now to co-leader of Te Pāti Māori, Debbie Ngārewa-Paka, who's joining us from Hārawā. And it looks like, Debbie, you guys are having a pretty good night. 2.5% of the vote, with 31% of the vote count in. And you're going from 2 seats in the Parliament up to 6 seats on that number. How are you feeling?
Oh, look, first of all, extremely excited and humbled by those of our people that have gone out and supported the call for an Aotearoa Hau, where we said and we recognised that there was a movement on the ground pushing for change, and that's what we're seeing. I know it's early in the night, but we're extremely excited and humbled by the support that we see coming out for Te Pāti Māori and our electorate seats.
Debbie, are you confident that you'll hold on to Te Tai Hauauru, and which of the other Māori seats do you think are in the bag tonight?
Oh, look, I think I'll stay humble and conservative until we've got all the results in. We need to be over 70-80% for me to sit there and say that. And I want to mihi to Soraya and Harate, because we all showed that politics can be done classy in Te Tai Hauauru. I have always said, and I have always said, that we believe we could get 7 seats across the line, and let's see how tonight ends. But my gosh, what an amazing start of the night in comparison with 2020 and, dare I say, 2017. So extremely excited.
Debbie, what are your thoughts on the race that Hana has had in Hauraki Waikato up against Nanaia Mahuta? When I last checked, she was also ahead there. You must be very proud of her.
I'm very proud of Hana, and I'm very proud of all the candidates that stood for us. It's a hard yakka going up against incumbents, and it's extremely hard going up in a machine of the bigger parties when you have humble budgets like ourselves. But I think Hana is indicative of the 70% of Māori who are under the age of 40 who don't see themselves in some of the traditional politicians and seats. So again, it's early in the night, but we're extremely optimistic and, like I said, over the moon, overwhelmed by the support that we're seeing coming through for the party. And yeah, it just goes to show that you can do politics in a positive way, and you can focus on a tiriti-centric Aotearoa, which was what we've promised that we would do.
Tēnā koe Debbie, ko Māni tēnei, he hea.
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if you had anything to ask then. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, it's Debbie, it's Marnie Dunlop. I'm on the panel, and I'm just... Sorry, I'm not ringing you to ask you for a favour. How's the whānau down there, Debbie?
Oh, they're amazing. I mean, I think, you know, these are hearties. These are hearty Te Pāti Māori supporters who were there in 2017. They were there in 2020 when we were, you know, trying to bring our party back out of life support, back out of ICU, and they've been rewarded for that belief, that hard work, and I think, you know, they're just so overwhelmed and extremely positive. These are communities that need to see change. They need to see politicians that can, you know, promising to do something about the pain that we see is going out on the ground. So, yeah, they're just amazing. They're just amazing.
Tēnā koe, Debbie. Thank you so much for talking to us. We'll keep a close eye on what is happening there. It could be a record year for Te Pāti Māori, couldn't it? Amazing stuff.
Yeah, they're ahead in all but one of the Māori seats right now. It is an astonishing result.
Tamaki's just got ahead for Tamaki Makaurau. Penny's just taken over with just a 2 majority, but that's pretty tight. That's going to be a tight race for Tamaki Makaurau. Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
This is a fascinating night. If you are just joining us, we are watching live election coverage and live results from the 2023 election. And what you're seeing right now is the Labour Party being ram-raided on 3 fronts. From Te Pāti Māori on the Māori seats, they're being ram-raided from the Greens in urban seats like Rongotai and Wellington, like Wellington Central. And then you're seeing the provincial and the rural seats. The Nats are coming for that territory too. They're fighting a war on 3 fronts tonight, and they are losing badly with 32% of the vote counted. We're going to go to Mike McRoberts, who's with the Greens. How's it feeling there, Mike?
Can't hear him. Yes, well, we've just stepped outside, actually, or kind of outside, because it's really pumping inside. And even though Labour are getting pummeled at the moment, it looks like it's going to be a really good night for the Greens, a really interesting night for the Greens. Goris Garment joins me now, and very excited, very happy people in there with 3 possible electorates. There's another chair coming now. What do you make of it so far?
Well, you know, whoever forms government, there has been a strong message that they will need to listen to the Green movement. You know, whether it's through electorate wins or this power surge in the party vote, it's clear.
So we've seen that Chloe's ahead at the moment. I think Tamantha was ahead also, and Julian as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So to say we've got Auckland Central, Wellington Central, Rongotai, and an amazing surge in the party vote, that is a message to whoever is in government that they do need to take note of the climate crisis and our solutions for inequality. It's a green surge.
Now, I know in our last Newshub research poll, we're sitting at around 14.9%. It looks like it's been coming back from that. Is it still going to be considered a victory tonight?
Well, we'll see. We know that the special votes are everyone who votes in urban centres, at universities and overseas voters. There's going to be a massive special vote contingency, so we will go up.
Okay, well, there you go. And yeah, it's getting really excitable here. Lots of people here. They've got about 300 people, expecting another 100 maybe. There's some big burly bouncers out the front. I asked them before, I said, you expecting some trouble? And they said, oh, no, we just don't want those guys from ACT coming downstairs. So there you go.
Understandable. Thanks so much, Mike. We really appreciate that. Paddy, you've got an update for us on your big flip wall.
Yes, and I can tell you what this flip wall is doing. I can sum it up in one word. This flip wall is absolutely insane and blowing my mind. Now, remember, I was down here last election, when the Labour Party came flying through with that red wave. Well, that red wave has become a puddle. And as Ryan Bridge described it, a ram raid by National. This is the shop front, Ryan, that you're looking at right now, and they have crashed right into it and are flipping stuff everywhere. We'll come to some of them soon. But here is one that's looking pretty interesting. Mount Albert currently going blue. The West Coast, that is definitely not Mount Albert, though. That's in another island altogether, but it's a good spot. But I just want to give a massive shout-out to my favourite MP. I got mocked for saying how much I liked him. Maureen Pugh, you're out in front at the moment, and you could take this thing back. Let's go, Maureen, OK? Maureen is out in front of Damien O'Connor. Remember, the West Coast is the home and the birthplace of the Labor Party. It hurts when the Nats take it off them. It is painful. This is where the Labor Party was formed, and at the moment, Maureen Pugh, who people used to say was absolutely useless, nothing useless about a 45-vote lead if she can hang on to that. All right, let's have a look at what's happening in Nelson. Sunny old Nelson, and blue sun is shining in Nelson at the moment. It's a hell of a close race, though. 28 votes are in it. Blair Cameron coming out of nowhere to try and take the seat that everybody thought was safe at the start of the night. What we know with National bringing in a vote like this is nothing is actually really that safe anymore. And Nelson, with a 28 vote majority to Blair Cameron at the moment, he could become the next Nick Smith. If anybody out there wants to become the next Nick Smith, Blair Cameron, OK? So he's on his way. So we'll have a look at some other seats coming up there in a moment as well. Mount Albert, we were talking about this before. Melissa Lee out in front by 484 votes, with quite a few votes coming in there. Remember, this is a seat that was held by certain people by the name of Jacinda Ardern and Helen Clark. This is meant to be Labor to all hell, but at the moment it could go blue, and that will hurt Labor as well. Another massively symbolic seat that is currently in play at the moment as that red wave just becomes, I called it a red puddle before, but I look more at what's happening here. It's more like when you've got a few leaves in the gutter and there's just that slow drip of red. It's not even a puddle. It's not even acceptable to call it a puddle, what's happening out here. So yeah, that's your current battlegrounds, if we can call them a battleground. It's more of a walkover out there at the moment.
So 484 seats in it there. Melissa Lee from the National Party ahead there in Mount Albert. We're going to go now to Lloyd Burr, who's at National HQ and standing by with Melissa Lee. She'll be happy with this result, Lloyd?
Yeah, she's absolutely happy with this. This is one of the safest Labor seats in the country that's been held by Helen Clark and David Shearer and Jacinda Ardern, and it is looking like it's flipped. 484 seats so far. Only 35% has been counted, but you must be stoked.
Stoked so far, but nervous, because you don't count chickens until it's actually over.
So when do you start celebrating? Do you wait till it gets to 80% or 100%?
Well, I think it's actually looking pretty good, but you know, Mount Albert has always been a Labor seat since 1946. This will be the first time. I've got so many messages coming through from such old residents from Mount Albert who's been so wanting National to win this seat. So yeah, it's exciting.
I've been watching you tonight, and you've been walking around kind of just a bit confused and a bit kind of flabbergasted. Is that how you feel?
A bit dazed actually, because we've never been ahead ever.
So well, anyway, good luck. We don't count the chickens before they hatch.
That's right.
So go and get yourself a drink and sort of lap it up, because there's a lot of people here who want to lap it up as well.
It's an exciting evening, so I'm going to celebrate.
Yes. Good on you. Good on you. That's Melissa Lee, who could be the Mount Albert MP.
Going to now have to go and find an electorate office if we win.
I love it. She's thinking about where's her office going to be.
That's
Do you know
wild.
the big chair that you hear there in the background? We're up on the big screens at the back there, so that's for Melissa Lee, the National Party headquarters. Everyone there sees that. Yeah, it's happening actually as we go around all the candidates. So good to see they've got TV3 on. Fantastic.
It certainly is. And stay with us, because we're bringing you comprehensive election night coverage tonight, and it looks like a bloodbath for the Labor Party. We're going to get to Josie's reaction on that in a second. I just heard a big sigh coming from the side of the studio. But just on Mount Albert, I mean, this is, yeah, as Lloyd says, it is Jacinda's seat, it is Shearer's seat, it is Helen Clark's seat. It doesn't get more sacrosanct than that.
And looking at the area that it comes from, it's Michael Joseph Savage territory. They can't lose this one. This is mad. One of the things they're up against here, though, is looking at Ricardo Menendez March's numbers. Melissa Lee is coming through the middle of the left splitting their vote between Labor and the Greens. Helen White should be ashamed of herself. First of all, she lost Auckland Central to Chloe at the last election, and now she's coming and losing Mount Albert.
We're just looking at some live pictures as Jen is talking, the arrival of Rawiri Waititi at Te Pāti Māori's headquarters.
They're in Rotorua. Yeah, the Sedema in Rotorua. She's been absent, hasn't she? We'll come back to you in a moment, Jenna. Let's have a wee listen in.
Some jubilant celebrations. It's going to be a hell of a night for Te Pāti Māori tonight, and could mean there's a bit of an overhang in our parliament too.
Yeah, and just quickly, I do want to add, just watching the images there of Rawiri coming in, you know, he's had a pretty hard campaign. His mother passed away during the campaign, and so that's when we kind of saw a little bit of absence, and he still, you know, they still had to power through and then kind of hand the mantle to Takuta, which we saw kind of gave him the opportunity, the Te Tai Tonga candidate who's currently leading for Te Tai Tonga, to give him the opportunity. So I think definitely some celebrations, but some huge reflections seen in that pōwhiri for Rawiri in Rotorua with his wife leading him in. Kiri Waitisi.
Yeah, tai toko, that's well said. Now, the Labour Party tonight, Josie, here's another sigh. OK, let's talk practicalities here. What's the time right now? Nearly 9 o'clock?
8:51, yep.
Yeah, we're only 33% of the vote counted. There's still a long way to go. If you're Chris Hipkins, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about a concession speech? Are you thinking about your future? What's going on?
You're regretting eating all those sausage rolls, I think. I mean, look, I look at those seats. Mount Albert, it's not just Mount Albert, it's Mount Roskill. It's not just Mount Roskill, it's West Coast, Damien O'Connor. Now, those seats represent several things, and I think the problem for Labour is two things. That the fear tactic in the last few weeks hasn't worked. Throwing stuff at National, calling them racist, misogynist, whatever, hasn't worked. The second thing is, you know, Damien O'Connor, that's a good working class seat. Like Stu Nash, our mate Stu, you know, he had a real constituency himself. Now, that tells you the last few weeks Labour's been going after their urban, middle-class, Liberal base. Their base is no longer that working-class base, and that's a problem for them. They were rolling out EV subsidies, heat pump subsidies, you know. If they've got a big identity problem and they've got to deal with it.
Do you know the interesting thing about this is we're talking about National, we're talking about ACT. Who are we not talking about? New Zealand First tonight. We thought that was going to be top of the agenda, that he was going to be necessary, but it is not seeming to be the case. We're going to take a break here on our Newshub Decision 2023 election night coverage. We will be right back with you with our up to the second results. We'll see you shortly. Hoki mai anō, welcome back to this News Hub special election night decision 2023. Let's have a look at that. Gosh, 42% of the vote tonight so far going to Christopher Luxon's National Party, just 25.7 to Chris Hipkins' Labour Party. 10.4 for the Greens. I'm not sure they'll be that happy with that. They were polling up around the 14, weren't they? And 9.2 for ACT. New Zealand First getting across the line with 6%. I'd like to say welcome back to our panellists. Trish, kia ora, back with us. Thank you. And we've got Stuart Nash and Paula Bennett from the left and the right of politics. OK, we haven't seen you guys for a while. What have you been thinking?
Well, we've cosied up in the centre.
I can see that. Everyone's playing nice.
Yeah, we just thought we'd cosy up. As I keep saying, some real surprises. Wellington Central going to the Greens. So it's not actually just Labour feeling it in the seats, you know, with National taking over, some real surprises there. We're also seeing the Greens kind of take over some steps. I agree with you. I think the Greens would have been expecting more like 13, 14%, and at this stage, being at 10.5%, they shouldn't be counting that as a, you know, look, hey, it's significant.
It's below last year's result, isn't it? Last election's result.
But it just sort of kind of gets them, you know, they had momentum, and there's no doubt about it that we've seen in that last few days of the campaign, and you'd have to say that at this stage, that campaign from National worked, where it said, you know, if you want change, this is how you get it, and people have voted for that.
What does ACT want? We're talking coalitions here. What does the ACT Party want? What do you think, or how do you think this could change the face of the country, really, having the ACT Party in Cabinet there with National?
Well, don't forget, the positive for National and having ACT there is allows National probably to go a little harder on some areas, because you can say, well, look, it's because of our coalition partners. So I think in the event it will probably be good from a government perspective, and I think certainly coalition discussions will be streamlined.
OK, we're going to have to actually pause our panel chat. We'll be back with you guys in just a moment, because we've got Megan Woods in Wigram. Now, she's having an interesting night, Ryan, isn't she?
She certainly is, because she's just come back ahead. Megan, welcome to the show. You are, I think, 430-odd votes ahead with 38% counted, but you had a majority of 15,000 at the last election. What are you putting all this down to?
Oh, look, well, thanks for giving me the update on my seat, because I haven't been able to see the results on that for a few minutes, Ryan. Look, I think we're seeing swings around the country that I always knew that my majority at the last election was a 2020 anomaly, and I think all of our MPs did.
How do you explain the party vote for Labour right now? The fact that seats seem to be swinging to the Greens in urban areas, to National in the provincial areas, and even to Te Pāti Māori in the Māori seats. What are you putting all of this down to?
So I think one of the critical things, Ryan, is that it is early. We've got around a third of the vote counted. The vote that's been counted largely is that early vote. Some of it that was cast... some of it that was cast 10 days ago. When we're starting to see the booth data come through, we are actually starting to see some of those margins close in seats, and the party vote lift in some seats too.
Have you spoken to the Prime Minister? Have you spoken to Chris Hipkins tonight? What have you guys spoken about?
No, I haven't spoken to him as yet. I imagine I will at some point soon.
Are you proud of the campaign you've been running?
Oh, look, I am incredibly proud of the campaign that we've been running. I'm incredibly proud of each and every candidate that has been out there. And most of all, I'm incredibly proud of all the volunteers that we've had out there pounding the streets. As I said, it's early days. Obviously, it's a tough night, but it is early days, so we're still watching those results come in.
OK, thank you so much, Megan Woods there. We've got some live pictures now of the current Finance Minister, Grant Robertson, arriving in Wellington, I believe he is. Stuart, let's go to you. We didn't hear from you before. What's top of your mind at the moment?
Well, Sam, the party vote is obviously the vote that counts. But, you know, we all love looking at what's happening in electorates. You know, some of these electorates with Labour majorities of over 10,000, I still don't believe we're going to lose them. I think we'll get back Mount Albert. I think we'll, you know, the votes will come once the big booths are counted, Mount Roskill as well. But it's certainly very, very tense time for a number of those MPs in seats that are solid Labour. Where at the moment, it's rough.
It's rough. I love your positivity. I'm looking to some more experienced people than me. And Jenny, you're shaking your head. Is it possible to come back at this point?
I just can't see us losing Mount Roskill, where Michael Wood had nearly a 14,000 majority.
No, but what about Megan's line that we need to wait and see, Jenna?
The party vote, I mean, looking at where everything landed from when it started coming in at this time in the last election and where the results ended up, they weren't that far apart. Yeah. We're talking about percentage points.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing that that you mentioned, Trish, which is really quite relevant, is if it is national in act, expect to see very quick coalition talks and a government formed very quickly. But I still, Megan is right. A lot of the, there was over 1.2 million early votes cast. That's about a third of all votes were cast early. Those were the ones that would have been counted. There's a whole lot of votes that were cast today. That,
I would say that they will wait for specials. You say it might be fast, but if we end up with the National Act, it'll still be interesting to see what happens with special votes. They do normally go more to the Greens and more to the left. However, I think this has been exceptional in what we've seen this year with more people overseas, Rugby World Cup. You've seen a lot of. I think you may see more national votes actually coming in on the specials. I don't think they're going to win it, but I don't think it could be quite the landslide we've seen in the past.
What we're talking about here is whether what we're seeing so far is going to be the end result.
Will play out as reality.
Regardless of that fact for 1 second, whether they jump up 1%, 2%, 3%, whatever, Chris Hipkins is no longer the Prime Minister of New Zealand after this
Not on
election.
These results. I mean, the bottom line is the electorate, if these results are close to where we end up, the electorate has sent a very clear message to Labour.
Okay.
Lose half their votes.
Let's have a look now. We're going to head down country to the electorate of Ireland, where our reporter Juliet Speedy is with the candidate there from National, Hamish Campbell, leading by nearly 5,000 votes. Juliet.
Yes, the big blue bulldozer is certainly going through the red wave that hit here last time. I was at the National Party for the last election, and it was certainly a very different vibe. Hamish Campbell, you must be feeling pretty happy right now.
Yes, it's still early days, so we are not being too confident, not taking anything for granted, but we are in the lead at the moment, so that is quite comforting.
Early days, but 5,000 votes, it's pretty clearish.
Yes, yeah, look, it is, but not taking anything for granted. We've put in a big ground campaign here in Ireland to make sure we connected with as many voters as possible, and I think it's paying off tonight.
Well, it was a big shock last time when Labour took the seat by only about 3,500 votes. Were you confident you were going to take it back?
Well, as I said, we've worked really hard to make sure we did. I've knocked on the doors of about 15,500 voters. We've had about 250 signs out and around the electorate, so it definitely has been it's been a big campaign.
You can hear it here now. There was gale force winds in Christchurch today, and they might be indicative of the winds of change that are sweeping over the South Island. Some seats, even like Banks Peninsula, is being taken by National at this stage. So a few very happy people here, Hamish.
There's a lot of happy people here, so.
Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Juliet. Gosh, that's interesting. We've just lost it off the screen there, but looking at Ireland, Labour aren't even in second place.
No.
Sarah Pallett is trailing after Tops leader Raf Manji. It's a very clear message, isn't it?
Well, and I love that Kieran McAnulty said before things are swinging around all over the show. I think there's only one show for Labour tonight, and it's Nightmare on Elm Street. It's an absolute shocker.
Ohadio's gone back to Labour at the moment.
Just
give them a little bit of something. So
you're being kind now that you're sitting next to your friends.
I am. You've got to give it where it is. So here you go, Connor's now ahead by 372, and nearly 50% voted there. So.
Well, maybe there's some truth in it, Trish.
I thought it was interesting that Megan Wood said she was proud of the campaign that Labour has run, because despite all of the conditions heading into this campaign and despite the depth of feeling toward Labour heading into the campaign, Chris Hipkins started that campaign on the back foot. They were totally unprepared for Christopher Luxon, the Energizer Buddy, the campaign magnet that he was.
Oh, look, less than 18 months ago, you would have thought that National were going to be at 22-24%, and you would have expected that that Labour were going to be in the mid-40s, quite frankly. And here we are, just 14 months, 18 months later, and National deserves a credit, and Labour does need to look at itself.
Well, a man who would have been hoping for a third term in Parliament is Finance Minister Grant Robertson. He's with our reporter Amelia Wade now in Wellington. Come in, Amelia.
Hey, so Grant, What do you reckon?
Oh, well, clearly not the result we're looking for at this point in the evening. There's a long way to go. I mean, most of these votes that have been counted now are the advance votes, and they probably reflect a little of what we saw in the early part of the voting period. So a number of the races we're looking closely at will change around a bit, I think, during the evening, but clearly not the result we're looking for.
Are you quite realistic about how the end is going to look for you guys?
Well, not all the votes have been counted, so we'll wait till that happens. But clearly, at this point in the evening, we would want to be in a better position than what we are.
And have you spoken to Chris Hipkins this evening?
Not spoken, but yeah, you know, we've been texting.
And I know it's obviously early days, but have you thought about sort of what a result like this might mean for your own future?
Not at all. You know, there is a lot of our colleagues who are out there fighting really close electorate races. I'm thinking of them. I'm really thinking of our volunteers tonight, right around the country, who've just done the most extraordinary job for us over this campaign, and so we'll spend some time working through the results and see where they all end up. But as I say, a lot of votes cast today, and we're still to see most of those counted.
Where do you think, in hindsight, where did you go wrong? Would you do anything different on the campaign?
Pretty hard to make those kinds of calls now. I think one thing I would say is that the time for a change narrative is always very hard to fight, and you heard us talk about that at the beginning of the campaign, that we knew that New Zealanders had been through a really tough time. We understand that, and they want things to be better in their lives. The question is changing the government going to make that happen? And I think we prosecuted the case fairly well, particularly in the latter part of the campaign about that.
All right, we're leaving Grant Robertson and Amelia Wade there for a moment in Wellington. Here's Mike Robertson, Chloe Strawbrook in Auckland.
We're really proud of the campaign that we've run. We're really, really proud of it.
So Wellington Central's looking pretty good too.
Wellington Central's phenomenal, and Tamitha Paul is the politician of a generation, mark my words.
A very excited
excitement there with Chloe.
And
Wow, she's currently ahead by 1,400 votes in Auckland.
she's about to speak too. See if we can listen.
She's a rock star, isn't she, for the Greens? They love her.
You can see what you can see on the bottom is actually Rongotai. The Greens are heading Rongotai right now, early on.
Can I make a comment on this after she's spoken?
Baby! Look around you! Look around you. The power in this room is phenomenal. Okay, look, in 2020 we said that no electorate and no community, no neighbourhood belongs to any politician, belongs to any political party. We take absolutely nothing for granted, and we work absolutely every single day to earn the trust and the privilege of representing our communities, because that's what grassroots community building and change looks like. It looks like all of you. And folks, I mean, I know that we've all been paying attention to what's happening around us right here in Auckland Central, but can we just have a moment for Wellington Central? We spent a good few years getting that Tamitha Paul on the Green Party vibe, didn't we? But look at what we have achieved. I also want to mahi to Ricardo Menendez March. Where are you, Ihoa? That campaign out there in Mount Albert. There's Ricardo. Give a big clap for Ricardo. For the community that was built, for the campaign that was run. Because campaigns are a manifestation of hope. They are a movement to achieve all of the things that all of us so deeply and profoundly believe in. And they don't end here. Because all of us know that so many of our communities have been struggling under this trickle-down economics thing that so many of those other political parties take for granted. Under an economic system that exploits both people and the planet. But all of us here in this room know that that stuff, that ain't inevitable. That is the consequence of political decisions. And what we have shown with our results tonight, we just also need a shout out to Rongotai, who's paying attention to that one. We're on track for
so this is Chloe Strawbrook sounding victorious. She is not yet to win Auckland Central. There's still a few votes to be counted, and also a lead of a majority of just over 1,000. Jenna?
1,426. Chloe Strawbrook is leading by. It's larger than her majority at the last election, but only 38% of the vote has been counted.
And that's not what she's celebrating, though. What the Greens are celebrating tonight is the fact that they are now advancing into more electorate seats. And Paula, you were talking about what this gives you as a party. If you pick up electorate seats, you get more resource.
You do. You get more resources. You've got an electorate office. You get more staff generally, which means that you can then look at, people that are doing policy as well. So, look, it's not certainly the party vote that matters, and that's what gets you in or out of government. But being in an electorate does set you up better for the next electorate. You get to be live in there, and so that's really something as well.
Oh, we're going live to the big pinky.
We've got Brooke Van Velden. Brooke Van Velden is ahead in Tamaki, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's winning another electorate for ACT.
This is Big
at this
Pinky.
Point.
They're all coming off Big Pinky.
Is this the bus?
Yeah.
Oh, Big Pinky. We need to zoom
She's
out.
arrived at the ACT Party headquarters.
Hey guys, she's ahead by over 3,300 votes in Tamaki.
Paula, we've been meaning to ask you about that cup of tea that you had, or was it a coffee with Brooke?
I had a flat white and she drank tea.
Okay, and what was that all about?
It was tasty and, no, look, I've known Brooke for a lot of years. I've always admired her. I saw her work through the End of Life Bill and, yeah, like she is, I'm a woman that supports women in Parliament.
All right, Brooke.
So he's coming on the bus, not the boat.
Well, it's Brooke. I'm not sure. I can't see David Seymour at this point, but she's definitely getting a hero's welcome.
The electorate has rewarded you. You have worked so hard for this electorate, and they have rewarded you. How are you feeling?
Oh, look, this hasn't been my campaign. It's been everybody's campaign who's given up their time and effort in Tamaki. And so thank you to all of the locals who have put their faith behind me, but also thank you to all of the volunteers who have given up their time.
A huge moment for you, though. How are you feeling?
Oh, look, I'm just thrilled, and I look forward to seeing what happens with the party vote tonight, too.
This is, you are watching, New Zealand, a political rock star being born tonight. She is taking a seat, a very safe blue seat that was held by Robert Muldoon, and she is snatching it for the ACT Party tonight, something that is very, very hard to do. This is almost like Chloe Swarbrick on the right.
And she is creating history for ACT on two fronts. One is it will be the first time that ACT has two electorate seats, and also ACT look on track tonight, even though they're not doubling the vote, which was their aim. They will also have a record high vote, it looks like, tonight. So this is a very big deal for ACT.
Is it enough of a deal for them, though, Jenna? Because they were expecting to get so much more, were they not?
Yeah, they were expecting to double their vote, and some of those
right
early poll numbers were really high. The moment that ACT started crashing down was the moment that National started talking about New Zealand first and legitimising them coming back in Parliament. And David Seymour's absolutely terrible call to say that he would sit in a confidence-only agreement, threatening the way that a government could hold together is
Could I just say one thing? You saw two different speeches there. You saw a very humble speech from a woman who's going to be in a cabinet. Then you saw Chloe Swarbrick give like a Victoria speech where the Greens have now lost all influence across any policy whatsoever, where in the past have had cabinet ministers. She's done very well, Brooke, and I think you're right. There's a political superstar on the rise here.
Even a big win. Even as you say, the vote as it is for the Greens, they might see it as a win with those three electorates, but it's not really because they're going to be on the opposition.
They've lost James Shaw, who's a very important minister. Marama was a minister outside of cabinet, and they had other very influential people in the left. Those guys have now lost all their influence, and yet Chloe's speech, you thought, goodness me, that she'd won the prime ministership.
Yeah, well, there are plenty more rock stars to be born tonight, I think.
And we might have to get out Laser Kiwi again, so just stay with us. It's all getting cracking now. It's 9:15. We've got a lot to come, so stick with us. We'll be back after this break.
Yes, good evening and welcome to Paddy's Parliament, and I can tell you what's happening here. It is raining blue, blue dubba dee dubba doo. I don't quite know how it goes, but it is going to rain blue in here as we turn this place into what your parliament looks like as we translate your vote. And look at this. New Zealand has done what I call a Will Jordan. New Zealand has gone all the way down the right wing, with the National Party bringing in 52 seats. Look at that. They've almost occupied that whole side of Parliament. And to get a majority, they just need their friends in the ACT Party. And to carry on with the rugby sort of analogies, ACT is sort of like the reserve halfback. They've come in, they haven't done as well, but that's all that National needs to form it. They've got Finlay Christie there with their Will Jordan, and that makes 64 seats. In this 123-seat Parliament, you need 62 seats to govern. They have done it. They do not need to pick up the phone and call Winston. On the subject of Winston Peters, let's have a look at how he's going. Yes, the phoenix has risen from the ashes. There's an old saying in New Zealand politics, you Winston, you lose some. Tonight, he hasn't lost anything. Winston is winning, but he is not needed over there. He does not have any power on that. The only thing he could have is a sort of skip pass from the National Party over to Winston Peters to do some business out there. Coming over to the Labour Party, this is not good. This is, and I'm really going to struggle to pronounce this word, ignominious. If I've got it wrong, people at home, but it is an ignominious result. It is a terrible result. Chris Hipkins making those Alison Holst sausage rolls. He will get rolled on these numbers. That's the only roll he needs to watch out for right now. Greens, the Kermit factor, as I like to call it, has come in a lot lower. Yes, they're having some fun out there in the electorate seats, but what matters here is the party vote, and the party vote is only giving them 13 MPs. And by the way, it's 13 MPs in opposition. But here we go. Get out the guitars. Start the waiata, 5 seats for Te Pāti Māori. Wow, nobody was predicting this. This means they are ahead in 5 of the Māori seats right now. There's only 7 of them, and they are giving Labour a bit of a whipping out there. So they are the big surprises out here in Paddy's Parliament, out there in the Māori seats, but coming back in here to Paddy's Parliament, and with 40% of the vote counted. Take a look at what I've got in here, peeps, because this is what that Parliament's going to look like. That's a strong sample out there. And I'm telling you one thing, at the moment there's a political master over this side. His name's Christopher Luxon. He's a Mr Miyagi right now. Lux on, Lux off. We've got a new Prime Minister coming by the name of Christopher Luxon.
Paddy, thank you for that. This is not what the polls suggested. This is not what was supposed to happen. This is not what we thought was going to happen. Somehow, with 42% of the votes counted right now, as Paddy says, Chris Luxon is in pole position to form a government, and he doesn't need Winston. Currently, 8 MPs they would get into Parliament on these numbers. But the Māori Party, Te Pāti Māori, Mani, let's start with you. What's going on here? Yeah, this is pretty significant. I think since 2005, when I think they had 4 seats. Is that right, Julian? You know, this is unprecedented for the Māori Party. But I also think not only is this indicative of the Māori Party, of voters being so disappointed with the Labour Māori caucus. Historically, the biggest Māori caucus that we've ever seen in a government failed to really serve a lot of Māori voters, it seems, and this is proven in the results. Also, what we're seeing is a huge generational shift and change in those voters, and that is showing. Mani, that works perfectly, because we're now going to go to Rawiri Waititi, co-leader of Te Pāti Māori, who's joining us from Rotorua. Rawiri, gosh, this is a brilliant result for your party. How are you feeling? What are your thoughts?
I can't hear anything.
We haven't got him. Okay, we'll try and get that sorted out, and we'll come back to
I tell you what,
Rawiri.
the people have heard Rawiri. The
That's
people
right.
have heard Te Pāti Māori's message. We're going to go.
Yeah, we'll come back to Rawiri a little bit later on.
We're going to go to another party who has been heard by the public tonight, but who may not actually be needed after all of this push to get across the 5% threshold. New Zealand First is getting there, and Nick Trubridge is live from the Duke of Marlborough, where Winston Peters is due to arrive shortly. Wow.
out here, chicken here. We'll come through this way. Come through here. Wow.
Is that Chumbawamba?
Chumbawamba. Now, we understand this. That's a little bit better. We understand he's just about to come down these stairs. Obviously, it's a weird sort of result for Winston Peters tonight. As Paddy pointed out earlier, he will be back in Parliament, but not in government. So what is he actually going to be able to do? Of course, the catch cry here in Northland for NZ First in previous years has been the Provincial Growth Fund, but there's not going to be any of that because Winston's not going to have his hands have a hand in the government, I should say. We'll take you back through here and try and get some sort of sense of what it's like. It's really, really loud. I'll get some pictures. While I'm here, if you can hear me, the party is starting. They don't care that they're not in government because they are just happy to be back in Parliament, and it's absolutely going off. Shane Jones said they were going to drink the place dry tonight. They'll be drinking it dry, all right, but we're waiting for Winston. We're waiting for Winston. So as soon as he is down, he's usually holed up in a room upstairs. As soon as he's down, we'll come back to you. Should be any minute, I think.
Okay, Nick, thank you so much for that. We've actually got some intel. The last ferry leaves Russell at 10 o'clock, and Winston knows that, so he's going to be out in the next half an hour. We know that for sure. We're going to go now.
Imagine that ferry ride. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
I don't want to.
Bring the bottles from the pub, get on the ferry, and Chumbawamba all the way to Paihia.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, we're going to go back now to Rawiri Waititi, who's joining us from Rotorua. Rawiri, it is looking good for Te Pāti Māori. That's a big smile. How are you feeling?
Oh, really elated that we've got this result. What it tells us is that our people have turned up. They've used MMP really, really well, so we're maturing to the system of MMP for a long, long time. The major parties have kind of held on to this first-past-the-post type mentality, which takes us back to 1993. Today, I think our people have finally matured to MMP, and they're the power of their vote and the power of their voice today. And I'm really elated of how we're running and checking in the other electorates as well.
You and Debbie, your co-leader, you know, you said throughout the campaign you wanted to win all 7 of the Māori electorates. It looks like you're on track for 5. Not a bad effort then. Do you think you're going to be able to retain all 5?
Oh, look, hey, what this tells us is there's a turn on. And absolutely, you know, we said that, you know, on a bad day would be 4. Anything more than that is going to be awesome for our movement. But what that tells us is that, like I said, our people are on the move. We're really excited about where we're heading to as a movement. Come 2026, 2029, it's going to be a very, very different election for Te Iwi Māori as we start to mature and become more aware of how strong our voice is in this democracy.
Rawiri ko Julian tēnei hoa mihi atu ana me te tangi atu ki tō māmā. I riro rai roto I ngā rā. Nō reira tēnā koe me ngā mihi whakawhiwhia koe ki tō tūru. Tēnā koe. Look, it's still close in some of those seats. How do you think seats like Te Tai Tokerau, I mean, even Tāmaki Makaurau, these were seats that weren't meant to be in play. Hauraki Waikato, I know the question was that will you still retain them, but what do you think has been the factor that has led to you still being so competitive in seats no one picked you to be competitive in?
Oh, we always knew we could be competitive in those seats, and I always knew we had the right people standing in those seats because they represented their communities. That's the first thing. The second thing is we've done a big push to the 70% of Māori that are 40 years and younger. And so that's who we've tried to appeal to, is our rangatahi vote and the rangatahi voice, who I believe have turned out in this election, and notwithstanding standing side by side with their pakeke to ensure that an unapologetic, unfettered, unbridled and unseated voice heads into Parliament to advocate for our issues heading forward.
Engari ko te mea ke ka noho hoariri mai koe, ne? You're going to be a part of an opposition against an ACT and national-led government. So what will that mean for the party when it tried to push policies like wealth tax, ghost house taxes and those things? How are you going to make those work?
Ka pehi tonu I wera tua huatanga kaupapa. Ahakua te hekenga
so sorry to interrupt here. We're going to have to interrupt Rawiri Waititi speaking to us live from Rotorua tonight because Winston Peters has just taken the stage at the Duke of Marlborough in Russell. We're going live there now.
I must say that when we first said a few years ago that we were going to make a comeback, they all laughed at us. But they're not laughing now, are they? The second thing is, I want to say how grateful I am to those people, all members of the board and critical people in the electorates all around this country, who, despite the ignominy of working for a great party called New Zealand First, stuck with it day in, day out. And I will never, ever forget how important their work was. Because we were in a campaign where the most significant comment they would have received was, "You're setting out to do the impossible." But don't ever forget this. We are so grateful to our members of the board, every electorate official all around this country, and all those people who did the hard yards and believed in us and brought us home. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've always known that in great democracies, then the people who are elected and all those officials must be held to account. Our purpose is to keep them honest and to raise the roof when others won't raise a finger. And I can promise you, that's what New Zealand's going to get out of tonight's election where New Zealand First is concerned. To all those candidates who should be in Parliament with us tonight, my grateful thanks, and particularly to your spouses and your family, because it's a difficult job and it creates enormous sacrifices for families. So thank you for trying, and hang on, because there's an election in 2026 and we're getting ready for it. Yeah! And one last thing to everybody, we were in a campaign where the economic circumstances of our country were not unveiled, they were not known. And when we open the books very shortly, we will realise just how serious our country's crisis in economic terms is. We are, in the last IMF survey, coming in at 159 of 160 countries. Please don't forget that. All those promises that were made, which have got no chance unless there is a moment of reality taken by politicians right now. Even those that have won, and congratulations to them, there is a moment of reality that's seriously needed, because if we don't do that, then we've got to go on a slide. This wasn't an inflation election where we had to turn things around. And if we can help going forward, we will. That's the most significant thing. And the last thing I want to say to you all tonight, have a great night. We have done the impossible. Yes! This party has entered its fourth decade, and I've been in my 60th. Six, I mean, not 60th. Anyways, thank you very much. Have a great night. Cheers.
He is one of a kind, and as he said, New Zealand First now been in business for 40 years.
Yeah, but did you also hear him say, bring on 2026, because we're coming back?
Yeah. So what does that tell us, Josie? Josie Begani is here for reaction to Winston Peters' speech there from the Duke of Marlborough. Is he conceding he's not going to be in government?
I think so. That's what you heard there.
Yeah.
But he's back in Parliament. I mean, that is remarkable, right? And I have to say, New Zealand First have looked like they're having the most fun throughout this whole campaign. Even the disco there, you know? It's like they've loved every minute of this, and they're TikToks. Back. But here's an interesting statistic I just did. There's only about a third of the population of New Zealand are voting left. So you combine Labour, Greens, a little bit of Te Pāti Māori as well. So the lesson Labour cannot take from this is that they need to be more left-wing, right? I mean, people have voted National, so they need to think about how you have a muscular centre that means something to people. I think that's going to be really tough for them. They can't do what they did last time and spend 3 years thinking that they weren't left-wing enough.
That is fascinating. We're going to have a wee listen in now, because Winston Peters has come off the stage and he is speaking to media.
I said we'd be back, and we are.
Is it enough strength that you could actually manage to work a deal with government?
That's your question. What's yours?
The number one objective had to be to get in government, though, I guess is the question.
No, the number one objective was to be back, because you can't do the number two objective unless you get number one objective. What's your question? You've been around long on these guys.
Mr. Peters, when you said if we can help, we will, is that a signal to National that maybe they'd like another coalition partner?
No, it's a trade statement of patriotism.
So what do you...
This place is called New Zealand First.
What are your main objectives this term then, Mr. Peters? What are your main objectives in Parliament this term?
Let's be fair here. You got a question?
Okay.
It's over.
Mr. Peters.
Oh my gosh!
Mr. Peters, what are your
I
main
wasn't sure if Winston Peters was going to make any sense speaking to the media, and it's not very. It's a little bit nonsensical.
It's
Isn't it?
Winston being Winston. But
He
interesting.
doesn't like
Mr. Peters, what is your main objective in Parliament this term? You're back, but you're not in government. What are you?
Do you know, this has actually been... There's a couple of lovely moments from Winston Peters there. One when he was on stage and he talked about, 40 years of New Zealand. He seemed quite proud of that.
Can I just say one thing? Turns out he is going to go with Labor, but into opposition.
Very good point.
That's a good point, Josie. That is a good point.
And what he also has said is basically to his supporters, don't worry, 2026 is coming. There is another election. Maybe we'll get into government after that. We're going to go now to the man that some people described as Captain Panic Pants.
That's how Paddy described
Actually,
it.
we're about to go to Chris Bishop, for those who are wondering who it is. We'll go to him in just a second. But a couple of interesting things there from the leader of the New Zealand First Party, from Winston Peters, is, if you need us, we will work with you. And it's early days. They might need it. That margin might narrow, Jenna, and they may need to still pick up that phone to Winston Peters.
They still may need to pick up that phone to Winston Peters, but he only is going to do it if he has to, right? That's what he's told the New Zealand public. So Christopher Luxon, if he turns around and tries to get a bigger majority by getting New Zealand First on board, he has lied to the New Zealand public. He said he would only pick up the phone if he couldn't do it alone with ACT.
Right, it's panic time. They actually won't be panicking. This is the irony of the whole thing.
Well, maybe whatever Chris Bishop was doing was working.
Well, potentially, maybe he was onto something. We're going now live to Chris Bishop, who is in Wellington. And Hutt South, let's start with your seat, actually, Chris. You're on 9,005 votes. You're ahead by a slim margin of 517 with 49% returned. How are you feeling about that?
Well, it's not about me, it's about the overall National Party vote, which is looking pretty good so far. What will happen in Hutt South, it's always tight there, so let's just wait and see. A lot of votes still to be counted.
Chris, do we still need that second election?
I was just making the point that it was one of any number of post-election scenarios. I don't think that's going to be required on the current numbers. It's looking quite good, but there's still, quite a few thousand votes still to go, so let's wait and see.
Winston has said tonight that if you need his help, he's there. Are you open to it?
Oh, that's ultimately a decision for the leader and the rest of the team. Once all the votes are counted, I think we're getting well ahead of ourselves. Mr. Peters is obviously, or certainly on these numbers anyway, back in Parliament alongside new colleagues from New Zealand First, and it will be a very different Parliament, the 2023 to 2026 Parliament, from the one that's just gone. So let's just wait and see. There's still many hundreds of thousands of votes still to go into the system.
Yeah, absolutely. But you must be pleased, Chris. You must be pleased with this result. The talk going into this election day, going into polling day, was about the three-way, including Winston. Now it's just you and Seymour in bed together. No need for Winston.
Well, that's what it's looking like so far, but there's still many votes still to come. But it's looking quite good. I've been saying to people I'm cautiously optimistic all night, and I'll say it again to you. Look, I think a lot of people sort of said, National's falling in the last sort of 2-3 weeks of the election campaign, and I think Chris Hipkins sort of tried to basically will something into existence, a sense of Labour Party momentum, but we were very confident when we went around the country. We were on the bus, and there's just such a strong move for change out there, and we were really pressing people, vote with your head, get into that polling booth and just think about the future direction of the country. Think about the last 6 years and then think about another 3 years of this, and it looks like a good number of people have responded to that message.
Hey, Bish, Jenna Lynch here. How's it going? Hey, you might not need Winston Peters, but would you nominate him for Speaker?
These are all decisions for...
That's not a no. That is not a no. That is not a no, Bish.
Oh, yeah, I knew the moment I said that you were going to run with the whole. Oh, he's not ruling it out. Not everything's a binary, Jenna. Not everything's a binary, yay or nay. Actually, sometimes
you heard it here
the answer
on
is
Newshub
actually you have
First.
to
National
wait.
is not ruling out Winston Peters as the Speaker of the Parliament of New Zealand.
Well,
there's
poor old
still
Adrian.
many thousands of votes still to count, and let's wait and see.
Yeah,
Adrian.
Not a bad shout, actually. That's Chris Bishop in Wellington. Thanks, Chris. You were just saying keep Adrian.
I would. He's an effective speaker. He's ran the House well, and I think if they really wanted to appear to be a government for all of New Zealand, one of the good things they could do right away is just go, why don't we keep Adrian in the chair?
But, mate, Adrian might not be in Parliament.
That's the other problem. That's the other problem. That's the other problem.
Hold those thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go now to one of the youngest candidates, Hana Rafferty Maipi-Clark, who is joining us now from Huntly. Kia ora, Hana. You are ahead currently in Hauraki Waikato by 962 votes. Did you ever imagine in your wildest dreams that you could pull this off?
No, not at all.
I love the honesty.
Love and support from my whānau and everyone here today and all our kids in front of me.
Who are you surrounded by there, Hana? Who's with you?
Like the whole community. It's all my whānau, my best friends, our kohanga babies, all the way from our kaumātua to our babies. We're all here today at Rangiriri at the battle site and here in Waikato.
Hana Rafferty, it's Julian Wilcox speaking. How are you, Nisi?
Hi, Uncle.
Hey, look, I know it's not a done deal. Do you think you can retain the seat, even though you're only 960 votes ahead and there's still a lot to go? Do you think you'll win the seat by the end of the night?
For me, it was never about the seat. It's about creating a table for all of us to come on to. I've been inspired by Whainanaya my whole life in terms of political leadership that she's carried, and this is about making sure that our whānau actually believe in. We've seen a huge amount of support for Te Pāti Māori and the way that we can believe in ourselves to make that change, especially in our kohanga reo generation, our wharekura, and our kids.
Tēnā koe hana ko Mani Dunlop tēnei. Ara, tika tau kua tai ke se reanga o te kohanga reo, and you are right that generational shift has happened. Do you think that your campaign has really focused on getting that rangatahi vote out and we're seeing that work?
I think at the Paukai the other day I said for the first time ever you'll hear your kids and your mokos talking about politics to you, and I think that no matter what the outcome was, I was happy with that. I was happy that our whānau felt engaged, but I was running 2 campaigns. I went to nearly all of our different rural town communities within our electorate. I can't imagine the amount of gas money that we've spent around our whole electorate. We've gone kanohi ki te kanohi, ki runga ngā marae, ki runga i ngā paukai, ki ngā kaupapa here katoa, and then we've also run a social media campaign. So it's been a lot of layers that you have to be obligated to, that I'm ready to make sure that I'm accounted to only one people, and that's our people here in Hauraki Waikato.
Oh, brilliant, Hana. Hey, thank you so much. Just very quickly, we know you've had a tough campaign. Your home has been targeted. Is it all worth it?
For me, it was, no matter what the outcome was, I was so happy that my whānau are still here. If I had 1 vote, I think everyone here still would have turned up. If I had 1,000,000 votes, they still would have turned up. During the dark times, our whānau still showed the support, and that's what I was happy about.
Oh, that's beautiful. Hana Rafferty Maipi-Clark there.
Still too close to call.
It is very close. 963 votes in it, with 47% counted. We're going to go to a break now. We will be back with more.
And when we do come back, we may have Christopher Luxon or Christopher Hipkins speaking to us. So do come back in just a few moments. No mai, haere mai. Welcome to Newshub's election special for 2023. You're looking at a live shot from the ACT Party headquarters tonight. No, the Green Party. Do you know why I'm confused? Because they're both at the same venue.
Yeah, they are literally next door to each other. One's at the Lula Inn at the Auckland Viaduct and one is right next door. At the Maritime Room. You can tell it's the Greens because of all the greenery, Ryan. That's how you figure it out.
Dead giveaway.
Yeah, dead giveaway.
But partying not too far away is the ACT team. Take a look at my biscuit tonight and you can see you need 61 seats to win based on current numbers. These are the results with 54% of the vote counted. You need 61 seats to win, and National and ACT with 51 and 12 do it. Together, they don't need Winston Peters on 8. You can see Te Pāti Māori with 4 seats on these numbers, the Greens with 13 and Labour with 33 seats. And that result for Labour means bad things, doesn't it, Paula, for some of the candidates, for some of the Labour stalwarts even?
Yeah, well, I mean, just going through the list and looking at who's kind of, you know, Phil Twyford looks like he's gone, Michael Wood, Damien O'Connor at this stage. You've got a whole lot of those new woman actually, and I'm trying to work out who's coming in on the list at the moment, but it is still moving around a lot. But you know, you've got Ginny Anderson will only be on the list, Joe Luxon now, you know, potentially Deborah Russell's losing, and New Lynn, which would have been unexpected. Anna Lork, of course, has gone out, and in the Bay we've got Vanushi Walters and Upper Harbour. It's yeah. Yep. Big changes.
We can see these big changes when we go to Petigawa at the flip wall. Look at the colours that are flipping over in there.
Yeah, and look at it, it is blue. And I had to admit, I was sitting here admiring Ryan's biscuit before and thinking, you know, what does this sort of mean for Chris Hipkins when it comes to the biscuit front? And I'll tell you what it means. He is going to be eating ginger crunch, that boy, because he is getting absolutely crunched out there. And look at this. I'll tell you how many blue bricks are in there right now. 30 seats they have taken back. That is, or 30 seats they've taken back or are on their way to taking back. And that means if we want to carry on talking about biscuits, then Christopher Luxon's looking like back in his Air New Zealand days when he's sitting on the plane and he got the cookie and the cassava chips given to him, because that's the kind of result that he's getting out there. But look at some of these seats that are up here. Takanini, for instance, that is right in Labour's heartland down south, and that is going by several thousand votes at the moment. We're also looking at Rongotai. This is that case of friendly fire where Julianne Genter is trying to take the seat. Here we are, we're in Rongotai right now. I didn't smell the hazy beer and the pork and fennel sausages that the lefties of Rongotai like to eat. That's their kind of diet down there. But they won't be liking this down at the butcher's shop in the morning when they're having their little chat. The red people, I was trying to remember who they were, the Labour Party, they won't be enjoying it, but the green ones will. They'll be on the cycleway and they'll be loving that. A 185 vote lead to Julianne Genter at the moment. Now let's go to Mount Roskill. Now this is a pretty important seat. Michael Wood's there, the former minister. Of course, he went out in not glorious circumstances. Wow. He is getting his little butt kicked right there by 1,858 votes. That's huge. Now students of politics will know this is one of the strongest Labor seats in the country. The last time, Stuart Nash is nodding right now, I won't test you, but I'll tell you, the last time that this went blue was in the Great Blue Landslide of 1990 when a man called Gilbert Miles took it off Phil Goff. This seat does not move out of Labor hands unless something really big is going on, and at the moment, on 1,858 vote lead, Carlos Chung is about to do a big banger of a blue victory out in Mount Roskill. Let's look at what else is happening out in the country. Somewhere interesting, no doubt. East Coast Bay is one of the most interesting places around. Here we go, Erica Stanford. And these are the kind of results that you get in safe seats when a big winner as well. A 12,000 vote majority there at the moment, and building and building. You start to get the popular MPs get the really massive wins out there. That's what we saw when the red wave came through last time. The blue wave is coming now, and I'm just going to usher the blue wave back over to you, Sam and Ryan.
I'm going to catch that blue wave from you, Paddy.
Be careful, it's powerful, Ryan.
I'm actually going to push that power. I'm going to push that blue power forward to Amanda Gillies, who is going to join us now from the Blue House. She's joining us from Chris Luxon's house right now. Amanda.
I am riding the blue wave in the heart of Remuera tonight. No sign of Christopher Luxon yet. He's still holed up inside his home with his wife Amanda and his two kids who we met a little bit earlier, William and Olivia. But I have been joined by his neighbours. They are out in force and they are oh so proud of Christopher Luxon tonight. We've got here Jill and Gay.
Mother and daughter.
Long-time National supporters.
Over 100 years of supporting National we are together.
I've been voting 64 years National.
I've been over 40 years.
Brilliant. And how proud are you of Christopher Luxon?
Very proud. The company gets back on track. We've always voted National. We believe that they just need to be back in there. We firmly believe in them.
And you live across the road. What's he like as a neighbour?
I'm just next door to the house on the corner here, Victoria Gardens.
And what's he like as a neighbour, though?
I don't see him, but we hear about it.
We see him mostly on the TV, but yes, a most impressionable.
Looks a lovely man, fine figurehead, I would say, for Prime Minister.
Very proud moment.
Very, very proud, yes.
Excellent, thank you guys. So no sign of him yet. We have been told maybe it could be another half hour, but I'm sure they are celebrating. Of course, he will not be popping the champagne corks at all. He doesn't drink. Bit of country music, though, and soaking up the moment and all the celebrations that are out on the street tonight.
Newshub correspondent Amanda Gillies there. Tēnā koe, thank you so much. Now we're going to hop across to Chris Hipkins' house. Alexa Cook joins us now. Not a lot going on there by the looks of things, Alexa.
Nope, there is no red wave. It's quite a different vibe to what we saw in 2020 when Jacinda Ardern pretty much had a street party.
Sorry, Alexa, hold that thought.
Instead, it's pretty...
We have got the leaders of the Green Party arriving now.
Stoked, actually, Mike. We're really, really proud.
Wellington Central,
Auckland
Central,
God, Wellington Central, Auckland Central for a second term. Rongotai looking real clear.
The people have spoken.
The people have spoken, yeah.
And it's been such hard work, this campaign, hasn't it?
It's been incredible. I'm just proud of all of our amazing people here.
James, how are you feeling?
Good, Mike, how are you?
Very well.
Wow, far out. Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, kia ora koutou. Kia ora koutou katoa. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou te rōpū kākariki. Ngā kaitau toko e arohana e te kaupapa mō te taiao me ngā mokopuna. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. Whānau, it is the greatest honour of my life to lead the Green Party with James Shaw and to work with you and our communities for an Aotearoa that protects our mokopuna and our planet. And I am so proud. I am so proud and grateful to every single one of you here and around Aotearoa, the strength that you have given us. We have carried your spirit, your energy, your passion with us every step of the way. Thank you all for your inspiring mahi. Honestly, your mahi, whether you voted for the very first time, whether you knocked on doors or picked up the phone, whether you put up billboards or delivered leaflets, designed campaign artwork or fed our volunteers, or slayed in debates, every single action, we brought our values and heart to bear. Now, let me be clear. Let me be clear, e te iwi, e te Pāti Kākariki. Your work has delivered a Green Party campaign that has once again defied history. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Massive congratulations to Tamatha Paul! I love this bit. Earlier, even just this evening, people were calling Wellington Central a Labour stronghold, but it is looking more and more likely as the night goes on that the people of Wellington Central have elected a Green MP. And there's more, no, wait. No, I haven't even finished yet. And holy heck, Julianne Genter!
Marama Davidson there.
Marama Davidson
in the Greens.
Great time.
Yeah, we're waiting for Chris Hipkins to come out of his house.
The contrast
New Zealand
here...
Prime Minister, but not for much longer.
Well, that's the thing. The contrast here couldn't be greater. At the National Party HQ, they are drinking mum, and Chris Hipkins tonight might need his mum, because on these numbers, it is a shocking result, 26.2%. We are seeing a little bit of a change, though, in the National Party in just the last half an hour, Jenna. They're dropping back slightly.
Yeah, dropping back slightly, but when you're looking at the seats that they're getting in the House, they're still on 51 seats. The ACT Party's still on 12 seats, so we're not seeing too much of a shift of how they could make up a government, but they're now just over that 40% mark. Megan Woods was saying that they were, and you, Stu, were saying that when Labour is looking to those later counts for some of those big South Auckland booths to come in, and look, we might see Labour go up a bit and National go down a bit.
Let's go to Chris Hipkins' house and bring in Alexa. Alexa, you're there. What's the mood like where you are? Is anything going on? We're waiting on Hipkins to come out. Labour currently on 26% with 59% of the vote counted. Kia ora, Alexa. Can you hear us okay?
I think we're getting the audio from Winston's party, but we're actually looking at Alexa.
Yeah. Hi guys. Oh, there she is. We've got you now. We've got you now, Alexa. The lights are on in the van behind you. So do we think that he's going to be on the hoof soon?
It has been a long, long wait, but Chris Hipkins is hopefully just moments away from appearing now, about an hour later than we expected. He will be coming just around this corner here and then hopping in his van and heading off to the Lower Hutt party headquarters, where there might not be the party he hoped for.
Do you think, Alexa, at this stage, and also asking our panellists, do you think he's made a concession phone call to Christopher Luxon yet?
Stuart?
Probably not quite
hard to
yet.
know. We haven't had any intel from here.
It's probably not too far away. But again, let me go back to that Green speech. I mean, it's a Pyrrhic victory, right? So they may have won more seats, but they've lost any ability to influence. And the Greens can only do well or only implement their agenda if Labour is strong. Labour's been smashed by all accounts, therefore the Greens have no influence. So, you know, you had two former ministers, addressing a crowd as if they'd won a victory. It's pretty hollow for the Greens, I would say.
I wouldn't imagine that that Hipkins has made that call quite yet. We're at 60%, and we're still seeing a few of those kind of little changes that are happening there, and he'll be looking at some of those big booths coming through. But yeah, can I just sort of reiterate what Stuart just said? I mean, you've got the Greens kind of, you know, sounding like they've just won government. Well, James Shaw is no longer, you know, Minister of Climate Change. Julianne Genter is no longer doing associate transport. You know, Marama's no longer able to influence homelessness in this country, which she purported was so important to her.
Well, and think about what Josie Pagani said before about the absolute reduction in the number of people voting left in the country on tonight's...
Just a third of the country, wasn't it?
Just a third of the country, and MMP is about winning your block. Totally. So you can't just celebrate, as the Greens are doing, their vote up, when overall, on the centre-left, that vote has taken an absolute pounding.
Why is it that the Green Party is not open to working with either side of the political spectrum?
I've never been able to figure this out, and I can figure it out. It's because of the hard rump of that party, who would never stomach it. Think about where the Greens came from. But Green parties internationally who have been successful, i.e. Germany particularly, they sit in the middle, like a Winston has done, and they are prepared to work with either side. So there could be some soul searching after this.
And climate change doesn't simply go away simply because your natural coalition partner fails.
James is a fantastic minister. I think James could sit naturally in Labor, National, with a coalition there, but what has to happen is any deal that the Greens do has to go out to their members to verify.
It's the annoying thing about the Greens.
Does that need to change?
Well, that's up to the Greens.
Yeah, that's
well, sure,
but you can't, you can't make that change without asking the members.
But if you want to be pragmatic, if the Greens really want climate change, and James is an expert on this, he really is.
They
no
really
one knows
don't
more.
want climate change.
Well, maybe they don't, but if they really do want to address climate change, then James is the guy to do that.
But, I mean, they are miles apart on social issues.
They really
are. And, I mean, you know, you teasingly call them the watermelon party, green on the outside and red on the inside. I mean, we are so diametrically opposed to where we believe, you know, the social and economic influence in this country is at, that you just can't see that partnership.
Also, if people wanted a right-green party, there's one sitting there, top. And they're on 2%.
But they've said they'll work with either side.
But, you know,
we're bringing the button out again. OK, it is time.
Can we do some kind of
Yeah, it's a bit like that.
My turn. OK, let's go back. Here she goes.
Here she is.
All right, so
what's she going to do?
We're going to get Laser Kiwi to hatch an egg. Are we ready to go?
Come on, Linda, what do you got back there?
3, 2, 1.
Out she pops.
Oh, she's laying an egg.
Oh my God.
She's not sending someone off. We're welcoming somebody back to the Parliament. Who is it going to be? Oh, the laser.
She laces it open. What's a double yoga?
Oh, my Lord. We've got Winston Peters and Shane Jones.
It's a double yoker. Can I just...
New Zealand's first, winning 8 seats in this selection.
Can I just say
in the Parliament.
Congratulations and thank you to all of the hard work for all of our graphics people and AR people and whoever put all this together. We're going live now to the Hut. Chris Hipkins, the current Prime Minister, leader of the Labor Party, currently sitting with just 33 seats on this vote. 26% of the vote is about to leave his house.
Let's go to Alexa.
We are just waiting for him. He's almost here. His staff have already got in the van. So Chris Hipkins should be the next one to come around the corner any moment now.
Alexa, do you think he's going to do that tricky thing where he goes around the other side and we miss him because of the tinted windows and he's snuck in that way? I mean, that would be quite telling if he didn't want to have a quick word to us.
We have been promised that he will come round the corner towards us. Here he comes now.
Have you called this?
Is this person expected?
Have you conceded, Chris?
Have you conceded?
Have you conceded?
Oh, it's a tough night
for
Chris Hipkins. He's been Prime Minister since January for 9 months. We're talking about a career politician. This is surely his dream, was to be Prime Minister, and he knows now that he is not going to be able to continue on in the role.
And as you say, 9 months, Sam, and he was a Minister of everything in his time when he's been in Cabinet. Minister of Police, Minister of Education, Minister of COVID for 5 minutes, and now Prime Minister for 9 months.
He's a Prime Minister with a bit of an asterisk, isn't he? Because he's never going to say that he was elected Prime Minister unless he sticks around in opposition and then comes back. What are your thoughts, Stuart?
Well, look, Bill English took National Party to the worst victory I think they'd ever had, and he came back and he was Prime Minister and he was a very successful Finance Minister. So
and got them to 44%.
And got them to 44%.
Didn't get them in government.
Well, I mean, he was your Prime Minister.
Yeah, he was.
So, you know, there is life after defeat if Chris decides that's the route he wants to take. But I don't think he's thinking about that at this point in time. I suspect he's going to be there. He'll take responsibility because he does. That's what leaders do. But then Labor will have a good sit down and think through, you know, where to from here.
But he's not going anywhere, is he? He's not quitting politics. He's not going to resign.
No, well, he's won his seat. You know, you don't want to make decisions in the heat of the moment, in the spur of the moment. So let the dust settle and see where he ends up.
They're tired,
I don't know. I think
man.
we'll see.
Everybody will be tired, right? I mean, my first night of victory, I literally sat there crying on the couch because you're just exhausted. If you haven't got to this stage without being, I mean, God,
totally.
Jenna's exhausted. Come on, you guys are. I've got a second wind in me. Let's go. Let's get back to the polls. Yeah, I do feel for them though. Emotions will be really high, and they have tried hard.
He'll be
for Labor has been about could they save the furniture this election? And if you look at the result now, it's about what are the foundations that will be left standing. And go back to Mount Roskill as a great example. Michael Wood, who was turfed out of Cabinet, but then everyone has said there might be a path back to him, picked as a future Prime Minister. Will he even be there to be able to do that? So it's going to leave the cupboard pretty bare for Labor.
The look on Chris Hipkins' face was just utter devastation. And this is a guy who his resting face is a big chippy grin.
Chippy, yeah.
He just looked gutted.
West Auckland was Labour. Westies, this is Labour, and by the look of the results at the moment, West Auckland could go blue. I mean, Paula, does this happen? Has it happened? Did you pick it?
I mean, not for Te Atatu. I never picked it. Well, look, I think Andrew's amazing. So it wasn't about her. It was just about Phil's name recognition, quite frankly, and the Labour stronghold that seat is and was. New Lynn. Deborah Russell, popular, has, worked it hard, and they're looking like losing. So when you look at West Auckland and the change there, mind you, John Howard always used to say, if you want to win an election, you've got to win West Sydney. And I'll tell you what, West Auckland's a little bit the same.
One of the only places on the map that Paddy showed us before that was red is Dunedin, and Tairi, which is red as red as red as red as red. I come from there. Ingrid Leary's only winning it by 700 votes.
Wow. That is where... That red comes out of the taps in Tairi. That is how deep this thing goes. They haven't lost... Labour hasn't lost a seat in Dunedin since 1975. And to be that close is an absolutely incredible statistic to come out of tonight. We're going to take a quick break. This is Newshub's live election special. We'll be back with much more, maybe even hearing from the current Prime Minister and Labour leader Chris Hipkins when we return.
Te whānau, welcome back to this News Hub special Decision 2023 election night. Kia ora to our panellists who are joining us. All right, 62 seats are needed now to win, to form a coalition. Let's have a look at the numbers. We've got National on 51, ACT on 12. That gives them enough to govern.
63 seats.
Yeah, Paula, you were just saying that your hope for tonight is that we actually have some clarity, that Luxon and Seymour come out and say, right, we're forming a government.
I think that's what the country wants, and I think it's what they've voted for.
Well, it's good for the economy, it's good for business, it's good for everything, isn't it?
We've all been a bit grumpy. We haven't seen a summer. We've had bloody politicians shouting at each other and getting all negative and awful. We want all a bit of optimism and hope, and so I think that what the public have said by these votes is give us some certainty. Look, they need time to work out the details of it, but I hope they come out.
They've actually said, zip it, sweetie. They've said, zip it, sweetie, it's time for us to talk, and they're having to listen to this, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll come in as a bit of a voice of reason, because when I sit here, I get a little bit more serious, and I would just like to say, I know that it looked like I was malfunctioning or glitching over there before, but it's very difficult when you come out of the matrix and back in, you know, and something was definitely going wrong, but I've been reset. But just a bit of a voice of reason here. Look, yes, we have got a National ACT government, but hang on, it's not by much. Now, in a parliament that size, you lose 1 or 2 MPs and all of a sudden you're back down to not having a majority. The other thing to take into account are the special votes that won't be back for a couple of weeks. We have seen them switch by as much as 2 votes back to the other side. So while we might see National ACT coming together tonight and sending that message, it does raise to me the need to potentially talk to Winston Peters to get that insurance, to really get a manageable government. And actually, Christopher Luxon, in his mind, will be thinking, yes, that is the kind of insurance. No one really wants Winston Peters as insurance. It sounds weird, but you can then do things that ACT won't let you do as well. It shores up your majority and lets ACT do things that you know, lets you do things that ACT won't let you do. I'm malfunctioning again.
You do, Julian, what do you think? Because we did see National on 52 seats. They've dropped back to 51 in the last hour.
Yep, and they could go down to 40%. And 40% potentially means it's only 50 seats.
50
right?
seats,
So then that majority gets even lower. Then you take into account special votes. You might end up only having, you know, 60 or 59, and then you've really got to start having conversations with Winston. So that'll be interesting, and I still think we're waiting for some big boos in South Auckland to come through, right? So if that all starts to happen, we're actually starting to talk about a much tighter game.
So it's not all over?
No, look, if you're a betting person, you would say that it is still a National and ACT government. However, if that vote continues to erode, and it looks like it is slowly but surely, we are talking a different game.
And it has been a really good night here tonight, because I've only heard Winston Peters' name mentioned about 46 times. I've been counting. Yeah, I know, but that's much better than earlier on in the week when we were talking about it all the time.
Every second cross was about that. Hey, what about Pork Waikato? Is that a bit of, because what Paddy's saying is all true, but there's a bit of an insurance policy there, isn't there, for the Nats with a potential extra seat?
There is, but Julian's right. You know, special votes come in, you lose a seat, then you get a seat in Port Waikato. So, you know, if nothing else, you'd be making a call to Winston saying, hey, look, I've got your number, mate, hang on the line. Let's talk after the 4th of November when results are confirmed.
Can somebody please explain to me why we were always saying 120 seats in the Parliament, you need 61 to win. Our biscuit keeps saying 62. I know it's something to do with an overhang, but why does that number change?
So you got one with the Māori Party who are only on 2.5% and, according to our current polling, is sitting on 5 seats. Here's what I'm going to say. I actually think Hanei Rāwhiti Maipi Clark has won Hauraki Waikato.
That's a huge call.
Because her vote is growing, it's not going the other way. Te Tai Tonga, on the other hand, which is Doc Ferris and Ero Tene, is going the other way. So you take that into account, Labour has lost one of its greatest Māori politicians ever in Nanaia Mahuta. Now, I'm saying I'm prepared to call it because that's the way the vote's going. I may change my mind. But if that is the case, this hasn't just been a shocking campaign for Labour. It is one of the most brutal to lose someone like Nanaia Mahuta, and she was a huge loss for the party and for the body politic.
Te Tai Tokoro.
All right, we're going to go live to the National Party headquarters now, where we have pictures of the former Prime Minister Sir John Key arriving ahead of Christopher Luxon, who is still at his house with his whānau. But here is the former PM, John Key.
So it's heading up the stairs there at Shed 10, which, for those of you that know Auckland, is right next door to the Cloud, down on the waterfront, or what used to be down there.
Make a good Prime Minister?
Here we go.
I think he'll be a tremendous Prime Minister. Look, Chris is a very smart guy, extremely dedicated, with a really strong view of where he wants to go. But he's also a consensus person. He's not a person that's going to go out there and try and be radical, but he does have a strong view of where New Zealand can go, and it's an upbeat really ambitious view of where New Zealand can go. So looking forward to it.
You go and get a beer.
Thank you.
Thank you. You saw there Max Key in the background. And all
And
of
Desley
this...
Simpson, also the
here is David Seymour, the ACT Party leader, and looks likely to be in pole position to be negotiating with National. He's arriving at his headquarters in Auckland right now.
I almost thought that was him in the cheese cutter hat, but that was a journalist.
That would be odd. That would be odd. Remember, the ACT Party headquarters is right next door to the Green Party headquarters.
You wouldn't get those two mixed up, would you?
No, you would not.
What's wrong with you?
He's a happy man, isn't he, Seymour?
One will be lentils and knitting, and the other, hopefully...
So is he going to be the next Deputy Prime Minister?
Do you think that's what will happen, Stuart?
I do. Well, he's in a position to demand it.
Yeah, but does he want it? That's a ceremonial role that surely that Winston would want, but David wouldn't.
Look at it all comes with a little
Let's have a listen.
How much of a relief is it that Winston Peters will not be kingmaker?
Let's just see how the final count comes out.
What's your message to the voters?
Thank you.
Oh gosh, I hope Isabel's okay. It is quite brutal when you're down in amongst those media scrums like that. Isabel did a fantastic job. Look, he looks happy, doesn't he, David Seymour?
I do think that he will be gunning for Deputy Prime Minister on these numbers. Yes, they will look for a full coalition if they can on these kind of numbers, and he would look to get in there, perhaps get some sort of...
people who have put their trust in ACT tonight. This country has voted for change, and a record number have voted for real change. You know, I've long said that getting elected is not an achievement, it's an opportunity to do good. And for all of those people who ticked the box and lent their vote to ACT, putting their trust in us to make this country more affordable, to make it safer, and perhaps most of all, to make it a more united place where each and every person is included. Thank you. We will work tirelessly and will not cease from the effort required to make sure that this country delivers the promise it has made to so many people, those who were born here, those who were born far away and chose to be here, those from north, those from south, men and women, rich and poor. We are all New Zealanders who seek 1/5,000,000th of the opportunity this country has to offer. And that is what ACT promises, the idea that we are each alike in dignity and can choose to make a difference in our own life. If those are your values, we are here to support you. There are so many people that I can't thank enough. So many people whose support and encouragement has inspired me. All those people who delivered flyers in the rain, knocked on doors, came to my street corner meetings. All of those people who had so many other things that they could be doing, but they chose to participate in our democracy and contribute to real change. Those are the people that made tonight. I want to thank my neighbours in the Epsom electorate for sending me to Parliament for the 4th time as your MP for Epsom. And I want to congratulate my next door neighbours in the Tamaki electorate for your excellent choice. You know, I've known Brooke Van Velden for nearly 10 years. Her campaign promised to change for the better, and I know that she will be serving the Tamaki electorate as their local MP. Thank you. And for all of those people who wonder, what will the future hold? Well, I can tell you, it is a future of change, a future of real change, and a future where once again New Zealand is the best little country that can, because we believe that each person has a right to make that difference in their own lives, that we are not subject to some government that decides for us, and those are the values that have brought people to these shores for generations and made New Zealand the country that it is. We thank you again.
Ex-party leader David Seymour there giving his speech. He's very happy, I think, with the result tonight. Paddy, you look like you were zoning out a little bit.
Yeah, I just thought, look, that's just a sort of collection of a grab bag of ACT-Party quotes and whatnot. The guy should be a lot happier than that, because at the moment, you know, it is a Winston-free government, and you'd think he'd be a little bit happier than that. But the one thing I did note that was interesting, after Isabel Ewing had got sort of barged out of the way, and checking in on her, actually.
No, he just
we should text her.
The one interesting thing that he said there, though, was wait for the final vote to be counted. This is what we're talking about here. National is dropping back ever so slightly. It is a very, very dangerous territory now for Winston Peters to be needed for that one vote.
You're right, Paddy. And as he was talking, 40.2 they're down to, and the ACT Party on 9.2. And as he was talking, their numbers were dropping. We're going to go to Amanda Gillies right now, who is with Christopher Luxon outside of his house. Amanda.
I think we've got some movement there. Let's check in.
Hi,
Amanda.
Ryan and Sam, no sign of Christopher Luxon at this sign. We have seen his Crown car go in, though, so that is a very good sign. We think maybe about 10 minutes away, but he's holed up in his home with his wife Amanda and his two kids, William and Olivia. We've been told he's very relaxed, he's very chilled, he's feeling very laid back, and I bet incredibly excited. We understand he's going to come past here. I don't think he is going to stop and talk to us. He's got a far better offer down at Shed 10 where all his supporters are. But can I just show you through here? A lot of his supporters and neighbours have turned up to cheer him on. They are so proud of him. They are so excited. Yeah, it's got a very cool, buzzy feel. And thank you to the lovely Anne who delivered us some Toto pizzas. 4 boxes of them. We are forever grateful, Anne, whoever you are. So I'll keep you updated, hopefully about 10 minutes away.
Yeah, can I just say...
Thanks so much, Amanda. Sorry, Paddy. We've got Hipkins. He's heading on in with Amelia.
Talk to the people who have put so much time and energy and effort into this campaign first.
Are you devastated?
And then I will talk to you guys afterwards. So.
How devastating is this for Labor, though? It must have been pretty hard to watch those results come in.
As I've indicated, I'm going to talk to the people in there first. So.
And sort of what about those people who are sitting around watching the country? What's your message to them?
That you were saying was coming, it just never arrived. Why do you think it didn't come?
Oh, this is a hard one.
He's going to make it awkward, This is difficult.
What is your message to all of
he
those
looks so
people who were out in support and tried to increase that vote? What's your message to them?
The party's been smashed.
Hold your horses and let me actually get out of the way so I can get into the room. You'll hear it.
No.
No one likes What was your reaction when you first saw those results come in this evening?
This is politics, though. The old saying is that if you want to be a surgeon, don't complain about the blood.
Yeah. Hey, but a lot of volunteers will have worked blimmin' hard out there, as I know. You know, they knock on the bloody signs and they do their thing. But no, good on Chris Hipkins.
But in saying that, you know, the political reality here, this is a hard game.
Yep.
And he was given a great opportunity with 9 months as Prime Minister and all of the power of the incumbency of being in government to turn things around and have a decent shot at this election. All of that has been wasted. And actually, it is hard on the volunteers, as you've said, when potentially you're out volunteering and you've got this mishmash of policies. They've completely misjudged where the electorate is going. They haven't been able to find what they're doing, and that's what...
Is this mistake not going in April?
How much of this is Hipkins and how much of this is actually the ghost of Jacinda Ardern? You know, how much of this can you put onto Chris Hipkins? How damaged was the Labor brand before she left it and handed it over to her?
But listen to what Stuart Nash just said there. Listen to what Stuart Nash just said there about going for the election back in April. Stuart, do you think that would have been a good idea?
Well,
you were in Cabinet then.
Hindsight is 20/20 vision. There's no doubt about that, Paddy. If we'd gone in 2020, if we'd gone in April, then absolutely. I mean, Luxon was a mess then. He couldn't give a speech. He couldn't do an interview. This is a man who has peaked at the right time. Of that, there is no doubt.
Yeah, and I will say about Christopher Luxon, he needs a massive shout-out. This this is a guy who has been in Parliament for 3 years and is now becoming Prime Minister of New Zealand with 40% of the vote. That is an incredible achievement.
I think not just because he's leader, he has to take the blame for this performance. He also made some calls very early on, bread and butter and race to the centre. And National, I think, had already claimed the centre by the time he came in with a policy of retrenchment. That's kind of what he did here. He could have gone more aspirational to try and grow the vote on the left, and it didn't turn out on the night.
Stuart, do you take a little bit of the responsibility, though? You were one of 5 ministers that let Hipkins down. I
went really hard to get stuff done. And, you know, I make no apology because I think that Cabinet Minister is there to get stuff done, and that's what I was trying to do in police and my own electorate and to help SMEs. But when the tide goes out, it is very difficult.
Hang on a second, though, because there was a bit of a scandal around what happened with you, what happened with Kiritapu Allen, Meka Whaitiri defected. You know, there was minister after minister after minister that left. And, I mean, you could argue that he has just had a horrendous run since taking over the reins.
Well, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. I don't think it's any one thing in particular. I think there was a move for change out there. Jenna mentioned the lockdown in Wellington. You know, Labor has never got, in Auckland, Labor has never got that back. The resentment still exists there. But, you know, when the swing comes, when the mood for change is real, then get out of the way.
We haven't actually talked about the COVID. He had COVID for a week.
No, we haven't talked about that. We've been avoiding the C word all night for a reason.
When he was in lockdown, he was in
true.
he got a bump in the polls.
As it did in Australia too. Hey, I want to talk about Wairarapa because we've been chatting about that a lot tonight, and I've just heard that actually Kieran McAnulty, let's take a look at what the numbers are doing here. Mike Butterick, the National candidate, has taken Wairarapa. This is with 90% of the votes returned, and I've just heard from on the ground there that Kieran McAnulty, Senior Labour Minister, has just gone and conceded to Mike Butterick at the National Party headquarters in Masterton just in the last half an hour. So that seat has gone blue once more. It was held by Georgina Beyer for a little while there, but it was blue for a long time, then flipped red, now it's back.
Now, there's something bigger going on here because what you're looking at there with that result is you're actually looking at, and the way that Chris Hipkins was looking there so glum, the Labor Party now has a leadership crisis. OK, Chris Hipkins is potentially not suitable to carry on as the leader of the opposition after this thrashing that he's got there. But then you've got people like Michael Wood, who could replace him, likely not to make it back to Parliament. Kieran McAnulty, another likely replacement, likely to not make it back to Parliament. Labor is now staring down the barrel of a leadership scrap and a leadership crisis because they ain't got no one to do this.
The great irony, Paddy, is Kieran will probably be back because we lost a whole lot of seats that we should never have lost. But being a Cabinet Minister, he has a high ranking, and so, you know...
He's 16.
He's 16, so he'll be back.
On the numbers right now, he would be back as a list MP. But,
but he doesn't look very good as a potential leader, a guy that can't win his seat.
And a guy that's actually quite centrist. You know, like in your party, he's actually quite centrist. He was the regional bloke, wasn't he, and driving the ute and doing all of that, and he hasn't resonated.
But this is crazy because we're talking about we should have been talking about Kieran McAnulty being out of Parliament, but because Labor is losing so many electorate seats, this is wild.
And just to riposte around him not winning his seat, how many electorate races did Jacinda Ardern win when she stood for Auckland Central? So, you know, someone losing their seat is not actually a precursor of whether or not they'd be.
But Jacinda Ardern did have the Mount Albert seat.
She got Mount Albert
and the leader, so there you go. Paddy's right, is what. Swing of the king, you better not.
Bring it off to a gunfight. I got it. Hey, just on Mount Albert, having a look at Mount Albert, Melissa Lee is only leading by one. She's leading by one, and she was up by several hundred. So Helen White's making a bit of a comeback there.
Yeah, so Paddy, Paddy went hard very early, and we kept saying, hold off, Paddy, hold off. There's more votes.
Those big boots are coming in. Look,
don't worry, I'm getting back over to the flip wall now. You'll see some interesting stuff. Like I said, swing of the king, you better not miss.
National's back at 40.1 now.
Which is still bad, right? Because you're talking about a seat they should be winning comfortably.
What was Jacinda's majority? 19,000?
Something like that. Yeah, crazy.
But this party vote's interesting. As you say, we're at 40.1 now. We're still at 51 seats for National, but we were at sort of 42 there at one stage. I think anything over 40 is still very much a win for the party because everyone had sort of 37, 38 just a matter of 2 or 3 days ago. But it's the numbers and the numbers of seats in the House that matter the most, and so you're 51 there plus your 12 with ACT. has still got you at 63, and at the moment we've got 121, that one seat overhang. So, hey, we've still got a bit of movement to go there, even though we are 75%.
Can I
and
make
that
another
extra one seat is because of Neil Christensen, the ACT candidate who sadly passed away?
No,
that's not.
It's because of the Māori seats.
The Māori seats.
And they are winning more seats than they've got percentage of party vote.
Okay, and then...
Hey, Paddy got prettier. Has everyone seen this?
I'm going to make one call, because I know I called Hauraki Waikato for Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark. That's growing over 1,200 now. I'm also prepared to make a call now, even though we're getting only 80% thus far. Doc Ferris, I think, is too far ahead of Rino Tirikatene. Wow. I don't think Tirikatene is going to get that vote back. So it'll be Booth and Wellington to come.
I think that name would lose that seat.
The Tirikatene family has been in Parliament longer than any other family in the history of New Zealand politics.
And this feels like, in the Māori seats, it feels like 1996. When New Zealand first took a lot of those seats, it feels like that Whitu Tirikatene was the Taitonga. She lost that seat to Tutukapa Wailea, and this is what's happened now with Reno.
Okay, that's some great analysis there. Thank you so much for that. We're going to go... Paddy up and left us here at the desk, but he's gone back to the flip wall. Paddy, what?
Yeah, I had to get back over to the flip wall here and start to sort out some of these panellists who said I went a bit hard a bit early, but, you know, I never do that. I go hard, I go early, and I am usually right when I do that. I just wanted to come over here, because we haven't spent any time over here, but just to show people that, yes, we've been talking about Tāmaki all night, but doesn't it look good, that little splash of yellow on the blue wall there? It shows that things can be flipped off the blue wall. But then we come back over here. I think the phrase is Roy Jabiv when you throw out a whole lot of colours, and that's what this sort of looks like. You've got sort of blue in there, you've got green in there, you've got that other kind of green. It's not really Roy Jabiv, but there is a whole lot of different colours put into the flip wall still. And Rongotai, of course, is still there. Wellington Central is still there, green. And Te Tai Tonga, which we were talking about before, the deep south, I actually deliberately positioned it in the deep south of my flip wall for that very reason. And Doc Ferris, you're going to be having one hell of a night down in Te Waiponamu as well. East Coast I want to talk about. OK, Kitty Allen had that seat, and look at this. Bang. Big result for Dana Kirkpatrick, who comes from a farming family over that way. She is leading by 2,762. Another one with 69% return. That's the kind of seat that I want to make a call. And if Jules Wilcox is making calls, I'll make a call about East Coast. I think he's made two. I want to make two as well and start to even up the ledger with my old mate Matua Jules. Let's have a look at Maunga Kia. That's a seat that we've wanted to see for a little while. Boom, another one, a 3,361 lead with 74% of the vote returned. Underneath One Tree Hill there, they have laid out a big blue duvet of kinds all around Maunga Kia, and Greg Fleming is coming in, and again, a potential high-ranking Labor cabinet minister, potentially on the way out. Stuart Nash on these kind of numbers. She will be struggling to say that.
She'll be back on the list, Paddy.
Paddy, we've got some news that's just come in. Julian, what can you update us on? I
just got a text to say that Nanaia Mahuta has conceded to Hana Rāwhiti Maipi Clark.
Wow.
That means Nanaia Mahuta, as I say, she is one of the greatest Māori politicians in the Labour Party that they have ever seen, will no longer be in Parliament. That is
been there since 1996. That's a huge deal.
And that means we have the youngest MP in the New Zealand Parliament for 170 years. Do you know who the other one was? Neither do I. Every one of you guys were going to. Neither do I, but it was a good little test. You all look pretty worried there.
And I was also the longest serving MP in the...
All right. Hey,
okay,
we're going to leave it here, guys, because we're going live to David Seymour, the ACT Party leader, who is joining us from his headquarters in Auckland. David, it's Ryan here. Great to have you on the show. How are you feeling about tonight's result and the prospect of a national ACT government?
Well, thank you, Ryan. If you wonder why I've got a finger in one ear, it's not that I'm trying to block anything out. It's just it makes it easier to hear you in the other ear. Look, we're feeling very good, but this result is close. It's still changing as the night goes on. What I do know is that Brooke van Velden is the new MP for Tāmaki. We're so proud of her success. ACT has posted a record result in the history of the party. We're so proud that more people than ever have chosen real change. But that's where it stops, because being elected, I've never said, is an achievement in its own right. being elected is an opportunity to do good, and we will be working very hard to repay the trust that people have put in acts at this election. Whatever happens, we'll be doing our best to bring that change about.
David, can I ask you very quickly, have you spoken to Christopher Luxon yet, and what have you talked about?
Yeah, look, we've been talking...
All right, we're going to have to go from David Seymour, I'm afraid, to Christopher Hipkins. Chris Hipkins, who's the Labour Party leader and is now speaking to his supporters in Hutt Valley.
Thank you. E ngā mana e na reo, rauranga tirama, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you everybody so much for being here tonight, and thank you for everything that you have done over these last 6 weeks. We have run the biggest ground campaign, knocking on doors and calling people on phones that we have ever run. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Unfortunately, the results tonight showed that that wasn't enough. Earlier this evening, I called Christopher Luxon to congratulate him on National's results. While it's MMP and the numbers are likely to move around a little bit before the final count, as it stands, Labour is not in a position to form another government. The result tonight is not one that any of us wanted. But I want you to be proud of what we achieved over the last 6 years. Because despite governing through some of the biggest challenges our country has ever faced, we kept New Zealand moving forward and we protected those who needed help the most. We raised 77,000 kids out of poverty despite a global economic downturn. We reduced our emissions 3 years in a row, finally bending the curve on climate change. We built 13,000 new public homes, more than any government since the 1950s. We kept Kiwis in work with unemployment below 4% for the last 2 years, and we moved record numbers of people into work. One that's very near and dear to me, we introduced the Food in Schools program to ensure that kids could learn on a full stomach. We rebuilt and then increased police numbers. We increased the numbers of teachers, nurses and doctors, and we increased their pay as well. We sought to bring people together, to unite, not divide. We moved towards better honouring of the treaty, and I am incredibly proud of that. It hasn't been easy. I honestly think the gods ran out of curveballs to throw at us. Terrorist attacks, volcanoes, cyclones and floods, and of course the COVID-19 global pandemic and the global cost of living crisis that followed. Despite these huge forces against us, through it all, we made a difference. We saved lives and recorded the lowest number of COVID deaths in the developed world. Now that is a real outcome. We kept Kiwis in work while unemployment spiked around the world, and we grew our economy faster than most. We lived our values, and I believe New Zealand is a better place for that. So I want you to stay proud of that. We put people first. We cared. We refused to leave people behind. Because that is what we do. It is what the Labour Party does. My friend and former Prime Minister, the late Mike Moore, remarked that the highest honour a democracy can afford a citizen in a free nation is to be elected as a Member of Parliament. To those who have served but are not returning to Parliament, particularly to my Labour Party colleagues, thank you for the service you have offered to the people of New Zealand. I know you gave it your all and you deserved a better outcome than this one. To all of those who have been elected tonight, I offer you my warmest congratulations. To the people of the Rimutaka electorate, I offer my sincere thank yous. You have consistently placed your trust in me, and it continues to be an honour to represent you. To the Rimutaka Labour campaign team, thank you for waving the flag, though your candidate was seldom there in this election. Becoming Prime Minister earlier this year was the honour of my life. Following on from my good friend and colleague Jacinda, it was not going to be an easy task. I did know when I took on this job that it was going to be an uphill battle. No government has replaced a Prime Minister in an election year and carried on to win. And we've had the added challenges of flooding, a cyclone and a cost of living crisis to contend with. I'm proud of the progressive platform we put forward in this campaign, one that supports everyone, not just the well-off. I gave it my all to turn the tide of history, but alas, that was not enough. In the coming days, we will ensure that there is a smooth transition to a new government. Until that new administration is sworn in, the current government will operate in a caretaker mode, and the ordinary day-to-day business of government will continue. And then the Labour Party will take some time to reflect and to refresh. We now have a new and important role in opposition, to hold the government to account and to fight for those who stand to lose from their proposed cuts. I can promise that we will keep fighting for working people because that is our history and our future. When the tide comes in big, it almost invariably goes out big as well. That is the nature of politics. But the Labour Party is still here, we're not going anywhere, and we will get up again like we have many times before. Thank you, New Zealand, for the honour and the opportunity that you have given us to serve and to move New Zealand forward. And finally, some special thanks to all of you, our Labour team, our Labour whānau, our volunteers and supporters up and down New Zealand. Thank you so much for everything you have done. To Jill Day and the team at Labour Party HQ, thank you for all of the support that you have given me and all of our MPs and candidates during this campaign. Finally, to my family, for everything that you have done for me. To my mum and dad, for all the love that you have given me and for all of the gaps that you have plugged over the last 9 months, I really want to say thank you to you. There is someone else special that I want to thank tonight, someone that most of you won't know, and that is my partner, Tony. Being Prime Minister is not the only special thing that has happened for me this year, and I want to thank you for being with me every step of the way over the last few months as we have gone through this campaign. And finally, to my kids, who have sacrificed more than anyone will ever know, I know that they're going to be happy that they're going to get to spend a bit more time with their dad now. Kia kaha, everybody. Thank you once again for the enormous privilege of serving as your Prime Minister. Thank you to our Labour team for everything that you have done. We have a new job ahead now to regroup and to rebuild and to come back fighting stronger than ever. Thanks very much.
Okay, Christopher Hipkins there. He's been Prime Minister for 9 months, but he won't be a day longer. Conceding the 2023 election there and getting very emotional about it too. It is a tough night for him, Jenna.
Yeah, it is a tough night for him. Poor guy. Feel sorry for him.
Yeah, hard to keep it together when you're talking about your family and how much sacrifice, because families do sacrifice so much in politics, right? And I spent the last week with him on the campaign, and he genuinely had some kind of feeling that he was going to do much better than this. He threw everything that he had at that last week. He was slow off the mark early in the campaign, but he was Zumba dancing. He was driving go-karts everywhere. The guy was just incredible in that last week.
Did you think he was going to resign in that speech? He said, I gave it my all, it's time for a refresh and it's time to renew.
That's right. And then he said, we will get up again.
Yes.
Which didn't include that very crucial word, I.
Yeah.
So I think over the next couple of days, probably, obviously not going to do it tonight, over the next couple of days, Chris Hipkins will just take some time and reflect on what to do. But as you guys were talking about before, what does Labour do now in terms of leadership? What they should do is just keep them on for a while, steady the ship, don't make any sudden movements, because death spirals happen when you start changing leaders like this.
Yeah. See who's in and who's out. See who's in and who's out. There's still too many close calls to make on some electorates. See what the final vote tally is. As you say, take soundings, take a couple of days and see what happens. But these two know more than anyone about you win some, you lose some on election night.
Well, look, I was in caucus in 2014 when we got smashed with David Cunliffe. It was pretty brutal. But Labour will gather in a caucus. They'll talk about the result. They'll talk about where to from here. But I agree with you. I think Chris Hipkins should stay as Prime Minister. Let the dust settle, see where things lie, and then make a decision. I was so pleased he didn't resign at the time. I think that would have been a really bad move and destabilising for Labour, actually, at a point where they don't need that. They need a little bit of continuity, like I say, to get their house in order and see where to.
Absolutely. They might have won tonight, but his popularity hasn't completely dived either.
It's the same as Luxon's.
Yeah, it's been there all the way through.
And if
it's
anything,
not like he's absolutely hated. I would be going, God, don't even just take a small breath. Next year's a good time if you really want to start thinking about it, you know.
Yeah. If anything, we've seen a whole new side to him tonight too. We've seen him be emotional in front of the cameras, in front of the country. We've heard him talk about his partner for the first time, Tony, who none of us in the public knew about beforehand. As he was talking, I just want to bring your attention to the bottom left-hand side of the screen. The National Party's numbers are dropping as Chris Hipkins is leaving the venue here. They are currently on 50 seats with a percentage of 39.7. And that has been dropping pretty consistently throughout the last sort of 45 minutes that we have been on air.
But they were up as 52 at one point.
Yeah, there is some consolation though there, Paula. Let's talk about the minor parties, the small parties.
Let's talk about that. We're also at nearly 83% of the vote counted. You know, Stuart mentioned earlier that some of those bigger booths from South Auckland would come in. We saw this in 2005, actually, some of those changes. Yeah. But the reason we're not seeing a major seat drop is that some of that vote is now also coming through for Top at 2%. Loyal, that Loyal New Zealand, whatever New Zealand Loyal. 1.1. Wow. Was that not kind?
No, that wasn't nice.
Harsh, but
it wasn't nice, but
I mean, you muttered it, but like,
they didn't register their candidates.
Okay.
So.
But explain to us what that means.
You did ask me to be nicer.
Because those votes get redistributed, don't they?
They do. So they get redistributed proportionately to your vote. So actually,
when they don't make it into
Parliament. Yes, when they don't make it in. So at the moment, you're looking at least 2, 3, 4% that will be redistributed. 40% of that will go to national.
Yeah.
So do you think that means they gain a seat back?
Well, it just reinforces whatever has been voted on by everybody else is reinforced by these wasted votes, right?
That's right.
Because they don't make the 5% threshold, they don't get an electorate seat. So instead of those votes just sitting there for a party on their own, they get dished out in proportion to those parties how much those parties that are past the threshold actually get.
Yeah, so National's likely to get 40% of 4%.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That's right.
Which is another seat.
Yeah.
I would hate to be making these calculations.
Yeah, and look, and national.
That's why they do it for us.
My brother's good with the numbers, much better than I am.
The National Act is still sitting on 62. Even if there isn't special votes to change, then that will potentially come down one. But still, they're sitting in the prime seat. The other thing I just wanted to pick up on, which Paddy talked about earlier, and we kind of had to move on, is if I was the now new Prime Minister, Chris Luxon, I would give the Leader of ACT, David Seymour, the Deputy Prime Minister, and then you keep your Minister of Finance, and that's what I do. It gives them the props. Yes. They got over the line.
Yes.
Okay. Right, we're going to go make a call on the wall with Paddy Gow.
Yeah, and this is actually a proper call. It's not a Jules Wilcox, just chuck one out. It's a Newshub. No, it's a good kind of call, bro. It's a good kind of call. But you didn't have anything like this. Bang! We've got a winner in Wanganui. Look at this. Woo! Carl Bates has taken Wanganui. This was a Labor seat. They have flipped it. They've flipped it by quite a considerable margin as well. And Mr. Bates will be heading down to Castlecliff Beach, no doubt, tomorrow for a picnic, because look at that. And this is what we're talking about, these big wins that are happening out there. A nearly 5,000 vote victory out there with 97% of the vote out already done. A 5,000 vote victory in Wonga Vegas for Carl Bates. He's heading into Parliament. He's just returned home to New Zealand, I believe, and he's headed straight down to Parliament, a new MP for the National Party by the name of Carl Bates, team.
OK, we're going to go back now because we're going to go back to Amanda, who is outside Christopher Luxon's house in Remuera. Amanda, what is going on there? We understand that he's about to leave and then head to downtown Auckland, where his party has well and truly kicked off.
That is correct, Sam. I have just made my first sighting of him. He's just coming out. The garage doors, the gate doors are just opening. The Crown car is about to leave. But I just saw Chris and his wife, Amanda, emerge from the house. This is a huge night. Just think 3 years ago, he only just won the Botany seat. Now he is going to emerge a winner and become our next Prime Minister. He's feeling very chilled, very laid back. He looked very happy when I saw him in his doorway. All his neighbours are here. Here he comes, guys. This will be our next Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon, in his house. There he is. Thumbs up from him. There he is. A big night, all the neighbours here. On his way now to Shed 10.
Thank you so much for that, Amanda. This is our 42nd Prime Minister who will be sworn in, no doubt, in the coming weeks. and he is going to have to form a government with the ACT Party and potentially with New Zealand First as well. There's still a lot of water to go under that bridge, Jenna.
There is a lot of water to go under that bridge, but that guy has had his eye on that job since the minute he became a candidate. I talked to him in the last election on a roadside while he was waving a sign, and he couldn't rule out rolling Judith as the leader then, but now he's got the dream job, so
he will be humble. He will be humble tonight, though. Obviously happy, but I think you will see what you're going to expect to see from the next Prime Minister.
OK, look, it's not too much of a drive from Remuera down to Shed 10, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, I'm sure we're going to hear from the next Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon, leader of the National Party. Stick with us.
Welcome back to Newshub's live election special. You can see the results, the quite shocking results above us here in the studio. Christopher Luxon well out ahead with 39.6% of the vote. Chris Hipkins, who has just conceded this election on 26.5% for Labor, he is gonski, and we're about to crown a new Prime Minister. We're going to hear from him hopefully shortly as well. Very quickly, Trish, there was a lot made, this is Trish Jerson with us tonight, a lot made of his personal ratings during this campaign, but doesn't really seem to have mattered.
Well, no, I mean, the mountain he's climbed in 3 years to become Prime Minister and get Nationals shit together in that time is massive, pardon my French, but the bigger issue he's faced, particularly from the media, is, oh, you know, he's not trusted, he's not a preferred Prime Minister, Hipkins was always in front. But National argued themselves behind the scenes, which has proved right, that actually it would be the party that would get there on the night, and that Luxon always had enough to get there as preferred Prime Minister.
That's interesting, because the whole narrative was that when the campaign started, Chris Hipkins was going to do really, really well because he was more likeable than Christopher Luxon. Actually, it turned out to be the opposite. Chris Hipkins was quite awkward on the campaign trail, and Christopher Luxon looked good in a pirate outfit. So I think when you look at it, you go, you know, if Chris Hipkins had backed himself back in January when he took on the leadership, which was to be, as I said, the change candidate, not the continuity of Jacinda Ardern's government, but the change candidate. He was the opposite of Jacinda Ardern, and that policy bonfire ended up being too small.
But don't you think, Josie, his mistake was he started to behave like the opposition, and that's where the negativity came in the campaign, which translated as starting to look like desperation, and I think that's where Hipkins
and
really
the polls went up a little bit, so they thought that that's good. This is a winning, you know, we've got momentum, this is a winning tactic, but it turns out it wasn't. In the end, New Zealanders don't like the negative Speaking of winners, we're going to go now to Paddy Gower, who has got some winners to declare. Go for it, Paddy.
Absolutely, we've got Newshub calls to make, and there's nothing better than it sort of raining some kind of colour out here when we call an electorate. It is raining blue again in my hometown. Ngā New Plymouth actually has gone from red to blue. I'll tell you what, there's been some big wins there, by the way. People may have caught up with the fact that Taranaki will have a home final there at Yarrow Stadium, but this is what we're talking about tonight, an actual win in politics and a big win there in Taranaki. Look at that, a 6,000 vote majority for David McLeod over Glenn Bennett. Glenn Bennett will be gone on that, just like Wanganui. We now have a National Party stronghold in a New Zealand provincial city, the finest provincial city of them all, by the way. Now, going to Ilam, this is a seat we've been looking at tonight to see how Rough Manji would be getting on. I don't think it's going to be raining teal. It definitely won't be raining red. It's raining blue again. Ilam has gone blue again. The people of Maryvale will be happy. Situation has returned to normal in Maryvale. Everybody in Maryvale, calm, calm, calm down. You've gone blue again. And look at these numbers, actually. A 6,547 lead there. That's a big, big win, considering that that vote was split on the other side there. Might have been a bit more tricky for this guy, though, by the looks of things, if Rough Manji hadn't have been there. But anyway, top remain on the bottom of politics. They will not be back on those numbers, team. And we'll have more Newshub calls as the night goes along.
OK, Paddy, thank you so much for that. Now, Paula Bennett's not here. She's taken a break, but she was saying it was time for us to get Laser Kiwi back out again. Here she comes.
Hello, Linda.
Because on that Ilam result,
why did you make that sound seedy, Ryan?
What? Hello, Linda.
Linda. Oh, gosh.
Here she is.
Because we're going to say goodbye to Sarah Pallett from Ilam. She's not even coming in second, she's coming in third. 3, 2, 1. OK, Laser Kiwi, do your work. Oh, it's harsh, isn't it? Off into political oblivion. See you later, Sarah.
Fun fact about Sarah Pallett, she actually got married at Parliament of New Zealand. The bagpipes from her wedding interrupted a COVID-19 press conference from Chris Hipkins.
Great. Wow, that's a fun fact.
fun fact.
Also, she timed the wedding right to get it out of the way before the COVID lockdown came.
Unlike a whole lot of other people.
All right, we are going to have Chris Hipkins on the show in just a few moments. We're going to actually be able to speak to him directly.
Yes, looking forward to that.
See how he is feeling, see what his plans are.
Hey, one thing we should clarify, because we've had a lot of questions coming in when he talked in his speech there about his saying thank you to his partner Tony, because it's a name that could either be a man or a woman. People were confused, but we've had confirmation that he was talking about
a woman.
Just if you were interested.
For a moment, I was thinking, is he?
You were wondering, weren't you, Money?
I was here for it.
All right, we're going to go now to Labour leader Chris Hipkins. Kia ora, Chris. That was a very emotional concession speech from you. Thanks for joining us now. How are you feeling right now? What does this result mean to you?
Oh, of course, I'm disappointed with the result. This is not the result that we were out there campaigning for, and I want to acknowledge the MPs who have served New Zealand incredibly well over the last 3 years who aren't going to be returning to the next Parliament. Democracy can be pretty brutal at times.
Oh, it's a rough night, and I just wonder if you've had any time to reflect on, what went wrong. What do you think? Was there a moment where the campaign was lost?
Oh, look, I think there'll be plenty of time to reflect on the ups and, the highs and lows of the year. It's been a challenging year for us. It's been a very challenging term, leading the country through the global pandemic, and particularly the after effects of the global pandemic was never going to be easy.
Chris Hipkins, are you going to stick around in Parliament in opposition, or are you going to maybe take a couple of days to have a think about this? Will we maybe be hearing from you that you're planning to resign?
Look, what I've said to the team, I've spoken to a number of members of the team tonight. They've indicated that they don't want to rush any decisions, and I think everybody wants a bit of time to take stock and to reflect on this result and where we go from here. The Labour Party has been incredibly good to me, and I'm absolutely committed to doing the right thing by them. And so I think we just need to take a bit of time. We don't have to rush anything. We've got 3 years, clearly, and so we'll take that time. Take some time.
3 years. It would be 3 years on the opposition benches. Is that something that you think you've got the stomach for?
Look, I was genuine during the campaign when I said I didn't have a plan B. I haven't spent time in the last 6 weeks thinking about what I would do if I didn't win. My focus has been 100% on winning, and so clearly this was not the outcome that I was aiming for, and now we'll take some time to reflect on that.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. Chris Hipkins, leader of the Labour Party, Prime Minister for 9 months of New Zealand, because we understand we're going to go now to...
It's a brutal business. It's out with the old and it's in with the new. This is the
rough.
new Prime Minister coming in, and he is arriving at National Party headquarters in Auckland. We're going live there right now to these live pictures. This will be your 42nd Prime Minister, the national leader. No, that's Nancy Davies, our wonderful producer, actually. But this will be your 42nd Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon, who has just driven in his Crown car from Remuera, from his house, to the National Party headquarters. Someone is running quickly up some stairs.
It must be a surreal night.
Good work out though, for that.
We talked about this earlier, that he's had one term. He's had one term in the Parliament.
I was thinking about this. So you know what this election hasn't been about? It hasn't been about the economy very much, actually. It hasn't been about the big deficit we've got. We've got a $10 billion deficit, about to go to $11 billion. Productivity is, tanking. We're looking at 1% growth. It's really interesting that neither side of politics has really engaged with actually some of the biggest issues we need. You want to talk about inequality, you've got to talk about what the hell you do about jobs, about growth, about what you're going to do about the economy.
Productivity, the current account deficit. These are the big...
1% of productivity is worth about $750 in your back pocket.
And has anyone done anything about productivity, Josie, in the last 20, 30 years in this country? No.
No, and the number of times I talked about volume to value, I'm sick of it.
I know,
Somebody's got to do something about it.
I hear you, but no one does anything about it.
When people can't buy their groceries and are taking out payday loans to pay for their groceries. They don't care how much debt the government has because they're
in the end, people care about the end of the month, not the end of the world. And this is the problem for Labor. People worry about the bills they're paying at the end of the month, not the end of the world or climate change. They're worried about climate change, but first they're worried about the end of the month.
I'm worried about that guy running up the stairs.
Is he okay? And it's probably worth reflecting on the job that National has to do here, because I don't think a government since the Labor Party came in 1984 has had a bigger hill to climb in terms of the big issues that need to be dealt with. Health is redlining, education is redlining, as you say, the economy. So, with great power comes great responsibility. They have got a hell of a job on their hands, and what we've seen with this election is the electorate will be very tough on you if you can't deliver.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, great parties need great causes. We haven't seen a great cause in this election campaign. It's partly why people clocked out, I think.
They have clocked out. They've completely tapped out. And that's what a lot of people I've been speaking to, that fatigue and that voter turnout is going to show, I think, we'll soon see.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
And especially for those on the left, we know that people who were tapped out, who were fatigued, weren't voting. And like you said, Jenna, people who can't put food on the table that night, the last thing they're thinking about is the economy, and they couldn't pin them on any of the policies that were being put in front of them, or as well as not giving a hoot about voting. Look, and they had many more things on their plate.
It was all fiscal holes and do you believe in dinosaurs and sausage rolls? I mean, I think that's the frustration that people felt, was that the things that actually matter to them aren't being talked about. And if you look at parties overseas, you look at even Labor parties, and this is my frustration with the Labor Party, I come from the left of politics, they're talking about a vision for like a new industrial policy where you're creating new green jobs, but they don't call them green jobs, they call them new jobs, because when working people hear the word green jobs, they think, I'm going to lose my job. So they're doing this in a way where they're putting climate into a bigger vision about how you make people better off, not better people.
We're just looking at the live pictures and waiting. You can see in the bottom of your screen for Chris Luxon to come in. But is it that they're not talking about it, our parties aren't talking about it, or is it that, and I'm not looking at you, Jenna, but that the media's not, that we are focusing, it is a bit of a race to the bottom sometimes in a campaign where you're looking for,
And parties will always argue that they were trying to talk about policy on the way through. The one thing we can't quantify this election, and I think all parties have to look at themselves hard on this, is the loss of trust. There has been an enormous erosion in the public's trust of politicians, of what they say on the campaign trail, of the whole misinformation environment, and I think that's something that New Zealand has to try and address. It's a very worrying trend.
Actually, that's true, Trish. It's the Peter Gluckman report that came out earlier this year. Half of New Zealanders don't trust their institutions or their politicians.
Yeah, part of that is politicians just not being able to answer a straight question.
Yep. I'll tell you about it, Gemma.
Against a wall for 6 long weeks of Luxon stand-ups. Oh my goodness, that guy. He's going to have to learn real quick that once he gets to the prime ministerial podium, that is over.
Well, does he? Because I seem to remember a certain Jacinda Ardern who was entirely incapable of answering a single question.
This is my point, guys.
Totally, and the frustration that came from that from the public as well was just
But also it is the lack of ideas, right? I mean, you look at the US, you've got, Bidenomics. What does that mean? It means creating manufacturing jobs, new manufacturing jobs. In the UK, you've got this thing called Securonomics. It's all about, creating jobs in the UK and this axis of instability. That's what Keir Starmer talks about. So you have got big ideas out there. It just feels like in New Zealand we haven't really engaged with them. So yes, we end up talking about, does Christopher Luxon believe in dinosaurs? And
I mean, in the end, the sausage roll was emblematic of this campaign, isn't it? It's not the most inspiring food. It's kind of what we've come down to in this campaign.
Reminding me of
Have too many and you feel a bit stodgy.
Exactly.
Quote from Chris Hipkins yesterday, and possibly the quote of the campaign was, "I have eaten for my country."
Hey, if you just take a look at what's going on right in front of us. So they've erected a balloon, what do you call that, a garland? A garland is up and there's a blue wall behind it. And then I think there is pretty much a runway that the former Air New Zealand CEO is going to glide down.
Yeah.
It goes all the way between all of the supporters.
Is he going to be offering cassava chips? Cookie time cookie, cassava chips, cookie time cookie.
But this is next level, and thankfully our Newshub has forked out for a big jib camera, so we can actually follow this whole thing.
You know what? Is he going to burst through that backdrop? I feel there's a.
I feel like there needs to be like a, you know, one of those things they break through. Is it you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly. But while we're waiting, I actually think Christopher Luxon and National would do well to reach out to New Zealand first. You think about what John Key did, and it worked really well. Didn't need New Zealand first, but if you reach out to Winston Peters, Shane Jones, I think, you know, that's going to be a pretty powerful thing.
Okay. Oh, he's doing lots of high fives there. People have got the phones out. They want to get their moment with the next Prime Minister of New Zealand. Oh, he's looking like a very happy man, isn't he?
Wait till you see the length of this tarmac. this is a long runway.
What would you like today?
That's a John Key style rock star welcome.
Yeah, that's a victory lap.
Can you remember Judith Collins walking into the same party last year, and there were about 3 people in the room? She had the bravest face on in the world.
She did.
3 years, and he has turned it around to be the rock star of New Zealand, to be the Prime Minister of New Zealand. That is incredible.
It's pretty. I think isn't he the Prime Minister who's been in Parliament the least amount of time, and then become Prime Minister. I mean,
John Brash nearly got there in 2005. He came in after the thumping that they got in 2002. He came in about a year after that, was there for a couple of years and came within a whisker, remember, of the Labour Party, but didn't quite do it. And Chris Luxon is...
You know, I think one of the problems that Labour's had is that they've tried to paint him as the new Don Brash, and you know, Mussolini, the CTU. Actually, I have to hand it to Craig Rennie, politician of the whole campaign. He really almost nailed it for Labour.
But they almost
took
lost
their
it.
statistics.
They helped to lose it for Labour as well, the CTU. Their attack on
that
Luxon.
Mussolini poster, just if people look at Christopher Luxon, even if you're not a Nat and you don't support his politics, you go, the guy's not a racist.
But there was a turning point for Luxon in this campaign where he began to look prime ministerial. Did you notice that? Very sharp suits, great ties, quite a point of difference from Chippy, who went the other way. He went into the sort of more casual, the bomber jacket, and Luxon just from there started to sort of glide around with a new, you know, a new air about him.
Clearly you've forgotten the pirate outfit, Trish.
Oh, no, I can't even bring myself. What's the rule in politics? Never get photographed in a silly hat.
I do want to say, though, just in terms of, you know, not labelling him a racist, but what we are looking at right now with the National and ACT coalition is we're going to see the Māori Health Authority gone, we're going to see a lot of co-governance arrangements gone. It is quite, even though the Māori Party could be celebrating, you know, many wins that they are still going to be in opposition, and this is sad for Te Ao Māori. We did have the biggest Labour Māori caucus that we saw, and there was some changes, probably not enough according to this according to these results for the Māori seats. But it is hard not to think about the massive loss that Te Ao Māori will have over the next 3 years.
And David Seymour has said that a referendum on the Treaty of Waitangi is a bottom line.
Which should be a
Chris Luxon has ruled that out, let's be clear, but don't think that David Seymour is going to stop talking about that.
But I hope we can have a really good discussion now about devolution, co-governance in a way that where you know, people are able to express their views, and also that we actually, you know, challenge them to make some progress on this stuff as well.
Chris Luxon,
because you can't pretend the treaty doesn't exist. This is the problem National's got. You can't wish the treaty away.
There's Max Key.
Yeah, so he's making...
There's John Key.
There's Brona.
Does Max Key want a career in politics? I think he does.
Do you know that Max Key actually told me once that he did want to become Prime Minister one day? When I was speaking to him about something completely different, and I didn't take him seriously at the time, but, you know.
Here is your 42nd Prime Minister of New Zealand. This is the leader of the National Party. He will soon be sworn in the next couple of weeks, I'm sure, after doing a deal with maybe with the ACT Party and New Zealand First, maybe with just the ACT Party. But ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the next Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon.
My mama told me that day is gonna come. You'll get Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much. And thank you, New Zealand, because from all over your country, this great country, you have reached for hope and you have voted for change. And I am immensely proud to say that on the numbers tonight, National will be in a position to lead the next government. And my pledge to you is that our government will deliver for every New Zealander. Because we will rebuild the economy and deliver tax relief. We will bring down the cost of living. We will restore law and order. We will deliver better health care. And we will educate our children so that they can grow up to live the lives that they dream of. And that's what you voted for, and that's what we will deliver. Now, earlier this evening, I took a call from Labour leader Chris Hipkins conceding the election. And I thanked him for the call, and I thanked him for serving New Zealand as Prime Minister. And I wished him well. And I wished him well because it's obviously a tough night for Labour, and I want to acknowledge that. I also spoke to ACT leader David Seymour, and I congratulated him on his own win in Epsom and ACT's result. And there are many votes still to be counted, but on current numbers, it looks like National and ACT will be in a position to form the next government. And I also congratulate Winston Peters on New Zealand's first return to Parliament, and I appreciate his comments this evening that he is willing to help where needed. And as a result of voters' choices, and with special votes still to come, it looks like National will on Monday be welcoming many, many new MPs into our caucus. And although this campaign was long and negative, New Zealanders listened to National. But more importantly, National listened to New Zealanders. And we listened to the people needing interest rates to come down so they can pay their mortgages. And we listened to the people that need tax relief to help pay for the grocery bills. And we listened to the retailers who want to know that the justice system is putting offenders' interests first. And we also listen to the patients waiting 11 hours at the emergency department who know that the front line needs support. And tonight you have given us the mandate to take New Zealand forward. And in all our conversations with you, we heard a description of New Zealand that can be so much better than it is. And we know it, and you voted for it, and together we will make this an even better country. Now, turning around the country may take time. It's a big job and we have to get it right, and it's going to be hard work. But the government, community groups, iwi and businesses will together get the job done, because that's how I want to lead this country, together for every single New Zealander. And one night about midway through the election campaign, I was on a late flight home to Auckland, and I was sitting looking out that plane window, and I looked out at the dark land below. And there were huge black spaces, except where at times the darkness was broken by a single isolated light. And it was probably a farmhouse, and sometimes there were small groups of lights in little settlements and occasionally towns or a city. And I looked out and I thought about the responsibility of leading this country on behalf of every New Zealander, wherever they are, whoever they are, and whatever their life circumstances. And regardless of ethnicity, and whether our families arrived generations ago or are new migrants, we all share an interest in living in a safe, stable country that celebrates fairness and wants the very best for every New Zealander. And we also share an interest in having a strong economy that is providing opportunities. Because the promise of New Zealand is quite simply that if you work hard in the best country on planet Earth, you should be able to get ahead. And it's what unites us that matters most to me. And that will always be the ethos of a government that I lead. Now, before I finish, I do want to express my tremendous gratitude to so many people who have made tonight's outcome possible. And first, of course, are you, the voters. To all of you who voted for National, thank you. We won't let you down. And to all of those who didn't vote for National, we won't let you down either. And to the people of Botany who returned me as your MP, can I say thank you? Because it is my great privilege to represent you in Parliament, and the place that I spent so much of my childhood. It is the best electorate in New Zealand. And to the National Party, from President Sylvia Wood and right through to every volunteer and supporter in every electorate, thank you. Because your commitment to National did not waver, and tonight's outcome is yours to celebrate too. And I want to thank my fantastic Deputy Nicola Willis, our incredible hard-working campaign chair Chris Bishop, and all of our caucus and candidates for their relentless campaigning over the past 6 weeks. You have given it your all, and we have splashed blue across the country. Thank you. And I want to thank our great campaign director, Joe DeJoux, and all of our campaign team. Because they have left no stone unturned, no press release unwritten, no social media meme unposted, and no tick untopped in the effort to reach as many Kiwis as possible with National's message. And I also want to thank my amazing, amazing Chief of Staff, Cameron Burrows, and National's incredible team. Because you have had weeks without weekends and nights without sleep, but tonight it's all been worth it. And before I thank my own family, I want to thank the children, the spouses and the partners of every MP, of every candidate and of every member of our campaign team and our staff. Because all of you have sacrificed a great deal to support us, and that support is greatly acknowledged and greatly appreciated. And there have been many late nights and long absences, and I genuinely hope that tonight's victory is some repayment for your sacrifices. So thank you. And finally, to Amanda and William and Olivia. Amanda, I have to say, while being Prime Minister, elected Prime Minister is a great honour. I have always said marrying you will be my greatest achievement. I love you, and I am so grateful that I get to do life with you each and every day. And I want to say to William and Olivia, thank you so much for all of your support and encouragement right from the moment that I said I wanted to enter politics and public service. So thank you, team. I love you lots. And tomorrow morning, New Zealanders are going to wake up to not only a new day, but the promise of a new government and a new direction. And this great country of ours has so much potential, and our new government will help realise it. And I have to tell you, I am humbled by tonight's support, but I am so energised by it too. And I cannot wait to get stuck in and to get to work. Because New Zealanders have chosen change, and our new government will deliver it, and we will get this country back on track. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
There he goes, the next Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon, leader of the National Party, with his victory speech. What do we make of that, team?
I've got very important news, just in case anyone couldn't quite get the chance.
Oh, yes. Well,
we were struggling a little bit here, weren't we? Okay, so we've got back on track.
Oh, that is what it was. Yes.
And I believe there was also a chant of Amanda there, which is kind of...
Well, that was former chant leader Paula Bennett, who chants are very, very important too.
She just sits on the bus.
I suffered through it.
If I was there, I'd be chanting now.
Yeah. I thought the speech, though, that line, Kiwis have reached for hope and voted for change, will go down as one of the greatest lines in this modern politics. He absolutely owned it with that sentiment that in this campaign, Christopher Luxon has felt like the other side has been dishing up fare, and they have. And actually both sides did. But near the end of the campaign, Chris Luxon decided that he was going to reach for the hope path
And you know what Kiwis said to Hipkins and said to Labor? That's ugly, we don't like it, go away.
And it was personal, at some level as well. You know, it was a Trish.
No, yeah, no, and you sort of feel tonight that New Zealand has breathed a bit of a collective sigh of relief. I think there was a lot of nervousness heading into tonight that we could still get quite a different result. And a lot of people had expressed to me that, you know, they were really wanting to see this change, and in particular the message that Chris Luxon had tonight about how he wants to work with the community, with business, with iwi, and work in partnership, and he's very much signalled that. He made the statement to business a few weeks ago that he wanted them to act as a partner to government and not like children as the relationship had been. So I think for businesses around the country, they will be relieved to see this change tonight.
I don't know, he didn't do that well in Mood of the Boardroom, actually. But the thing is let's be honest, let's give credit when credit's due. This is a guy that peaked at the right time. If you had heard him on Mike Hosking or any or your shows 8 months ago, this is not a guy who you thought would take National to victory.
He stepped up, didn't he? When the
really
campaigning began, he was a different man to the one that we see now. Okay,
I've got to say though, we've seen ACT drop a seat, so that puts National and ACT at 61 seats.
Okay, that is fascinating.
Sorry.
We're going to come back to that, Paula. Thank you for that insight. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will hear from Christopher Luxon, the next Prime Minister of New Zealand. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to Newshub's election special for 2023. What you're looking at is my biscuit, and what you can see on my biscuit is a government being formed. This between the National Party and the ACT Party, but just in the last little while we've seen their numbers start to drop a little bit. You can see Nationals on 39.3%, that will give them 50 seats in the House. ACT 9.1, that gives them 11. 61 seats is what you need to win. But one thing we should point out here very quickly, Paula, is that there are a whole bunch of parties, minor parties like TOP, which are sitting on 2%, for example.
Yeah.
Those votes will be reallocated to the parties that we know of that will be in Parliament, that have passed the threshold. Those votes will be reallocated, which means it should give these seats a lift.
So 2.1 for TOP, New Zealand Loyal 1.1, Zeal 0.6. So you've got at least 4% there that then gets distributed proportionately, which means that National will end up, I would think, with an extra MP because they get 40% of that, if not two. Really, so if you're over 4%, you're getting close to 2% more, or at least 1.8.
Plus Port Waikato
starts getting interesting.
Starts to come into play.
Absolutely.
So you're actually starting to talk about a fairly healthy margin.
Hey, look, I bet they felt better at 62 than 61, but I would just say that that won't end up being the end number.
Don't delete Winston Peters' number just yet.
What you're hearing here is a bit of the panic the National Party kind of into. That was classic National Party panic, because what's actually going on is as that vote creeps back, Winston Peters creeps more into the picture and into the picture, and National Party people start getting nervous and just talking and talking and talking. Don't worry, we're going to get some votes from here and here and here and here and all this sort of thing.
Rich coming from you.
He's coming.
Who's talking? Obviously after 11.
Good on you, Patty.
Plug it back in.
All right, we need to go to. Are we going to the new Prime Minister just yet, or not quite? We're standing by for Christopher Luxon. He's just having some audio issues at the moment. Maybe it's Winston calling.
Let's have a quick chat about, because he's a very inexperienced parliamentarian. What's his team going to be like?
All right, I've just heard that we do have Christopher Luxon to go to right now. So we're going to go to the incoming Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon. Congratulations, Christopher. How are you feeling?
Oh, look, great day for our team. We've worked so incredibly hard over the last 2 years, and I'm just so proud of all our volunteers and our supporters and our campaign officials and campaign team and candidates and MPs and party officials. This is a great team sport, politics, and I said at the very beginning when I became the leader, we go up and down as a team, and we've done that incredibly well. But I'm excited for the days ahead.
You put an olive branch out to Winston tonight. Why did you do that?
Well, look, I just appreciated his remarks this evening, and I just wanted to acknowledge that, New Zealanders voted for change across this country. And so while on tonight's numbers it looks like we can do it with National and ACT, I also wanted to acknowledge Winston Peters' remarks about, being prepared to help if needed, and I appreciated that.
What's your strategy here for negotiating and timeframes? Are you going to, given that it is sort of close, are you going to wait till November 25th to that by-election before you start maybe needing to talk to Winston? How long is this thing going to go on?
Well, look, we'll work all that out tomorrow, and the reality is we certainly won't be doing any negotiations through the media. We'll do that out of respect with the parties involved. But really what this is about tonight is that New Zealanders have voted for change, and I just want to tell everyone that we have a fantastic country, a great country, and we can be so much better than we have been, and we have got so much potential in this country of ours, and I want people to know, whether you voted for us or not, that we are going to deliver for all New Zealanders, that we need to come together as a country, and we now need to go to work and make this a place that every Kiwi can flourish in, and so that's the work ahead of us. That's why I came to politics, almost 3 years ago, and that's why my team's here as well. So we're really excited about getting to work and going forward as a country together.
Have you spoken to Winston Peters at all?
No, I haven't. My team have, through the course of today, but I certainly spoke to David Seymour and congratulated him on his great set of results as well. And I think, David and I will work incredibly constructively together. That we've done that in the past, our parties. David and I know each other well from being neighbours for 4 years, and we've got good alignment about wanting to lift the economy and law and order and
totally. There's a lot
that
you guys agree on. Christopher, you mentioned that your team had been in touch with Winston today. Who from your team, and talk about what?
Oh, look, not getting into any of that. It's just we'll talk about we're going to have a strategy to work with the parties and do a negotiation and do what we need to do. But right now,
can you tell us?
It's important we take the country forward.
can you give the public watching tonight some insight into your thinking? You know, you're coming in as the next Prime Minister. Are you going to try and actually work with both ACT and New Zealand First, regardless of whether you need New Zealand First?
Well, look, again, what I'd say to you tonight, New Zealand has voted for change. On the numbers that we've got tonight, National and ACT can do it in a simple two-party coalition arrangement in government. And, you know, that's been our preference and that's the way we'll go going forward. But I just did want to acknowledge Winston Peters and thank him for his remarks and offer of help as well, if needed. But, look, really what this is about is setting up a country as we go forward in some pretty tough times to make sure that we deal with the problems that we've got, we maximise the opportunities ahead of us, and we start to realise the great potential in this great country of ours.
A lot of talk about the tax cuts before the election. Are you committing tonight to implementing those tax cuts in full as outlined on your party's website, otherwise you'll resign?
Absolutely. We said we'd deliver tax relief for low and middle income New Zealanders. It's important they get a break as they navigate the cost of living. But, you know, really this has been about change. We've had a great set of support across the country over the last few months, and I want New Zealanders to know we're going to go to work and deliver for them. They want results, and they need results to improve their daily lives.
Mr. Luxon, Jenna Lynch here. Congratulations for starters. I just want to pick up on what Ryan asked you before and get a clearer answer on that. Will you call Winston Peters even if you don't need him?
Well, look, tonight we've got the results that say that we can do it with National and ACT, and that's our leading, you know, that's our assumption going forward. I'm just acknowledging that, you know, Winston Peters and New Zealand First are back in Parliament. They are also, you know, people have voted for change across the country, and I appreciated his offer of help if needed tonight as well, and that's all I was acknowledging. But we go forward. David Seymour and I will get to work very quickly in trying to work through all the terms of our arrangements, and we'll do that in a very constructive, mature and professional way.
How quickly did you realise that the night was going your way? When did you bank it?
Well, I have to say, you know, we felt really good going into the campaign. You know, I appreciate there were lots of pundits and lots of commentators and people with their own views about what we were doing right or wrong, or, you know, and lots of commentary. I haven't listened to that right from when I became the leader, frankly, because if you go back and read a lot of it's wrong. And we could feel when we're out and about in the communities, and I've done a lot of that for the last year, that people felt we were going in the wrong direction. They want change, and that's what we came to deliver, and that's what we're going to do. We've got a mandate for change. We've got a very good plan. We should have great hope that this country's got some great days ahead of it, and now we're going to go to work and get that done.
Christopher, can you give us a bit of an insight into that phone call that was made from Chris Hipkins to you earlier this evening? What did he have to say?
Yeah, look, I really appreciated the call, and I just wanted to thank Chris for his service to the country and for being a Prime Minister. And, you know, that's not an easy job, and I appreciate we have very different ways of doing that job and different approaches to taking the country forward, but I wanted to acknowledge and thank him for his public service and to wish him and his family well for the future.
Hey Chris, just one last one from me, and then we've got a fun one from Paula Bennett coming your way. Stay tuned for that. But there was a lot of talk, a lot of negativity about you on this campaign. The Labour Party, that you copped a lot of flack in the press. Do you feel like you were hard done by on this campaign?
Look, it didn't really matter what people said about me because, you know, it was a negative campaign, sadly, and my point for the last year has been just to get out of bed every morning and focus on the mission and purpose as to why I came to politics, what we're here to do as a team. I'm proud of the team that we've rebuilt with the National Party in such a short period of time. I'm proud of the way we held the government to account last year, and I'm proud of the policies that we put together. So, frankly, I don't really care too much about what people in the media say about me. I just need to get on and do my job and lead, and that's what I'm here to do, is to give leadership to the country and to our team and to take our great country forward, and that's what I've been focused on.
Hi, it's Paula. I'm so excited, and especially for you, but also for all of those volunteers, so many of whom I know. Now, you've talked a lot about change. I want to make sure that it will still be all right for me to call you Lux.
You can call me anything, you know. Paula's awesome, so yeah, you know, I love you lots. So no, really proud of you too, and yeah, really proud of you.
Hey, go well. Thanks so much.
Thank you, team. Have a great night. Take care.
That is your new Prime Minister, Christopher Luxon.
Lux has had a bit of good luck, hasn't he?
Lux has had a good luck.
Hey, we're going to head now. We've got Isabel Ewing, our reporter. She's going to speak to David Seymour, who's going to be having some long conversations, I believe, with Christopher Luxon very soon.
Yes, hey Sam, I do have David just here, probably getting a few messages coming through tonight. How are you feeling, David?
Oh, look, fantastic. I mean, we've had a record number of people vote for ACT and ask us to deliver real change. Now we're humbled by the need to repay that trust, and that's what we'll be working hard to do over the next 3 years.
And how early in the night did you see things were coming your way?
Look, obviously all night there's been ups and downs, and as different parts of the country and different votes are counted, and that's actually going to continue for another 2 weeks, because remember, if you're a Democrat you think every vote counts, and people who cast special votes, their votes count too, and they won't be counted for another couple of weeks.
What were some of the downs of the evening?
Oh, there's bits where we were lower, but then there were bits where we were higher, so you know.
There's been a lot of talk about Winston Peters being kingmaker. It doesn't look like that will be the case. How much of a relief is that for you?
Well, look, I mean, first of all, it may still happen. Like I say, not every vote is being counted. But I think it's also, you know, something I've been really clear about throughout the campaign is that New Zealand has some really big problems. It's going to take a tight, focused group to fix them. And Winston Peters' track record is that he's generally made it harder for governments to solve problems. So, you know, we'll overcome that if needed. But I, you know, obviously hope that we can do that preferred option of an ACT national government.
So how likely is it, do you think, that potentially you will have to work with Winston Peters?
Oh, look, I can't anticipate what the voters will say in those last few votes to come in, but there's still votes to be processed, and we respect that, and we'll see how they come through.
And what is your message to everybody out there who's come through and voted for ACT and brought this result tonight?
Thank you for trusting us with lending us your vote for 3 years. Our job is now to work double time with our new caucus of MPs to make sure that we repay that trust. And we understand a lot of people voted for us because they're facing really big challenges, and we've got to prove we can help them overcome this.
One final question. Why didn't you arrive on a boat this evening?
Well, the weather forecast was bad, so I thought we might...
It looked all right to me.
It looked... No, the forecast was bad. The day was beautiful, so that's a real bummer. But, you know, blame the weather forecasters.
David Seymour, thank you so much, guys. Back to you.
All good.
Okay, Isabel Ewing there chatting to David Seymour. All right, team, what are we thinking? I would just like to point out you did get a commitment from Christopher Luxon there that the tax cuts are definitely going ahead. He actually said absolutely.
Yeah, or
tax
I will
cuts are
resign.
happening.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Hey, just David Seymour.
He should. He promised, right?
He did promise beforehand, so you can't just turn around. David Seymour, that's an incredible thing. 9.1%. I know it's not where we thought they would get to, but 9.1% up from 7.6% at the 2020 election. But get this, between 2002 and 2020, that party never got above 3.5%. So
it was just little old David Seymour.
And do you
in
remember
Parliament with his caucus of
great
one.
line on that? He said, "I've managed to take ACT out of the ICU and put it in recovery." and wow, has he done that? And also the job that he's done in the last 3 years to hold together a caucus of absolutely new MPs. Everyone was watching that to go, something will go terribly wrong. And he has done a phenomenal job. And through this campaign, the most talked about person on the street was David Seymour from the
up until the last few weeks.
Yes,
I agree.
And then it became Winston.
But he's rebranded. He's gone yellow to pink. Who would have thought that would have worked? Richard Prebble came out and said the party's lost its mojo, but nothing seemed to get through. He's done very well. Credit where credit's due.
Look, you've got to bring...
The wheels are falling off, I feel, with you, Jenna.
Sorry, bring Joseph there back. She's just got that highbrow cerebral that I don't really have. So if I just get a chance, I wanted to do a major shout-out to my mate, James Meagher, who has won in Rangitata, because he has won that by over 9,500 votes, which is taken from Labour, which is just absolutely stunning. And young Māori lawyer coming in, he's worked for me for years, so I'm completely biased, but he ran a bloody good campaign. And so, with all respect, I'd just love to give him a shout out. And to my Angie, who's in Te Ata too, she's in for a rough ride though, because I think anything under 400 votes for a blue needs to think about special votes and what that actually means. So, and Brock, baby.
What a powerhouse.
One last thing. I mean, Hipkins mentioned it. There's a whole lot of people who put a whole lot of time, effort and energy into this who are now no longer MPs.
And their staff lose their jobs.
Staff lose their jobs.
Yeah,
It's rough.
Their staff lose their jobs.
Stuart Nash, Paula Bennett, Trish Sherson, thank you so much for being on our panel tonight. We're going to have to say goodbye to you now and bring our other panellists back in, but do stick around. We're going to go to a break and Laser Kiwi is going to be back afterwards. You guys have been absolutely incredible. We've really enjoyed your analysis and all of your comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bring back Linda.
Where is Linda?
Welcome back to this Newshub special.
We're tired.
We've just got a few minutes to go.
We're tired.
This might be falling off because we're going to bring out Laser Kiwi once again. Josie Pagani is back, wonderful commentator. And Josie, you're going to do the honours?
Yay!
Okay. Oh, here she comes. Here she comes.
Hello, Linda. Here she is.
So what is Laser Kiwi up to this time? We've got some good news, right?
This is for my mate Efeso. At last, you're in Parliament, mate.
Jessel Collins is getting in on the green list. Linda, the latest.
This is for you and Fesso.
This is hands down one of
The
my
Greens are lucky to have you.
Yeah.
The Greens are lucky to have
I
you.
always heard that Newshub election nights were crazy, but I didn't realise they were this off-centre. So this is amazing.
Christopher Luxon thought we jumped the shark with the dinosaur questions, but this is private.
Oh, Linda's got more tricks.
Oh
do you
my
want?
God.
Do you
Oh,
want to have?
Linda,
I'm going to come and move Linda.
I'm
going to come and move
I don't want to
Mission Orange. It's
Don't bring
Mission
Linda near
Jenna,
me.
do you want?
Linda's heavy. Don't bring Linda near me.
Oh, you don't want Linda? Come on, Julian, you have a crack.
Yeah,
You guys are trying to make me give Linda a Māori name.
I'm not
okay.
about it.
As long as you cue me, I'm not very coordinated, so...
Okay, so...
OK, here we go. Now, what are we doing? Are we hatching or...
We never know what Linda's going to do.
Okay,
She's got a mind of her own.
This one, somebody on the way out.
Here we go now. We're getting rid of some...
That's angry Linda. That's angry Linda. It's Michael Woodhouse.
Oh, it's Michael Woodhouse. Right, OK. So
now, Woody was going either way, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He threw a tanty because he didn't get a high enough
Can
list
I move
ranking.
this away from me? OK.
Yeah.
OK, we're going to go now to Lloyd Burr. He's at National Party HQ, and he is going to be speaking to Amanda Luxon. Kia ora, Lloyd.
Kia ora team. Yeah, we've got Amanda here. Amanda is, well, the First Lady-elect, essentially. How does that feel?
Oh, look, I think it's amazing to get to this point. It's been, a long journey and so much energy's gone into it. So it is really exciting to be at this point, but also exciting about what we can do moving forward. So.
And your husband's been on the campaign trail for, well, there was the 6 weeks of the campaign, then before that he did the Around the Country tour as well. And I was about to say, are you looking forward to having him back? But you're probably not going to have him back.
Well, it's a misnomer because I never lost him. So we're an incredibly tight unit. So it doesn't really matter where we are. Nothing gets in between us as a couple. So we take all those opportunities we can to be together and we share everything. So I'm really supportive of him wanting to really achieve what he wants to, and it's a privilege to be able to be by his side while he does that. Yeah.
And your life's going to change quite a bit. You're going to have security following around all the time. You've got Premier House to move into in Wellington. Are you have you got your head around that yet?
Yeah, no, I haven't thought that far yet. It's step by step by step. So there's things for another day. So
Awesome. Well, you've got a big night ahead of you. Go and celebrate. Thank you very much for having a chat with us.
Lovely, thanks.
Cheers. That is Amanda Luxon, the new First Lady of the country.
Thank you so much, Lloyd. I think you're right. Life is going to change a lot for the Luxons, isn't it? And yeah, they've got an 8th house that they can go and live in now. Oh my God!
Maybe our Premier House will finally get a do up because
I want to know who their marriage guidance counsellor is, because clearly they've got a really good marriage.
They've got an amazing marriage.
I want some tips. Give us some tips.
No.
Hey team, we're going to be wrapping up shortly. I'm just keen to hear some final thoughts from you all. Marnie, what's your takeaway from tonight?
For me, the Māori seat's always the most interesting, and it is really indicative of how Māori vote. There's this massive, I guess, kind of appetite for mana motuhake, and we're seeing that in this vote. Tamaki Makaurau te Taitokiro, still can't call them. They are leaning in Labour's favour, but still very tight. But Rawiri and Debbie have smashed their seats. However, watching National and ACT, and we mentioned before, Jenna, it is a bit scary. It is a bit scary for Māori, what we are looking down the barrel of, and that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about whether or not that devolution will happen. Partnering and talking about iwi as businesses from Luxon's perspective is not the true vision of mana motuhake for Māori and Aotearoa.
Okay, good thoughts. Josie, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I think for Labour, and I say this as somebody who's still a Labour person, people didn't vote for National because Labour wasn't left-wing enough. For God's sake, don't make the mistake you did last time of thinking that you need to be more left-wing. And the problem that the left has got here is delivery. A little less inspiration, a little more perspiration.
Yep, I'm ready to go.
It's the same problem all over the world, actually. And so that's what they've got to focus on when they look at why it is they lost. It wasn't God's fault, wasn't hurricanes, wasn't COVID.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think the left has lost much of its DNA. I think the other thing is this is going to be a really interesting term in government. You've got a lot of people in opposition who will be gunning for National, and in particular ACT, and the influence that ACT can bring to the negotiation and then into government is going to be fascinating over the next 3 years. The other thing I'd say is the left the world over, as you say, has got some issues. I mean, look at what's happened in Australia with the yes-no vote. Massive failure in Australia. There's lots of questions in the world around left-wing parties at the moment. They've got to find their retrace their identity.
I hadn't caught up with that, so it's a no.
Bad no.
Gosh, oh wow, that's
snuck that in there at the 11th hour. The clock has just struck midnight.
It has.
So we're going to go to Paddy Gower for one last time.
Here we go.
One last suck of the salve. Paddy.
Yeah, and I do just want to say, actually, we are in Paddy's house, and in case anybody's wondering, it is Paddy with a Y. It is not Paddy with an I. Okay, now, just getting into the thing, getting down to business in here. Let's have a look with 97% of the vote counted in a 121-seat parliament. This is really important, people. This is how the parliament will most likely look now. We've got so many numbers in. 50 seats to the National Party, and then the ACT Party get 11 seats. So that is a one-seat majority. That is 121-seat parliament. They just get there, okay? They absolutely just get there. Now, it gets more interesting. Winston is back. Winston the Phoenix has risen from the ashes. Everybody, move your body. Winston's back, all right, but he is not necessarily needed, although you can see by how shallow that majority is there that he may well come into play if things change. Now, coming over here to where the Labour Party is, this is dire, this is disgusting, this is desperate stuff. The Labour Party has been decimated down to 34 seats, roughly around half of what they got last time around. Now, the Greens, they've been acting like they won all night. They've got 14 seats. I just want to send a few home truths out there. This is the opposition side of the parliament where you have zero power and you've got 14 seats. But once again, the Greens are nowhere near power in tonight's parliament. Te Pāti Māori, boom, big time, boomfa. They have erupted. There has been a generational shift and a generational change out there in Māori politics, and that will be represented by 4 people coming into the parliament, doubling their intake. But it's all about what's happened over on the right-hand side, and at the moment, with 97% of the vote counted, they have a one-seat majority, and Winston Peters is sitting there on the subs bench with his tracksuit on, ready to be called out onto the park. The question is whether there will be any injuries in those special votes where they need him in the big test match that's called the next 3 years in the New Zealand Parliament.
Thank you so much, Paddy. He's just reminded me about the All Blacks playing tomorrow morning
same.
at 8 a.m, which is not that far away, team.
I was just thinking that. Oh, that's right, the rugby.
Yeah, the rugby quarter-final.
Just keep going all the way to 8 o'clock.
No.
We're on here at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We're on here at 9:30. I'll just keep going.
We will not be doing that.
That's a good point for those wanting to tune in tomorrow. What time?
We're on, the Hui's on at 9:30 and then Newshub Nation at 10 o'clock.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, that's
so we'll
a
be back.
Reminder.
I'll be back at 6 a.m. on Monday morning, OK?
OK.
I promise.
Let's wrap up. Jenna, thoughts, comments, feedback? Gosh, it's been a big campaign for you, big night.
It has been a big campaign. I think there is still quite a lot of interesting stuff to play out here, and I think we are going to have to wait for those specials to see the real shape of the parliament. At the moment, ACT is sitting in an incredible position to negotiate because National cannot get there with New Zealand first, so they can basically demand whatever they want or threaten that confidence no supply silly behaviour that David Seymour was talking about. But those specials have tended to favour the left, so Christopher Luxon might yet be looking at a Deputy Prime Minister named Winston Raymond.
Well, I hear what Mundy says, and I reckon Luxon should pick up the phone to New Zealand First anyway, because you want Winston Peters and you want Shane Jones, you want more Māori faces in that government.
You also want some experience, because Christopher Luxon and the team around him, he hasn't got anyone in there that actually has been near a ministerial position.
Stanford, Willis, Bishop.
Yeah, saying Winston First and Shane Jones, New Zealand First, Winston Peters and Shane Jones, sorry, it's a long night, saying them and bringing some confidence to Māori doesn't gel at the moment, particularly the campaign that they've had. So that's the first thing. The second thing I would would say is, did Paddy try and do the Backstreet Boys Winston's Back tune? I missed the tune but got the words. Anyway, I thought he did well with his VR room because he's only just figured out how to play Pac-Man. So well done, Paddy. And then the last thing I would say is that I'm with Jenna, particularly in Māori seats, Tautokala and Tamaki Makaurau, they're going to special votes. There's about 4 other seats that are going to special votes. So they could still turn. Now, most of those are in Labour at the moment, so they could go. Yeah,
okay. And those electorate votes are crucial because they will determine which party MPs will get in for Labour on the dwindling list that they have. We're going to finish with Linda.
Are you getting Laser Kiwi out so I can jump in the hole? Because I'm done. It's been a long night.
No, we're finished. We're finished.
Paddy hasn't had a go with Linda.
Do me. Go stand over there. Stand over there, Paddy. Get over there. There. Back a bit. Back a bit.
There we go.
Yeah.
Where's that go?
And you have to melt down. Hang on, wait for it. You have to start. Go melt. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have been watching Newshub's election special for 2023. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this program. Linda's saying goodbye to you all. My name is Ryan Bridge. It's been a pleasure to spend the night with you tonight.
I'm Samantha Hayes. Thank you so much, Marnie Dunlop, Josie Vagani.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Julian Wilcox.
Thanks, guys.
Jenna Lynch, Paddy Gower, Paddy G.
And to Paula and to...
Nash. And Trish Sherson.
Thank you all. We will be back on air tomorrow morning on 3 Ka Kite.
Thanks for being with us.